the scene of smoke machines and a band that's dynamite. Never hung with the friends or jocks, they were always looking for a fight. But if you like rock and roll too, I put my head on the block for you. Hang on a quarter, hang on a quarter for rock and roll. Hang on a quarter, hang on a quarter for rock and roll. We don't need no weekend meals. We wanna bang our heads into army threads, getting torn into shreds by grenades and gasoline. The louder the better. Hard rock and heavy metal never settle for less. Tattooed on my chest. I was never a sex machine. You were never the homecoming queen. But we smoked and we shot boo. We were playing rookie from school. Hang on a quarter, hang on a quarter for rock and roll. Hang on a quarter, She said, call you back, call you back. She said, call you back in a minute. She said, call you back, call you back. She said, call you back in a minute. You don't mean what you say, mean what you say, mean what you say, mean what you say. You don't mean what you say, mean what you say, mean what you say, mean what you say. Close my hands, close my hands. I'm broken glass, I'm broken glass. She on my mind, she on my mind. She always goes, she always goes. You give me nothing, she gives me nothing. There goes some pieces, she on my heart, she on my heart. Too close to love, too close to love. You don't mean what you say, mean what you say, mean what you say. You don't mean what you say. Close my eyes, I'm broken glass. She keep me guarded, back for more.
Hello, hello. Give me a moment. There we go. What's up? Hello, guys. Welcome to the start of this Thursday stream. Hopefully your day has started very well, or it's just starting well. And we're hopefully gonna have a fun afternoon. As always, if you're here for the start of the stream, I have a special place in my heart for you. Appreciate that you're here from the beginning. Fishy with the first message of today's stream on Twitch. What's up? Hello, sir. Hello, Vitus. Nice spears, Tosha. Mr. Chakanas in chat. Hello. And it's time for all of us to raise our spears. Blue with 2 months in a row. Thank you for continuing your sub and deciding to support. After 1 month of being together, deciding to continue to support, and hopefully you're gonna have fun today as well. Becoming Frost main, well, you know, whenever I play something, it feels like, ooh, maybe I will become this main and that main, but let's do a bit of Frost. They definitely, yesterday did not exhaust the kind of fun and the kind of lessons that we can all get from playing some Frost. Maybe we'll change to another Frost staff in after a while. You deserve it, brother. Thanks, man. My spear is raised for you. Although raising my arms feels a bit weird, because I actually did finally go to the gym. It was like first actual workout in like 2.5 months or something. So, I mean, it's still too early. Tomorrow I'm gonna, like, some parts of my body are gonna feel absolutely dead. Right now I'm just feeling hyped and energized from it. Your spear is that an innuendo? Well, it's been an innuendo from the start, but also, no. I mean, we're also just lifting our spears as warriors, you know? But I've always said, if you don't have a spear... Yeah, okay, well, anyway. That's just what we do whenever someone subscribes, and I know you know that, Blue. We lift our spears in honor. What's up? Hello Vic, after yesterday's stream I'm starting to wonder, would roasted snapper be better than beef stew for bloodletter brawl build? Yes, I mean that would be my first idea anyway for a brawl build, no? If you're playing on leather armor and inferno shield. Was there ever a question? Why not the roasted snapper? Anyway, I would definitely go for that right away without even thinking. If you're planning to brawl, and even bloodletters that are playing mostly based on mobility will still often bring, if you're going high IP, bring roasted, like better players will bring roasted snapper as a swap in case they get into a more equalish fight when they feel that they need to brawl and outplay their opponent a bit more. That's... Hey Vic, after 1 month of premium that I buy with silver, I just feel burnt out. Pretty normal, yeah. I mean, depending on how much you've been playing. But it's definitely, I mean, like with most games, yeah. Games that actually give you enough content and this kind of competitive aspect is fun enough to get you involved and interested for a longer time. All of those games will come with a burnout, you know, if you play a lot, so that makes sense. Let's see, like the game forced me to keep on playing, pay for the next, but Asian server is crazy right now. Yeah, I understand that. Depending on what you're doing, I wouldn't, like, if for some reason I couldn't buy premium right now, I would still play. Like, my gameplay would not be affected much. Sure, I would make a bit less from all the chests that I'm looting, but you know, like, my sort of PvP focused gameplay, the same kind of fun, the same kind of fights, the same trash rate applies. It wouldn't change that much for me. So I don't think premium is necessary to enjoy Albion, but it depends. Of course, if your gameplay, if you are doing gathering, you can't really do much without premium. If you're doing any sort of econ stuff, you are more dependent on focus, obviously. So there might be other things, yeah. But I'm just saying this to, like, if you don't want to spend real money, then, you know, just play without premium and don't worry about it. I mean, if I wasn't getting premium from the creators program, yeah, sure, of course, it doesn't, like, it's not a huge dent in my bank, but I still probably wouldn't even buy if it rose to like 50 mil, like it was an Eastern server. I probably just wouldn't buy premium. Wouldn't matter to me that much. But I understand. Oh, we have a low IP Grail Seeker that is somehow already in combat with someone. Who are you fighting, my friend? Why is there even a 4.1 Grail Seeker? That's kind of crazy. Well, anyway, time to start with the warm-up. Nope, that's not what I meant to click. He really doesn't want to let go of the little wisp. Something just changed with the textures. I kind of like it this way, but I think some part of the shadows or something just actually broke from changing off the UI. Interesting. Oh, give me the blue wisp, sir, and I will leave you alone. Okay. Instead, we will have his life. He loved that wisp. Yeah. I mean, did I came in between a man and his wisp? I don't know. This is minus karma. One thing that's for sure, that, I mean, in any way, like, you can always attack and kill anyone, you know, at any point. Whether it's not a real fight because you're too strong, or it's not a real fight because you're too weak, whatever. Attack whatever you want, yeah, at the end of the day. But I've definitely, like, you don't get minus karma if you fight for objective. So at least there's that extra layer in this case, you know, killing, like, 4.1 in a random place where they're just going about their business. Still absolutely fine, but maybe you get like minus 0.5 karma. Attacking someone for an objective, there is you don't accrue any sort of any sort of karma debt for the mist. You saw Ugg for a second. Where did you see him? Like in the game? Oh, I got cultist robe 200 actually. That was one of the few things. I still don't have all cloth robes at 100. I have enough books to do it, but I've been a bit too lazy. Okay, I have a couple still to level up, and then a couple plate armors as well. Not many, but 1, 2, 3, 4, which I have at 75. But I think I have probably enough books to actually do that, and then would have every armor piece at 100. On my stream in Brazilian. Oh, okay. Well, maybe I should have waved to him. Logical Bird says, any recommendation for easy to play lethal PvP weapons? To get started, I suggest, like, for simple weapons, I suggest dual swords, battle bracers, quarterstaff, one-handed fire, and the battle axe. To choose one of those if you're just looking to get into it and have a very simple time where you still have, like, those. None of those weapons are really super limited anyway. You have options, you know, the way you approach fights. But to get into PvP kind of easier. But some of them will be better for open world, some for mist, some for corrupted. So. Vic, what can I do if I use one-handed spear against the fire staff that use W on firewall and the purge rope since I cannot brawl it? Well, in most cases you can just walk away. Like, unless this is the situation happens in a corrupted dungeon, you can just walk away. You can, you are kind of the, if they have firewall, yes, you cannot really brawl usually. I mean, you can Geekpot over it, right? That's your only choice, or if you have Mistwalker Jacket. But you're also like, you are the kind of the mobility abuser in that matchup. So usually, one thing, usually I wouldn't fight them if I have a choice in Brazilian. Sorry, in Mists. But something you can do is just kind of walk in and out and try to bait out their defensives and hope that they mess something up. You can even use a deflecting spin if it's a one-handed fire and hope that they mess up their E and you can deflect it. And if they don't make mistakes, if they play very safe, if they don't just, you know, randomly waste their defensives, then you kind of just walk away and just decide not to fight it at all. I mean, you can also just reset. You don't have to walk away and, you know, uninstall the game. I just mean, just walk a couple steps away from the fire staff, just to kind of restart the fight and see until they do mess up. And some of the fights against fire staff that I had, of course, firewall makes it instantly more difficult, but it also means that they have less actual damage if you do get close enough and you do fight them. But some of them, my fights against fire staffs, when I do decide to fight and when I do kill them, it's kind of like a dance in and forth. I may be hitting an impaler from a distance if I'm using impaler, or I'm trying to deflect some of their damage. I just get close enough for a Q and make them think that I'm attacking them, and oftentimes they will quickly press one of their defensives. And then I just walk away again, and I go back in, and, you know, kind of like dance in and out, hoping to kind of exhaust more of their defensives, that they will just waste them. But if they don't, if they are playing more carefully, you know, they are waiting for you to actually commit, or they're just better, you know, they're not kind of panic pressing their cleric robe or Geekpot or whatever the moment I walk towards them, then oftentimes you just can't do anything. It's the one that spawned Phoenix Fire. The E range is fucking insane. Yeah, that's true. That's one that you also can't really deflect, yeah. But they don't have any mobility on the E, right? And it's not just fire staffs. There's a lot of weapons that make decisions and that have choice to kind of become a very good brawler at the expense of having mobility. And in Mists or open world, well, not having mobility is gonna... I mean, long term, it's not the best strategy. Because if rats come, you can get away, they can't. If an 8.3 comes, you can maybe get away, they can't. So you don't have to give them that 1v1 fight, because that 1v1 fight against something like you, I mean a build that doesn't have counters, because Spear has nothing to against Firewall. Kind of 1v1 fight against you is essentially the only thing that their build is good for. Is kind of what it's aimed at. So unfortunate, yeah, because, you know, it's kind of nice to just go around and take every fight, but I would just skip that fight. Are there any way to play against the Curse Staff E because it can't be reflected? Well, any sort of iframe, Fishy. A lot of weapons have an iframe. Like all the Frosts have an iframe on the W. All daggers have an iframe on their W. Grovekeeper has an iframe on their E. Flamewalker has iframe. There's a lot of weapons that can iframe it. Mistwalker Jacket. If you don't have an iframe, you still want to fight Geekpot, because you can time it against their E, you know, to mitigate a lot of the damage. Geekpot is really good against one-handed curse. Sometimes it's an option to change to... you saw that, yeah, it was 8-4 Prowling Staff, trying to get the kill out of Invis there. Sometimes it's an option to change to Dodge Roll. Now, I wouldn't change to Dodge Roll if I'm playing something more valuable in terms of my set. Usually, unless like it's a very juicy curse staff, that will happen very, very rarely. Because changing to Dodge Roll, it's pretty nice for the fight, as long as you have any sort of way to counter their mobility, right? Because if you change to Dodge Roll, you don't have a sprint, so you need to have a cripple, a purge on your helmet, or some other way to interrupt their boots or something like that, or some other mobility to catch them. Then you can change to Dodge Roll, but the problem is you're making yourself very vulnerable to whatever else can happen in the mists. So my usual solution is if I'm low tier, and if it seems like it's worth it, and I just want to have fun in the fight, I will change to Dodge Roll. But if I'm playing like 6-3, I will never change to Dodge Roll for a like tier 7 curse staff. I will do kind of what we just talked about with the fire staff, you know? kind of try to bait out their defensives, hope that they mess up, and if they don't, then unfortunately it might not be worth the fight either. If you have nothing as the like if you didn't even bring gig potions, if you don't have any iframes, you didn't bring gig potions, then it's not worth it, because even if you change dodge roll, you will probably win the fight, but then you will be very, very vulnerable to any sort of rats. Maybe swap Guardian Helmet or Gigapod. Yeah, actually, yeah, a Guardian Helmet is a good idea. That's something I used to do even more, is to always kind of bring a cheap Guardian Helmet swap. That's also a pretty good idea, yeah. I do this less now. I don't feel that much that it's worth bringing a Guardian Helmet every time, because there is now this energy shield on every helmet. So even though this energy shield will not remove, obviously, curse stacks, it's still a very useful defensive. So all the helmets that, like, I would have brought a swap, as a defensive swap, so I have, like, Duskweaver helmet, you know, which obviously is not, I mean, it's not really defensive. Yeah, I can use it to kite defensively, but it would be nice to have Duskweaver and also Guardian helmet. But since Duskweaver has already this built in, I feel like I'm a bit too lazy. Guardian helmet would still be nice, but if today, for example, if I run into curse staffs over and over and over again, I'm not just talking one-handed curses, but any curse staffs, you know, then I will probably bring a Guardian helmet soon. But until that happens, I don't know. I don't know how much value the swapping to Guardian has now that every helmet has the shield available anyway. Hopefully we'll fight some curses today, because I would be happy to practice my iframing as a non-regular Frost player. I mean, even if you play a lot of Frost, it's still, I think, it's a bit of a skill shot, you know, to time it exactly correctly, and to actually counter the curse staff E. But definitely would be a fun part of the fight if I did get to fight a curse staff today, specifically for one-handed curse. And I want to try some other frost staffs probably as well, unless Chill Hull is really, really, really strong. Like, unless I get some really nice skills. Kind of want... Yo, the shadow... Yeah, something is breaking. He has invis. He has red buff. I don't. Is he running away? Yeah, he's running away. He's trying to full run away. I'm scary, yeah. I'm not that scary. But he doesn't have full specs, so... I guess we'll just get him to exit the Abbey then. I don't have red buff, so if I was him, I would 100% fight. But hey, that is a PvP, that is a build that is built for PvP, this Bow of Badon, so at least he's a potential threat for the last chest if I fight someone else, so it's not bad to get him out. I need to... Today I'm gonna, even without redemption to drink water, I'm gonna drink more water, because I feel like I'm dehydrated a little bit from working out. I feel like Abbeys and Mists have been nerfed heavily in terms of loot, am I wrong? Well, not recently, but comparing to when they came out, yeah, you're right, absolutely. But like, that was a long time ago that the... Well, kind of long time ago, that the loot became worse. It's pretty much, Baba, it's pretty much like SBI's MO, is whenever they come out with some sort of completely new content, they switch, they kind of rebalance PvE loot, where it's favoring the new content. So right now, Depths have crazy good PvE loot, and when Mists came out, Mists had crazy good PvE loot for a while. But there's been other updates as well that have already kind of reduced Mist loot a little bit. For example, when they added the smugglers and the camps, the solo camps, or not all camps in open world, the whole smugglers update, they moved a lot. Like the actual PvE loot in the open world became better and Mist became worse. And it's kind of common for them to do something like this. Corrupted now have so much loot. When you kill people, yeah. I'm not sure about the actual PvE loot in Corrupted. That didn't feel very impressive to me when I played it for a little while. I was not impressed with Corrupted dungeon loot. Except for the demon loot, you know, when you kill someone, the extra items that you get from the system. That was the only part where I felt that yo, this one actually, like, this feels good, yeah. Which is awesome. I mean, I like the fact that it's rewarding you for PvP. It's not just for killing PvE, getting chests and then kind of breaking crystals to go next. You're right, but even the demon loot inside people corpses. Yeah, exactly. So that's what I mean. That is good, yeah. If you do get kills, yeah, corrupted dungeons did get buffed, yeah. Like corrupted dungeon loot did get buffed, that's right. Corrupted buff 0 times 2 is 0. Well, yes. I got an 8.3 demonic staff inside the demon loot. Woof. I have not seen anything that juicy in my 2 days of playing corrupted dungeons actively after the update. Nothing like that. But I definitely got overall still a lot of items from the demon loop. Several times I killed people and thought there's no way they were worth like 1 million. And then I realized that majority of when I opened their corpse, the majority of the estimated value I was happy about actually came from the demon. Let's see. This is Miss Tabby loot right here. Oh, I mean, this is not bad, but I don't know how consistent this is gonna be. The good thing about Corrupted is you can finish one run in like 5 to 6 minutes, so it's efficient. Yeah, you can now enter straight from the city. I mean, Corrupteds in general are in a much better place. More fun for PvP and a little bit more income also just from demon loot as we discussed. But you are much more forced into PvP, right? You can easily go mists and not have any fights for a couple hours because you completely can select, like you have fight selection, right? You can completely decide if you want to fight or not. Especially if you have any sort of mobility in your belt. You can pretty much just run on mists and decide, I don't want to fight this guy. I don't want to fight this guy either. I don't want to fight anyone, right? In Corrupteds, you can't really. I mean, you can break crystals, but it's kind of extra hard work to do that. And at least for me, it absolutely didn't seem like a natural thing, and I felt forced into fights in a good way. I mean, I wanted that, but still. It also means that for anyone else, it's also much more risky to play Corrupted, because you are going to die for sure. Whereas in Mists, it will depend on what happens. Can you recommend build for Heron Duo Mists? Is your friend playing some sort of like good DPS? Yeah, like range DPS on cloth armor. I hope they are. My build on Heron was very basic when I played Duo Mist with my friend. It was Assassin Jacket, which I usually used on Invis, so that if the enemy fully focused me, I went Invis and didn't die. Right? If the enemy had 2 DPS and their whole purpose of life was just to kill me, which often happened, I was happy because I was definitely tankier than my friend. And oftentimes by the time I got low, my friend had already done a lot of damage and we were winning. But I still had Invis ready. But I did change it to Inferno sometimes, occasionally, against like Stalker Jackets or some sort of builds where Inferno seemed like very, very valuable. And Invis not so much. Then for Helmet I used Stalker Hood to give us extra damage and some sort of chance to actually kill healer duos. Because like Stalker Hood timed with my friend's damage at the right time, we could sometimes delete the healer potentially. And of course, since many other people are also using Assassin Jacket, it was valuable. For boots I used Merc Shoes, because just for one-shots. This to be able to change to the last spell against one-shots was super valuable, and we started winning against one-shots on average because of this change. When I changed my boots, originally I started with just Rejuvenating Sprint, and then one of my other friends said like, yo, why don't you use like Merc Shoes if you're struggling with one-shots, because we were. And I just thought, I never thought about that. Changed, and then we completely, like, the fights became completely different and much easier. He's on Demon Boots, so I might need to change mine as well. What's with the FPS? Okay. FPS is kind of dropping weirdly here. He has a... Man, what is the FPS? I hope in stream it looks good, but my FPS is like jumping between 90 and 190. Oh, he's on Frazzle, okay. And he's a Roast Snapper as well. I'm gonna have to rope soon. Man, I hope... I still have my boots here. Kind of have to abuse my robe in this way. And also not get hit by his not get hit by his Hunter Hood reflect that much. Need to be a bit careful about that. Like, he won't be able to heal. Man, what's with the FPS? I don't know if it looks weird on stream, and I also don't know... Something else open in the background, or what's happening? I don't know. Hopefully this fixes itself, because I have no idea how to even approach this. And it's specifically when I go here in this place, right? When I go back out, here it's good FPS. There is something in that corner that reduces my FPS somehow. He does a lot of damage. And he's gonna outbrawl me very hard with Frazzle and Rose Snapper. Unfortunately. He's still in Demon Boots, so in terms of mobility, I have still a big advantage. He could change to Enigma Blade if he was worried about, you know, mobility and actually being able to catch me or get away from me, but he decides to instead do a ton of brawling damage. Maybe I can, like, maybe I can eat him and just accept the Hunter Hood damage. I could even potentially blink to dodge it, but I don't think I want to use everything just like that. And again, when I walk here, FPS is non-existent. Oh, he drank a potion, interesting. When he starts running towards me, I need to be ready. He still has a buff as well. In terms of stack, we're even. Okay, I have to try not to come here, because something about this place here particularly is destroying my FPS, like full on destroying. I don't know if you can feel that, like if you can see that on stream or not. Also, I should probably change my helmet, looking at how the fight is going. I would benefit from a helmet change. Can I change? Yeah, okay. Let's change. And, I mean, I can brawl a little bit better with this helmet, but not amazingly still. If the FPS is weird on stream, it's currently my game. And there's something to do specifically with this place here with these double doors. I don't know why, but specifically here, like, my FPS breaks down. He's still just on Frazzle, so it's still just giga damage from his side. This is what I kind of an example of what I really did not like when the Demon Boots meta was fully ongoing. Because whoever is losing has kind of a free way to get out, you know, because of Demon Boots. He will have another healing potions. Hop potion. He's keeping his Hunter Hood kind of nicely. He's keeping his Hunter Hood this whole time, so I can never really E him, unfortunately. And he also still has his Mercenary. Okay, he drank his healing potion now. Do I use boots to risk it for the biscuit? I don't know. I'm gonna get destroyed close range, even with an HP advantage, unfortunately. Well, 10 seconds. Okay, it's music time. You can iframe the reflect damage with your... Yeah, I can, but it's not gonna be... It's not gonna be very nice, very good for me either, because I will have used everything. He's not gonna take a lot of damage, because Hunterhood also increases his resistances, and then I will have used my W and my E. So after that, I might end up still kind of locked in a brawl with him. But yeah, it seems better to me to wait. He's okay, energizing shield. Oh right, oh yeah, okay, right. He changed, yo. Warm up fights. Sammy is right. Yeah, absolutely on YouTube chat. That, by the way, stream available on Twitch and YouTube, but you already know that. I think most of you. He changed to shield. Yeah, I could have just eat him there. Yeah. Okay, absolutely. It's okay. We are. I mean, usually my warm-up fights are more deadly to somebody, but often me, you know. So this time we got a bit of a warm-up fight in without anybody dying, kind of. But yeah, of course he changed to shield. By the way, not sure why. Against Chillhall, actually, one of the matchups where Hunterhood seems pretty good. At least you can guarantee value almost always, unless of course the enemy does the iframe, but then I'm using my W just to iframe, and then I don't have it later. If I get caught too close to him, he will have E plus Mercenary that I cannot, you know, if I cannot W. In general, with Rose Snapper and Frazzle, he will always outbrawl me, so I kind of want my W in just in case, you know. So, worried about mana on Heron. It was not a problem for me when I played Heron Spear. I did not have that problem. I don't remember. Like, the fights were usually much quicker. 2 or 3 rotations and it was it. DDoS. SBI said in the forums they just did another RMT ban wave and there's been DDoS attacks for 3 days. Yeah, that's possible. That has been happening to a lot of other games. I've heard that exact thing. I mean, I know SBI said that this specifically was a DDoS attack, they think, but the fact that this often comes when big RMT, because for RMTers it's like a real business, you know. Of course, for the game and for us it sucks, but for the for the whole RMT kind of gang, it's like a real livelihood and business, you know. So something is wrong with the textures when I use recording mode. Anyway, for them it's like you know, someone is essentially saying that you're not gonna make any money next month, right? Whenever there's a fight against RMT, it's some people's actual everyday lives are at stake. So they will do a lot to try to get back. Hello, Meta Police. Hello, Odysim. Glad to see you. You can't catch me. I'm on great nature. Well, are you coming into the mist with great nature? Because I think I will catch you. I might not be able to kill you. We'll see. But I will definitely catch you with this build. And then we'll see where you have been hiding all of the... I mean, yeah, those green little flowers that you are growing on your great nature. I'm not sure how legal those are. That shadows turn off with recording mode. Yeah, there is something, but you know... Now, they're not coming back. Maybe it's just like every time when I enter a new zone, then... I would like to watch that matchup. Oh, nice. Very legal. Okay. Growing some legal green flowers with your great nature. And what makes it so great anyway, huh? Your nature. Tell me. Oh man, I'm gonna have to hydrate a lot. Like my body is panicking right now because it's been like 2.5 months I've been a passive potato at home. Okay, I play basketball, but that's it. So, you know, first day at the gym after a bit of a break is always like... It's a good feeling, but, you know, I can feel like some of my... Like, my part... some of my muscles, like, shaking, you know, from the stress, from the panic. But it's very good. Thank you. I mean, if some of you are here who were here yesterday as well, then pushing me to get back into working out. I appreciate you. And hopefully you'll be able to keep me a bit more accountable, yeah? So if you come to stream regularly, every now and again in the future, just ask me, yo, did you go to the gym today, you know? To make sure I have a bit of that social pressure to actually do it. Yo, let's fight him together. Where are you going? Oh, come on. Where's the dagger? This guy's running away from me. I can't take this matchup alone. Unfortunately. This is not the Daybreaker. With Daybreaker I could try it, and you know, maybe you've seen the clip where I did use the tier 7 Daybreaker to kill an 8.3 full mobility guy. Oh shit, he found someone. Oh, little double bladed. You fucked now. Hopefully. No. Come on, get dismounted. Death Givers, get dismounted, my friend. Okay, nice. Okay, at least he's in combat. I don't care. I just need the double bladed to die. I have the wrong boots for that. No! No, my bad. You can stack up on me, I don't care. But I'm not gonna catch him on these boots, unfortunately. I don't know if he can catch him or not. Probably also not. I need to mount up and go in front again, but I forgot I couldn't even change my boots. Like I didn't have the time for it. Did he exit? I still hear his boots. Did I just save the double bladed? Oh shit. I'm sorry. I didn't realize. I didn't realize that. That sucks. That sucks that I died to him. Definitely. Okay, I should have just walked away, but I didn't realize. What did I do? Did I save the double bladed on him? If I did, I'm even less unhappy about this guy, but yeah, I could maybe kite him. I don't know if he has how much. It's kind of close. I have some chance to kite him in the end, but I thought I'm so close to the exit I will just leave. But he still had your E slowed the death cures because you had to dodge the zone that slows. But he doesn't have to dodge it. He doesn't have to care about it at all. He has to go on top of the double blade anyway. And then you froze him with your W. Oh, okay. Yeah, sorry. Okay, it's if that's true, then yeah, then I then I deserve dying in the end. I was not ready to be on demon boots as well. It's gonna be a relaxed, chill, sleepy stream. I can feel it already. My brain is a little bit you know, working out is good, but it's when you do it once every 2 months, it doesn't always has the energizing effect that you expect. But yeah, okay, then I blame him even less. If I legit actually messed up the kill on... I mean, okay, without me, the double blade, like, he has 0 chance anyway, right? I keep the double bladed in combat. At least that much is good, but yeah, after that... let's take some poisons. Actually, I should probably be preset on Tornado also, specifically for this sort of situation. But after that, yeah, if I messed it up, I kind of try. I wanted to eat the double bladed, hoping that I can still take advantage of his cooldowns, but I was obviously a little bit too late, as you saw. So that was the big. Because I could have, if I let him E away, then I'm probably never gonna catch him, especially after I realize I'm accidentally still on demon boots. It's so. And so I thought, okay, his Q is on cooldown at least. Maybe he won't get out of the E, but he did still, because he still has stun run and he had enough movement speed to just walk out of my E without using spells. Tier 7 build for start PvP. Yes, Pudding. I mean, what are you asking for a build? Or what? You have to be a bit more specific for me to understand what you mean. Yardia said earlier I was main Great Nature in 2020, now I main Chill Howl. Okay. Oh, so you would absolutely watch that fight. Yeah, and Chill Howl is fun. Although I don't feel like the Q change is actually a buff. It doesn't really fully feel like a buff. Feels more like an interesting new thing that is mostly a nerf, just because of losing the extra damage, and it's so difficult to proc the stun in an actual fight. And I mean, the damage should be more valuable. But the little chill howl change they did just previously, like a patch or two ago, was to reduce the range of the damage but increase the actual damage, which in solo PvP is pretty much just straight up a buff, because the range doesn't matter that much, just a little bit. I want to request a build. Can I? Will you play today? Yeah, Joe. Yo, sorry, yeah. I saw you also before. I didn't answer. Yeah, you can. Absolutely. And Trevor also, like, you can use channel points to make me play. I mean, I don't do it when I'm doing some sort of challenge, you know? So usually on Mondays. Then on those days you can't. But at any other time, yeah, absolutely. Go for it, Joe. And so, yeah, so the redemption works that you can spend channel points. This is obviously just on Twitch. On YouTube, there isn't such a system with channel points and rewards. And then I will buy whatever, like, you tell me the build, I will buy it in tier 7, and I will play it until I die, or for half an hour. And I already did discover some fun stuff that way, especially the Grove Keeper. Like, Grove Keeper was so awesome. Hello everyone, he reads Twitch chat only, isn't he? No, Arctic, not really, no. I am just a little bit slow today, you know, still kind of waking up. Maybe I should have made coffee, but if I'm going to get into a good, healthy life rhythm again, which, you know, starts by working out, like finally did today, then I feel like coffee at this hour also for me is probably not a good idea, because I want to go to sleep earlier. So I am a bit less awake in my brain, but I am reading both chats, so it's like on stream you only see Twitch chat, like the one that is above me, but I see both chats. Yeah. If there's something before Arctic that you said that I didn't notice, or no, I don't think so. Adrian asked, I have Torch 120 Mastery, can I use it with Chill Howl? Well, yeah, Mistcaller is going to be a bit better, but you can use Torch, yeah, but I mean, it's not like, it's very easy to get an offhand to 100 specs, so it will take you very little time to level up any sort of offhand. So you might as well just take Mistcaller, and it will be close to 100 soon as well for you. I want to use channel points, but just 30 minutes is not enough for me. Okay, interesting, Joe. Okay, well, okay, so what you're trying to do is collect more than, like, you want to collect twice to have me play it for an hour? That could work, eh? Save it for his 3 hours. No, Azat, I'm going, like, I already said this verbally, I'm gonna limit it actually in the actual Twitch as well, because I can do that. I can actually limit how many times this reward can be redeemed. It's gonna be maximum twice per stream, so your 3 hours of suffering will have to be divided across multiple days, as it. Feel you, man. Leg day killed me from yesterday, feeling sick all day. That's like, I hope it's not, like an actual thing. Like, when I did have like a good workout schedule earlier in my life, then it became like a good, like, usually the days, like right after workout, I was super hyped and full of energy, and, you know, brain is clear, and I mean, you know all of that, I'm guessing, as well. But I think today the reason I feel kind of like, I almost like was falling asleep, like before stream, I was like sitting down in my phone, and I was like, you know, drowsy already. I think it's just because my body is shocked, because I literally for 2.5, almost 3 months, the only thing I've done is some lazy basketball with friends. But no actual, like, movement, you know? So I think it's just the shock of restarting this. I don't think it's actually like a permanent feature. Although, who knows? Maybe. But yeah, I also understand you, Urban. If you do a proper leg day, it's gonna be much harder even, yeah. You can lift empty pizza boxes. Well, yes. I have have used like a small table I have, you know. Not lately, but at some point in the past. I did do some, what are they called? Anyway, I did some exercises with the table, like, at some point, but that was like a long time ago. I don't know about pizza. I don't know if pizza boxes would work, but yeah, that could be a fun, like, a real gamer workout, you know. Will there be Claymore gaming today? No, I don't think so. Unlikely. Nothing really like attracting me to Claymore too hard, to be honest. Like, yeah, I had a bit of fun with it when I was doing the sword day and I played different swords. But it's like it's one where it's obviously not a meta build. It's viable build, but it is kind of niche and requires you to become a bit more of a specialist, I feel. And at least when I played it, it wasn't like as satisfying. Like a lot of other weirder builds that I've played that are not super meta, I don't know, there was more of an element of fun, I felt. The Claymore, I guess it was a bit too predictable, maybe that's it. Although you do have some ways of playing fights, because you don't have as much mobility, and you are reliant on your stacks for your E and for the fight in general. I don't know, I just felt like I was more limited to just playing the same way. But I didn't play enough, like, don't take it as some sort of very serious opinion, right? But anyway, I don't think I'm gonna return to Claymore for a while. When did I? Did I play? I played Claymore at some point last week, yeah. When I played Dual Swords, then Carving, and then Claymore. There we go. As it's starting with the 3 hours of suffering. Tell me, lay it on me. What is it that I'm gonna play after this? So yeah, you don't see it. I mean, you see it in Twitch chat, but anyway. As I said, we're gonna limit these to 2 per stream. So only twice in one stream is it possible to make me play random shit. But Azat is starting off with the first one today, and I don't know what the build is gonna be like, but who knows? Yo, maybe there will be some Claymore gaming actually. Maybe I spoke too soon, you know? We'll see. We'll see what the request is. Hi Victor, how was gym? Awesome. Sparkly, I am so happy. Thank you for pushing me. But I'm also feeling kind of dead. Because, you know, as I was saying earlier, like my body is obviously shocked. Because after being like a potato and doing nothing for 2.5 months, my body was not expecting this. I did a push day today. You know, as almost any guy, it's the most... What is happening with... Something is wrong with FPS. Also here. I'm running on 60 FPS right now. It's some specific part of the Abbey that is doing this, not the... So anyway, yeah, I just was saying that... I'm a bit... Like, the body's a bit shocked, but I mean, it was obviously amazing, yeah. And overall, I love the feeling. It's not new to me. Just keep working out. Yeah, of course. That's what I'm saying. Like the shock is not from. It's from the fact that I took a long break from proper physical activity. So yeah, I did a push day. So I did chest, shoulders, and triceps today. So actually, even though I feel a bit dead right now, I mean I'm probably gonna be ready to go again tomorrow. You know, just gonna do back tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. I'll see anyway. Next time. I don't have to recover. Like I kind of like this. Last time, like when I was saying I had like 8 months of like proper gym rhythm. I really like the split, like the weekly split as well. So then I can work out more often because you know the other muscles are recovering, but something is always fresh, kind of. Man, this is what is it? I can't go into Abbeys anymore. What is this FPS bullshit? It just suddenly started, and I think it started when I removed I think it might be something to do with the recording mode again. Let's see if it changes if I do this. Nope, that doesn't affect it. What if I just take like a random... Okay, this actually did affect it. So it is... When I changed resolution to be terrible, it actually did get better FPS. I don't know what it is. Something is wrong. That happens in the beginning, but it gets better in a week. Yeah, of course. I mean, it's not my first time sparkling. Yeah, I understand, but yeah. That I'm just saying that I think that's what, because I am very happy mentally, but I don't feel as energized as I used to associate with the gym day. It was always good energy all around. Speaking about sword, what do you think about using cripple against any sword? Can I still cripple the heroic charge? No, you can't. If I'm not mistaken, your charge only increases attack speed. Exactly, Ryomi, you're right. Cripple against swords is kind of dead. There is the benefit that you can cripple whenever you want, if you want the extra move speed, right? Not exactly whatever you want, but you know, the sword will very often have the movement speed buff from their Q. However, since it's not tied to the stacks and you don't actually remove the stacks anymore, the big part of why you would want cripple is gone. So cripple seems much weaker, pretty much only good to survive. You can kind of try to full kite with it, but it's just I don't know. It's too risky and it's so easy to die. I feel like you're just not gonna have enough damage, and the sword. If the sword is gonna be able to, if you're not able to leverage your crippled movement speed, because remember now also you don't get the damage bonus. If you're not able to just leverage the crippled movement speed into constantly maintaining space against the sword to kite them and hit Qs, which is gonna be very difficult. If you're not able to do that, they're just gonna outbrawl you much harder than before. So, I don't even know. Luckily, there aren't that many swords right now. Swords are not super popular, but I'm not sure how that fight is gonna go now. Haven't really fought a lot of swords. Definitely carving in duals both seem pretty scary now for a spear, and at least more difficult. You have to just kite, and you cannot You cannot accept the brawl as much and as early as you used to. Dramon Sign, thanks for following, man. Do you find a way to use Q2 on Frosts? I'm not interested in that build right now, if you mean. But I mean, Q2 is just used with the, like, you either use Scholar Robe, you know, for very fast casting, or Morgana Cape. That's pretty much the only way, and then you just spam your Q2. Probably also, if you have an option, then also Tome of Spells. And then it can work with almost any Frost. I mean, not Chill Hull, but... okay, maybe even Chill Hull. Not the Morgana Cape version, but... I'm trying to get this red buff here. And then still make it for the chest. Maybe I'm gonna be a little bit late to the chest, but we'll see. And I saw as of that you actually wrote the build. I have not actually read the build yet, but you know... I see that it's in chat. So everyone else who is in Twitch chat, at least you can already see what we will be playing next for half an hour as a channel point redemption. I've seen some guys playing builds like this, but I think it's better to play some kind of regular build with first or third. Oh, this is a... Oh yeah, okay, you are still talking about Frost. Yeah. It's kind of an interesting, fun thing. The problem with that, with the build around Q2, is that a lot of your build is kind of focused around those couple of seconds where you spam your Q2s and do a lot of damage. Whether it's with Morgana Cape, which will activate when you E, or whether it's with Scholar Robe, which the enemy will see that you activated. If they have a very good defensive, if they have some mobility to dodge, you know, to get away for a moment, if they even Inferno Shield is decent, if they have Mistwalker Jacket, Soldier Helmet, they will negate a lot of what you want to do because you're kind of putting all your eggs into that one basket of big combo. So I feel like that's the weakness, and that's why we're not going to see this become actual meta. But it is definitely a very viable way to play, and probably a fun way to play, because a lot of people will not expect, if you consistently hit those Q2s, a lot of people will not expect that sort of damage that you can put out. Hello, sir. 11 stacks red. He's on throwing... Okay, he now changed to Shadow Edge. Is there someone else there? Man, there's someone scary there. This guy is just full running away from someone. Who are you so scared of? A3 Daybreaker. Well, I think he wanted to punish me. The Death Givers wanted to punish me by, like, staying there. And the Daybreaker, I guess, realized. I mean, the other guy is worth, like, 25 times more, but I guess the Daybreaker realized that, that he's not in combat, you know? But... A3 rat. Well, not a rat. I mean, the Death Givers was so worried about 8.3 that he didn't want to fight me or him. Kind of sucks. This is one of those... I'm not, like, I don't have a solution, but this is another example of the situation where we have 3 people who all want to PvP in some way or another. I don't know about the Death Givers, you know, who that is, but I think the Death Givers would like to fight me, right? Obviously, 6-3 versus tier 7, and even though it's decent matchup for me, I don't think he's afraid. And he might even, if he's very brave, maybe not, but he might even want to fight the Daybreaker, at least try it, you know? Maybe not, that depends on his person, but some people, you know, like, very hardcore gamers with 6-3 Death Givers, even though it's a good matchup for Daybreaker as well. Especially when he doesn't have the time to change to Q1. Still, I mean, the Death Givers doesn't have time to change his Qs. Still, he might have wanted to try against Daybreaker, but because of the way we met each other, no fight actually happened, you know, because the guy has to be afraid of me and the Daybreaker on the other side. So it's... And I don't have a solution to this kind of problem. I'm just pointing out that this happens. PvP love triangle. Yeah, kind of. I mean, in this case, at least me and Daybreaker are not willing. We don't want to fight each other, yeah? It's kind of, we both want to fight the Death Givers, you know? For the Daybreaker also, I don't think he, like... Sure, he will take the free kill and he was trying to attack me, but... I mean, my set was pretty cheap. Okay. Okay, let's see. I think they should rework that skill. It's useless both in... Wait, what are you talking about? We're talking about Q2? No, I think we're talking about something else. Q2 is not useless in PvE, no? Like, Frosts that play PvE are almost required to use Q2, are they not? Am I tripping? I think usually Frosts in like a Avalonian dungeon setting or a group PvP setting, and even in small scale, like the most common small scale Frost would be Permafrost and then using Q2, right? So I don't think it's useless in PvE. It's the opposite of useless in PvE, and it's pretty nice. Like, if this didn't exist, Frosts would not be able to PvE. I mean, in group setting, yeah. In solo, you don't really take it, but otherwise, in group setting at all, maybe. Thanks for following, official Abdo. Okay, Daybreaker messed up by missing Duskweaver. No, Sparkly, he didn't mess up. He was just up against a super giga genius player who dodged both of his Duskweavers easily. I mean, the first one he didn't reach me because I was, you know, I W'd away, so he's frozen for a moment. I clicked boot, so I was out of range. The second one I sidestepped a little bit, yeah. If he hit the second one, I might be dead. I'm not sure though. I might just need to kite more, you know. If he hits the second Duskweaver, I might just, because his W is on, his E is on cooldown. I might just need to E him, blink away, use my Tornado Potion, and just run around the Abbey. I don't think the Daybreaker will be able to catch me, but who knows. Okay, let's see, what are we playing? For half an hour, we're gonna play Azot's build. First of all, let's see what I missed in chat. Crystal in YouTube says, Zane, how much you think one can make per hour in Abbey? You think it's as good Fame Silver Farm compared to Open World Black Zone? You are talking about just killing mobs, yeah? That's what you mean when you say Fame Silver Farm. I honestly don't know. I feel like it's comparable to Open World, but I feel like it's a bit lower. It's been, I mean, okay. You can't really calculate like per hour in Abbeys because you have to find Abbeys. And if you compare Mists, so let's say either playing Open World or playing Mists with a heavy focus of going into every Abbey you can, I think the Mists will be a little bit lower. If you were able to just jump from Abbey to Abbey to Abbey to Abbey, I think it would be the same or a bit higher than Open World. And definitely the silver rewards from chests still feel kind of decent. But you can't jump from Abbey to Abbey. Thanks for following, Flux. Okay, let's see. Mr. Azot, where do I see your message? Blood letter. Okay. So we're gonna buy tier 7. This is we're gonna go back to Frost after this. This is just a redemption, you know, channel point redemption, a build that I'm going to play probably with this, I think. Let's see what for half an hour or until I die. Crypt Candle. Okay. So already I am incredibly squishy. If I ever stand next to an enemy, I'm probably gonna die. Thanks for following, Dr. Golik. Okay, so I can already tell. If I stand next to an enemy, I'm probably dead. Or if I stand for long. Royal Hell. Okay. This I do not instantly... I cannot really place this anywhere. I'm not sure what I'm gonna do with this stun. Cleric Rope. Okay, so we are even more. This is very clearly a build where I'm going to die if I get too close to an enemy. It's like maybe decent for ratting. Mage Shoes and Flamethrower. Wait, what? Mage? Is this like... Did you AI generate this, Azot? What the hell is Mage Shoes and Flamethrower? What is a Flamethrower? That sounds like it's ChatGPT giving you a build. Demon Cape. What? Why? 1 minute cooldown, and if I upgrade... It's still 1 minute cooldown. Okay, so it only Only damage scales. Mist is like 60 to 70% of the fame you can get from farming Black Zone camps. Yeah, Mist. Yeah. That's what I meant. Like if you cannot jump from Abbey to Abbey, I think like Mist will be a bit lower than Open World. Yeah. But the question was comparing it to Abbeys. So like if you could just be in Nightfall Abbeys, it would be comparable. Like I mean, very similar probably. But of course, even if your focus is to clear as many Abbeys as you can, you still will have to spend time looking for those Abbeys. And sometimes it will take 20 minutes to find an Abbey. Sometimes you even ask yourself, is there any possibility... Wait, would it be possible to beat a Daybreaker with the Frost Staff build you had? Sometimes you even... I actually don't know. Maybe you could have tried, but... Like, beating, probably not, but... Like, not dying? Yeah, I can... Unless... as long as I dodge some of the Dust Quivers, I can dance around him for a while. But, you know, obviously one mistake and I'm dead. And if I like it will be a very long, slow fight for me to get an advantage, and then he will probably still be able to get away. At some point, he will have to disconnect for me to kill him, probably. But I have the mobility to protect myself against the Daybreaker, and as I'm walking away and using my spells to kite, as I'm doing that, he is slowly getting lower and lower HP. If I play correctly, yeah. I played Prism for a very long time, and Q2 is necessary. Yeah, for group play, absolutely, Arctic. So, what are you, Azot? What is Flamethrower? What are you trying to say? Mage shoes and Flamethrower. Can someone figure out what could possibly be Flamethrower? Am I just buying? Am I buying Omelette here again? Actually. Because I'm on cloth armor, right? I'm buying cloth armor. I'm buying Omelette with the same logic as we talked about before. Hellfire Pot. Oh, you meant Hellfire Pot, maybe. Okay. Is that what you meant? Azot just ran away. He threw his phone away and left. And Hellfire Pots are really expensive, by the way. But I mean, how much is this? This is 70 damage per tick, and this is 95 damage. And it's quite a few ticks. The potion. Okay, so Flamethrower is actually Hellfire. Yep, okay. Let's get the rates. I think it's a potion. Yeah, as it said, also the potion now. So he clarified, but I never heard of this as a Flamethrower. I guess it's direct translation from different language. Am I hallucinating, or did they change aggro range? Yes, Rene, they did. It's a big thing. Could previously pull all mobs. Yeah, it's a big thing. First of all, it was considered like people thought that this is some sort of bug, but then they added it. Turned out they made that change, and I think they didn't even realize how important it is to not even put it in the patch notes. So later, retrospectively, they added it to the patch notes, and it's a big question right now because I've already heard some incredibly negative feedback about this change. And obviously, it's difficult for me to have an opinion because it doesn't really matter that much in Mists. Like, Mists are affected a lot less than other types of content. I don't know whether Corrupted Dungeons will be affected, but in general, for solo PvP, this does affect solo players, but it affects solo players primarily in the open world, where it's difficult to clear camps, and any sort of solo players and builds that play around mobs, which is a big part of how some experienced solos outplay groups, right? You play around mob aggro, you de-aggro mobs, you go invis, you push them into mobs, all of those things. All of that is nerfed a lot. So I feel like it's a change that is likely to be reverted or at least somewhat reworked, because there are people that I've heard have a very, very strong negative opinion about this are super experienced players. It's not just someone, you know, looking out for themselves, but are actually people who played all kinds of different aspects of the game. I don't think it's gonna stick, but we'll see. It's a nerf to fame per hour to sell. It is also a nerf just generally to PvE. Just generally any sort of PvE is more difficult because clumping mobs is so much harder today. To sell more LP bundles. I don't like I the same like someone has I've heard this also kind of conspiracies about different weapon balance changes from the perspective of how could we make more money, and I'm always skeptical because I don't think people who decide over these kind of changes actually are the ones who want to make more money or who have the pressure to optimize in revenue for the company. And the people who do like put on pressure, you know, to make more money and sales, I don't think they have any understanding of how these sorts of game mechanic decisions actually affect players. So I don't think there's like a big conspiracy that the changes are made, like a specific change is tied to trying to sell more learning points or something like that, or sell anything else. But I don't know, maybe a little bit. Maybe like it will affect it just a tiny bit, yeah. But it's not that big of a not that big of a thing. If it's just nerfing the amount of fame you get from, if it was the mechanics were the same, it just nerfs the amount of fame you get. You know, people would not be as unhappy. Sure, whatever. Yeah, okay, it's a bit more difficult to grind. Some people buy learning points, it's whatever. But the specific way in which the mechanic is changed, I think, is making a lot of people unhappy. I'm gonna eat the food, and that's gonna be our 30-minute timer for this build. So for the next half an hour, we're playing a build that I cannot figure out exactly how I'm gonna play it. Like, one thing, it seems like Bloodletter is just here for the... to get from one place to the other, right? There is no clear, like... There's not much else with... I mean, that's how kind of what Bloodletter is often used for. There's not much else I can do. I just tried to do my big combo. Oh shit, another one of those. Oh, he's on Wanderlust. Okay. He's grinding for the exit. Well, at least I can do what I'm doing right now, but... Is he... Okay, he kind of messed up his pathing a little bit. Nah, I'm dead, probably. Unfortunately, he had already his boots charged up there, and he didn't even E. Unfortunately, no, I have cleric rope to E in theory, but yeah, it's for execute. Yeah. Also, I missed the helmet. If I hit, I mean, there's no way I'm winning that, I think, but at least I could try. I mean, we have to go again. This sucks, yeah. Because it's instant death. We have to go and try this again. For sake of Azot's points. There's like a grace period, you know, there's like a couple minutes of grace period, not long. Let's take this horse. There's like a very short grace period of yeah Azot, we'll do another. This was legit like 1.5 minutes. Because I tried to attack the first guy and then we ran into a curse, which I mean not with this build probably. I don't know if I can do much to that curse, but I mean, if we don't run into him while his boots are already charged and I am not ready, right? But hey, who knows? And I definitely didn't need so many. Okay, I still have 8, whatever. They don't really need so many Hellfire potions. What's the cooldown, by the way? Can I throw one at the beginning? Probably can't, right? Yeah, 1.5 minutes. I definitely don't need this many Hellfires, but whatever. Slight Edge, he's a streamer. Yeah, I know. I've talked to him a lot on YouTube. He plays... I think he's probably the only one who's played like 7-4 cursed, like 100 cursed on EU for a long time. Let's drink some water. All of us. We're gonna continue Azot's Redemption, and we're gonna continue this this weird build that I have no idea how it's supposed to work still. Okay, 1v1 against the curse I could maybe change to dodge. But you saw he wasn't Eing until the very end, because I mean, its fight is over anyway, it doesn't matter. But if he E'd, I at least would have some reason to use my cleric robe, maybe. And since his boots were just only charging up and I was already on top of him, like, you know, my normal logic, the only thing I can do and what I was trying to do is I stay on top of him more or less until his boots are ending, and then I just use my mobility. He doesn't have boots, so I'm free to go, right? But unfortunately his boots were, like, I was on top of him and he only had like 3 stacks on his boots, so the time window I have to survive is so long that, you know, I couldn't. Let's drink some water, all of us together. I'm gonna need a lot of hydration today, but this is already very good. Yeah, didn't even survive long enough for the timer to go down. Dr. Golik says, or Drgolik, Vic, been trying spear now. I'm just curious, what food and passive do I use on jacket? Use eel stew or roast snapper. Roast snapper for all serious fights. Eel stew for running around or for catching kiters. And on your jacket, you can use... it depends. Like, I wouldn't go too crazy on cooldown reduction, but cooldown reduction is really valuable, and especially now with the way meta has changed, cooldown reduction on spear seems to be more and more and more and more important. So it's a good passive, but you can always also go for balanced bind, which is also universally going to be valuable for you. Like if you're already using like EO Stew, Torch, you know, you have already cooldown reduction from other sources, I wouldn't go too far into that unless you are very high IP. The higher IP, the more valuable your cooldown reduction is likely to be as well. Damn, I need to remember the cape as well. So the idea is, my combo is... Wait, I'm gonna eat food, so we have a timer. Okay, let's try to do this. So my combo is to helmet, and then throw the poison at the same time. And also cape. So essentially I use my... Okay, I use my E to get into the enemy, to get close. I hit them, I helmet them, I cape. I mean, I hit them, I helmet, then I use my potion. Hopefully the cape procs as well if it's ready. And then I just W out and keep my boots to keep kiting until I'm ready to do that again. That's the point. Let's see if I'm able to find someone, maybe at the big camp. Is it enough? Enough water, you mean? Or enough damage? What did you mean, Fishy? For the build, I don't think this will work. I don't think there's nothing, when I look at it, no redeeming factor. Enough damage. I don't think this will be very seriously threatening to my enemy. But who knows? I mean, maybe against some builds. The thing is, I can't really, I can't just brawl, you know? I can't decide to, I'm going to, because I'm not on leather armor, I cannot change to Inferno for a brawl, so also, like, deciding to go Chain Slash and or Thunder Armor on Cloth Armor, I don't think it's gonna work that well. I'm gonna die pretty fast. But then again, I'm also gonna do decent damage with my E, if I am able to get my enemy to 40%. Man, this cape is very underwhelming. These mobs just stood in it for I don't know how long without any worries. Okay, never mind, it does less to mobs. Okay. So most things do more to mobs, but these... Okay, for some reason the cape actually does less damage to mobs. Not like Poison or Hellfire. Okay, so against the player it's going to be much stronger. You should change to Shadow Edge, stun them, and do the combo. That's how this is played. Oh! So I don't use E to get in. I have another blood letter there. Yep. Okay, I think we need to find a next mist, unfortunately. We'll see. Bro, we are next to the exit. What if he comes out? There's no way he's coming back out, right? I mean, we are too close to the exit anyway, and he's 8-3, so, or 8-4, so I'm not gonna kill him, but let's hang around here just for 20 more seconds. There's no way he comes out, right? Come on. Nah, okay. Interesting build. Yeah, this is... Say hello to Azot, Sokel. This is an interesting build, and we're only playing this for half an hour because this is a channel point redemption from Azot. If you're watching on Twitch, you can also accrue channel points. The limit I decided is 2 times per day, you know? So this is the first redemption of today. Later in the day, someone else can also redeem to make me play some other weird stuff. And who knows, maybe I will discover something I will really like. This has happened before with Grovekeeper, which also started as a channel point redemption, and then I really liked the build. But I don't think this build is gonna be one of those. Abbey, I don't think I want the Abbey anyway. It's just gonna waste most of the time that we have on the clock, and also I can't really clear the Abbey very well. Okay, but I'll try the Shadow Edge version. I mean, if I actually get into a fight, I'll try the Shadow Edge version. Engage with Shadow Edge, stun, do the combo. But are you hoping, Azot, that if I go up against a tier 7, let's say some sort of leather armor tier 7, are you hoping that I will just E once in the fight? that I will be able to do so much damage that they will just be low enough for me to E when the combo ends. I don't think that's gonna happen, right? So if I engage with my W, then I kind of have to use my E later to disengage it. I don't know. It kind of feels better to E in, do the combo, and then W out later, but maybe I'm wrong. I think Truebolt Hammer got misunderstood in the cape department. I love it a lot, but the correct cape to use it is Bridge Watch. If you use the first W, you will be able to execute in one rotation. Wait, okay, those are two different messages. So for the Truebolt, I played Truebolt in depths and it was really fun, but I didn't even think about Bridge Watch cape. And I'm not exactly sure. It just slows, right? Slows and reduces resistances. Right? So it's not going to help you actually proc the hammer. Slow and CC resistances. I mean, okay, just specifically CC resistances, that seems kind of nice. But, I mean, it depends, yeah. Maybe your plan, you don't want the extra potion for Smuggler's Cape, but if your enemy will have Smuggler's Cape, I don't know. Do you think that the Bridge Watch Cape will be more valuable than for you to have either a second potion or to have Kerleon Cape for the double Q? If you use the first W, you'll be able to execute in one rotation, I think. No, but then I still need to get close to the enemy. I don't know. Maybe. Is he fighting? No, he's not fighting. Damn. Maybe I could have tried baiting him a little bit. Silver drops are the reason gold prices are so high. Why SBI not scale mob silver drop with gold price? But wait. SBI cannot and should not do anything. Like the gold price, like trying to manage. Oh shit. Okay. Trying to manage the gold price will just make sure that no one will actually buy gold, right? Man, this guy's gonna die to the Panther. Man, come on. Why isn't the Panther coming now? Is he on Shadow Edge? Yeah, so I'm dead. Maybe I'm not dead. Yeah, okay. I need a couple more seconds to figure out what's happening on stream and on screen, and then also understand what's up with the analysis. Like it definitely sound like at first glance, like tying silver drops to gold sounds like a very bad short-term solution, but I don't instantly have like a very good reasoning why. It just seems to me like this is gonna make the problem much bigger, you know. It's like drinking vodka in the morning to get rid of hangover. Sure, you know, for a moment you'll feel better, but the next time you get back to the hangover state, it's gonna be much worse. But I don't like. I also have asked this several times, and I haven't yet heard like a very good explanation of why the price suddenly like shot up that incredibly much on Eastern server. Like, why don't other prices also do that? Have you been to the gym? I was today, but it's too early, Kirpa, to actually flex, you know? Come back in a couple months and I'll be ready to feel good about the results. I did go to the gym, it was amazing. I had a very good, like, considering first workout after like 2.5 months of doing nothing, was very good. But I do feel like my body is like shaking still, you know, out of the panic. We have to fight someone sooner or later. I don't think I can fight him, but maybe. He didn't even purge me last time. Oh, I guess I was a bit too far. He tried to Shadow Edge and missed. In 6 months, change your channel name to Gigasane. Maybe. I'm looking at all of you here who are watching to help me keep a rhythm of good, healthy living going, you know? So when you come on stream occasionally, every now and again, you can ask, yo, did you go to the gym today? I mean, you don't have to ask that today. Today we already talked about it, but in the future, you know, to kind of help me feel the social pressure of, not that I need it that much, but for some, like, it definitely helps a bit. Like for example, I said this earlier yesterday to Sparkly, because we had a big gym discussion yesterday, and Dante was here, who is super strong as it turns out, and so I got a bit of inspiration. But also I told Sparkly yesterday that, you know, the fact that we had that conversation and I kind of promised I'm going to go to the gym, it made it impossible for me not to go, right? Like, because the kind of the social aspect of like the extra pressure, or like feeling like we talked about it. So I hope that will also work in the future. What happened to the 8.4, the guy who was playing Prowler? He didn't come earlier when I was fighting, and this guy will kite me a lot. Do I actually change to Shadow Edge? I can try, but he's gonna E after I Shadow Edge, so I'm kind of gonna have to use everything I have for the engage, right? We're probably gonna die to someone else though. Well, that was my E. I don't like my limitations with Shadow Edge in general. I feel like I'm a bit too immobile, but that's okay. If next time he does the same thing, like he starts the fight with his E, I can probably just Shadow Edge him. Oh, we need to kill this dude. Oh shit, I'm not typing. Bro, come on. What are you doing? I need a mob for Shadow Edge, otherwise I'm dead. Or this guy. No, he dodged it, okay. Why? People really hate Bloodletters. Yeah, but I mean, back when Bloodletter was meta, I understand, but... Okay, well, we got another lesson. I could have just disengaged as well. I was really hoping that the Horfrost understands that we have a much juicier person on our horizon. Also, I was kind of tier 7, you know, so it's not like I am like dirt cheap and it's not worth it. But the Horfrost didn't even try. He just wanted to make sure that the other guy kills me. Unfortunately, didn't actually get any real fights with this build, but hey, it's something. So, well spent. As of points for spell, I also don't know, like, I don't know which fight I could actually take with this, but at least we ended up not even finding out, to be honest. He says yes, yes, yes. I don't know what he means. I don't know what he means. I should have maybe gone into Horfrost, but I mean, also obviously for the dagger, he's just gonna kill me. The Horfrost is worth less, right? So even if I just walk into the Horfrost, anyway, the dagger gonna come from me. Back to fun ice staff build. Yeah, I think so. I don't. I couldn't even figure out what to do with the Bloodletter build, honestly, like properly. Yeah, if I had to play it for much longer, then yeah, obviously we would actually get a real fight, and then I would be able to kind of try how it works. But we're going back. But I mean, just going for Bloodletter no matter what. I used to do that. I've said this also, but that was when the Bloodletter was the especially the mobility bloodletter, you know? Not like a funky weird stuff. If there was like a Stalker Jacket bloodletter on my screen, I used to do this like a year and a half ago. Whenever I saw bloodletter, doesn't matter who is higher IP, who is worth more, I always made sure I go for the bloodletter, you know? Just to kind of punish that safe, playing super safe based on mobility type of playstyle. Possible solution could be some sort of tax so that silver hoarders will be forced to use their silver. I mean, we have awakened weapons. That's a silver tax. But I mean, obviously just for people who want to play it. Yeah, I don't know why it's... why the premium price has exploded like that. Like, you expect it to go up, but... in general, Albion's economy seems to have been... kind of like real life economy, no? I mean, you have inflation in real life, but maybe not always, but it seemed kind of manageable always. And now suddenly there's a lot of talk. Maybe I'm just noticing it more. Maybe it was always a question that there's a lot of like a lot of people who are complaining about prices going up. Maybe that was always the case. I just didn't realize it. Frost versus Frost. Not happy, but you know, I'll have to try it. He has healing potions ready. I guess I'll go poison. He also has a helmet. Oh shit, I have 10 seconds now. That sucks. Please don't. Oh, he has wrong Q. Holy shit. Okay, I can win this easily. Maybe not easily, but... the problem is, you know, he can hit his E's like he just did, and I can't. Because whenever he uses his blink, then I can E, but if he doesn't use blink... I need to find a way to use my robe somehow. He's intentionally not using his helmet now because he's expecting me to robe as well. The moment he uses his helmet, I can use my robe. Holy shit, without using any E's actually. Please don't kill me, mobs, please don't kill me. Damn! And I actually went on the aggressive as well. Interesting, I did not expect... okay, the Q difference is a big thing, but... I did not expect. He did miss one of the E's as well, which like, him missing his E is like his own job, you know? It's up to him to hit his E, kind of. But me missing my E's, I can't really use my E until he uses his blink. So, that was... enemy got frosted. Very frosted. Yeah, it was some frost on frost violence. Yeah, he actually attacked me so that I couldn't change spells. But he himself forgot to change his Q. I'm pretty sure for this matchup he wants Q1 always. Just to have more damage from far. Rather than the slow. But it's still true, as you saw also. When I'm following him... he has a big advantage. He's gonna hit more Qs when he's following me. I have a big advantage because I'm gonna hit more Qs, regardless of which ones we're using. Hello Vic, what's up Mufanza? Just in time. We are freezing all the meta players today. Although this is probably like the first kill, right? Is this today? Okay, I mean this doesn't count as a kill. This is the first actual kill today, yeah? But hey. The warm-up is almost done. I was thinking to maybe try higher IP Chill Howl, or to try other Frosts later. I got kind of, you know, I kind of got, like the rhythm was broken a little bit by the 2 deaths on Bloodletter from Azot's Channel Point Redemption. which I kind of feel like I didn't get satisfied because I just died and nothing really cool happened. But I also didn't even really got to try the build because you didn't get any actual fight against someone where I felt like I had any chance. But I also that this is the Frost Rhythm. We have to get back into the Frost Rhythm a bit. Can't win fights with any crossbow because of skill issues. Crossbows, especially light crossbow and arc light blasters, are difficult. They are not tactically as complex as some of the more versatile and more popular weapons, but they are still tactically also they give you like you have to play them. You have to figure out when you use your defensives at least. And they're mechanically one of the most difficult weapons in the game. So if you're struggling with crossbows, it's not you, you know. It takes a bit of time. And like successful crossbow players, usually from what I've seen, they like one thing that crossbow teaches you very well is the art of baiting your enemy. And usually successful crossbow players end up being successful when they become good at baiting. And that is baiting in general is one of the more difficult things to learn in Albion. Because you kind of need to understand and feel the limit of your build and your enemy's build to know how far you can go, you know, how low can you afford to be in terms of HP, how far you can push yourself to make yourself an attractive target so that you get to fight in a defensive stance. And that is, I think, that requires some of the most game knowledge of all because you need to be precise, you know? Like you might have learned some matchups like Spear versus, I don't know, Spear versus Daybreaker, right? So you might have an understanding. Okay, for this matchup, I have an advantage if I do this, and I'm going to try to use this, you know? It requires game knowledge and it might be difficult. But to actually accurately kind of predict how much HP, what is the lowest you can go while still surviving, that's very, very difficult. And that's something like light crossbow kind of teaches you, because people will just not fight you unless you figure out ways to bait. Because Caltrops is not enough as a proper, it's very strong spell, but it's not enough as a proper mobility spell. So if you don't do any baiting, most people will either not fight you at all or will just run away the moment you do your big damage combo. You have a gear upgrade in your inventory, says Blue. What is that? This? Yay! Oh, this is actually interesting. And we have a bag. Thank you. I like this upgrade. Because it doesn't make me significantly scarier. I'm pretty much the same. And a little bit more damage from cape. Tedford cape, one of the capes that it kind of makes sense to upgrade, you know, because it actually impacts how strong you are. Having a tier higher Tedford cape, let's say I proc it 3 times in a fight. What's the difference? It's going to be like 60 extra damage. And whether it's worth it, like raising my average IP by, wait, how much is going to be 100 by 6, so by 16? Probably is, yeah? If I proc it 3 times and I do 60 more damage, I have 16 more like IP. I mean, the downside of having higher IP obviously is that people will not fight me as willingly, but... Let's go, Abby. I have almost chill hell at 100 actually. Very close. Thanks for pointing it out, by the way, Blue. Yo Zay, yo Don Matt, what weapon you think dominate open world, clear camp, skill players, mobile together, etc. You are asking for a lot from one weapon. We're talking about solo PvP. For solo PvP, I think battle bracers are probably, if I had to choose one weapon which is the best for solo PvP in open world, I would say battle bracers. Other very good options are one-handed spear, the quarterstaff. They all have good enough mobility to play around what the open world requires. They have good enough clear speed and you can kind of clear mobs. Battle Bracers, not the best at PvE, but good enough. Quarterstaff and Spear, amazing at PvE. Is there something I'm missing? Like, recently bows have kind of risen. I've seen people play Skystrider, not just Mist, but also open world. Badon used to be like a viable option for soloing open world, although it requires more experience. And I saw, like, yesterday talked to Froggy as well, and today also I saw that he's playing the regular bow. So the fact that he was saying good things about it and he continues to play the regular bow makes it seem that, you know, you can actually have like, bows are in a better place than they used to be, and probably also like a viable weapon to choose for soloing open world. Arctic? Nah, I don't know about Arctic. I mean, we're talking about open world here, right? We're talking specifically about the content where you need to PvE a lot, and also the question already included, like a weapon that can also PvE. So no Frost Staff or Dagger will unfortunately meet the criteria of being decent at PvE. Battle Bracers is a kite weapon for PvP. Primarily, yes, when you're starting out. But as you get more experience, you do have also options. You're not limited to only kiting. You can use Fleet Footwork on your Q, Inferno Shield. There's like, you can play this in a much more brawl heavy style. You have Devastating Combo on your W if you want to brawl. So Battle Bracers start out, like when you're just getting used to the weapon, you should start out more as a kiter. Just burst, then kite, then do your burst, then kite. But as you get better at it, you should unlock, like, you know, it's like you're playing an RPG game, you know, new power unlocked. Then you unlock like the other things that Battle Bracers can do. Eckward has a video. Wait, what? Matthews Eckward has a video on that. A bit outdated, but general idea. I'm not sure what that was about. Like what was some specific weapon that you meant that he has a video on. I mean, sure. I don't know if you meant Matthews as in because there's a content creator also, Matthews Dragneel, right? But Eckward probably has a video on everything. I'm pretty sure. As one of the most in terms of content creators, probably has played more than anyone else all kinds of different content that Albion has to offer. Like definitely among the couple few that have that maybe contend for the title of most Albion experienced in their life. So I'm sure that he has a video on that from some time. Looking for a next weapon to play, says Lemons, with after 100 Daybreaker. Kinda lost on what to pick. The Rift weapons looks fun but too expensive. Rift Glaive for solo PP, I have not seen anyone be even remotely successful with it. So it's I don't know. It's for some specific group, so I would suggest that you choose something else to have a better time, Lemons. If you are choosing for solo PvP. Got nerf dispatch. This was about Battle Axe, yeah, but they said like there was a weird wording about the hitbox. Something about Battle Axe, yeah, like the obvious nerf is that yeah, it should move a bit slower, the Battle Axe E, but something about Battle Axe got what seems to be like a buff, but it's a bit unclear. It's kind of like the hitbox registration like seems better or whatever. The way I read it is that you're more likely to actually get hit by the E, but it travels slower. But I'm not sure if that's true. That's how it seemed to be in the patch notes. How is the Q1 test going, Profano? Well, I kind of did that yesterday already, and honestly, it's mostly a nerf. I would prefer to have the old effect on Q1. I mean, to be stronger. I'm not saying that it's bad for balance. I'm saying that when I'm playing Chill Hull, I would rather have the other one. I should use Quick Learn here, actually. I would rather have the other one. I would rather have the extra damage from my Qs because the window to actually freeze the freeze is not bad. But the window to actually freeze someone is just way too short. Like you have to hit a bunch of them in a row. It's very, very difficult. How did I not get him with Duskweaver? I swear I was close enough. Well, he's gonna run out, but it's okay. We have one less threat for when the chest comes. Eckward has a video where he ranks all weapons in the game for open world Black Zone, and so if you've seen the video, what do you remember? What did he say? I'm guessing this is not a very fresh video, you know, so things change a lot, but still, what did Eckward say were the best weapons in his experience? Is there something from that video, Crystal, that you think I should include in my answer as well, you know, because I play obviously a lot less open world, that would be useful to think about. Are dagger pair good for solo PvP, or should I play different dagger? Dagger pairs are not good for solo PvP. They are like, if you really just want to have fun, yes, they are like, it's not crazy bad, you know. There is some chance to get some outplays, but unfortunately they are a bit too like one-dimensional. You pretty much just always do the same game plan, which means that for anyone who has some experience in the game, it's very easy to predict you, and when you're predictable, you're also much easier to counter. So you're gonna struggle a lot with dagger pair. I very much suggest starting off. Like, Deathgivers is the best dagger by far for solo PvP, and it's not just the best dagger, but it's actually an S tier weapon all around. Like for if you compare all the weapons that solo PvP has, Bloodletter is viable but difficult, unless you have big IP advantage, which you're not gonna have as a beginner usually. And other daggers, I don't think am I missing something? One-handed dagger is decent. Like, one-handed dagger is also a bit difficult at the beginning, but it is definitely much more viable, and it can be pretty strong. When you get good at it, it's going to be really strong. Dagger pair, even if you get really good at it, it's not going to be strong. It's still just going to be a for fun weapon. Seems like a bad change. If you miss Q1, you lose stack. Exactly, Profano. I don't know if it's bad or good overall for the balance. I'm not sure. But for actual Frost players, it's definitely overall feels like the removing the damage buff is a bigger nerf than adding this potential stun is a buff. Because it's very, very difficult to proc. And at first I thought it's just me that, I suck at hitting my Qs. But then I tried it out, and unless you are just standing in one place hitting Q, if you're just standing in one place and you're hitting Q once, then you can miss one and you will still freeze the enemy. But the moment you start doing anything else, which you normally do in a fight, like Q, then walk around a little bit, Q, then missing one Q means that you're not gonna... Unless you hit 3 in a row, you are not freezing your enemy. Why are you getting crazy fame? Am I getting crazy fame? Where is it? Bonus fame from Quick Learn. I did add Quick Learn for just Chill Howl. I do have premium for sure. Everything I'm wearing is 100, except Chill Howl. So I added Quick Learn for Chill Howl, so I guess... I don't know how exactly it works now, but... Let's see. Am I getting crazy fame? It doesn't seem crazy to me. So it's using some of my learning points to get me... to up my Chill Howl a bit faster. Here. This one, you see it's highlighted also. So this is but it's just, I think it only, oh wait, I got 68 bonus fame, 68,000 bonus fame. Okay, so actually, even though I only have Chill Howl, which is quick learning, it's still a considerable amount of extra fame from every kill. It's 5x, yeah, but it's 5x only on my weapon, but yeah. Yeah, you're right. It is actually showing up there. Okay, purple chest. Who asked about Abbey loot? Okay. I don't want to say I expected more from a purple chest, but I was secretly hoping to get some amazing crazy chest. I don't have a red buff again. That's kind of the story of the day. I don't think I've had any fight today when I have the red buff. Same speed, but instead of skipping the level, get 5 times fame. Yep. Okay, this is a red buff room, but it's taken. Okay, so I'm gonna have to fight someone who has a red buff, probably. By the way, did you know? There are a couple doors that are not marked on the map. They never fixed it. Like this here, for example, this place, there is a door here. But beginners don't know about this, because if you open the map, you don't see a door. Like, you see this door is marked. There's I think one more. There's 2 or 3 total. Oh shit, did I see someone at the bottom? Yeah, I did. Dual swords, okay. So yeah, you see when I walk here, there's actually a door here that I can go out of, but it's not marked on the map. Just a fun little fact about Abbeys for you. And obviously anyone who's actually played Abbey probably already knows. There's a couple more. If I walk close to it, I will remember and maybe point it out. He has his helmet is good against me, but other than that, I'm very surprised he's not fighting, man. It's a tier 6 dual sword. Who is overcharged. It's not a good matchup for him, but the whole purpose of his existence is just to attack everyone who is more expensive and try to, if I make a mistake, he can punish it very hardly. I'm very much surprised that he just left here, and unfortunately no one else showed up. And this was a common coffer. Is there any chance he's still here somewhere? But this crazy fame is not gonna last long, because as you saw, my chill hull is almost 99, and then it's almost 100 after that, obviously. Just one level to go. Should I try other frost steps as well? Chill hull seems like the most fun, because you have you have more versatility with your E. You can E yourself. You have to actually think better about when you're gonna E your enemy. You can't think. I'm not saying other frosts are simpler, but you want one-handed frost at least conceptually feels a bit simpler. But it also means that people can't dodge your E when you're playing one-handed frost, so you have a bit of a benefit in some cases. But I don't know if I would be able to play this build with one-handed frost, because the fact that, like you already saw, I did this yesterday also, even against Call of Purity, I have a chance to use my robe. I just freeze my enemy and then use my robe. On one-handed frost, I don't think I could do this. Hello, just popped by to ask you if you went to the gym. Yes, Voodoo, I did. Absolutely. Oof, I'm still hurting from it. I mean, not still, I'm actually hurting more, you know, as time goes by. I feel it more, but yeah. Yeah, it was a very good experience for my mind and a very shocking experience for my body. But yeah, I did go to the gym today. I did a push day for my pushing muscles. As any guy, it's the most, I think, from what I've heard, from what I've experienced, the most addictive and best feeling workouts usually are like push workouts. And I definitely should not prioritize that, you know. It would help me more to exercise my back. But, you know, I still like, I started with the push muscles first, just because it feels so good. It's called DOMS. Yeah. Delayed onset muscle soreness. Yeah. I mean, today, even though I feel it a bit now, Joe, because I'm sitting and not really moving around that much. I'm trying to just, you know, to move more and articulate with my hands. But I know that tomorrow morning will be difficult because of DOMS. Yeah. All this talking about open world kind of makes me want to go try it also, but I don't know what to do there with Chill Hull. Because I'm not that strong at PvE, so a lot of the downtime, where you're kind of supposed to clear mobs in the open world, waiting for something to happen, a lot of that downtime, well, I will be either very inefficient or I just will actually not have it. I will just run around looking for something else to happen. So I will still end up just running around, but even more than here. Very cute staff here, babies. Cute cat. Oh, okay. Yeah, the cat is, it just left today, actually. It was with me for a week. But the owner came back. But I mean, the owner is like, it's like a family friend. And recently she's been traveling a lot. And she already, like, when she came to pick up the cat, she already said, oh, I have like plans to go there, like in September and stuff. So the cat is gonna be back. This is like the 4th time already the cat is with me. We are already old friends, you know. The cat is pretty much following me everywhere. Like when I don't let her here where the computer is, but the moment she sees me, the cat is like constantly following, like stepping in front of, like she's definitely like constantly wants attention and love, and it's very happy for me as well, obviously. I love animals, and having an animal that wants your attention, it's very nice. Yeah, actually, Profano says I should try open world. I should try Great Frost or Arctic. It's really fun. I actually have not tried Great Frost since they added the slow. That definitely opens Great Frost up to being a bit more kite heavy. But I'm kind of I'm enjoying the build I'm running right now. I'm enjoying the light armor and having the ability to like pretty much reset all the time with my robe if I'm in the middle of a lot of people. If I go open world, I will have to use Assassin Jacket. I don't think there's any like question about it. I could try to use Great Frost in open world, but it would have to be Assassin Jacket probably, and mostly still kind of kiting with W. I can't really change to Lance unless I know it's a 1v1. Could still try. Is the cat still with you? No, Sparkly. The cat left today, before stream, like 1 hour before I started streaming. The owner came and picked up the cat, but she was with me for a week. The cat this time, man, it's just so happy. Yeah, I know that not all cats are like that, and it's not always in their nature. And I think like the first time she was with me, I think it took some time for her to get used to me. But now the cat is, I mean, she knows me well enough. So whenever she sees me, she's just following around. You know, just step. I can't even like, sorry, I can't walk around because I mean that's normal. But she's like trying to step in front of every time I take a step. Like the cat is trying to get in front of my feet. You know. So I have to walk very carefully not to just yeet the cat somewhere into the window or something. And then whenever I sit down somewhere, the cat is always like coming to be nearby and to try to like sleep on my lap. Or it's awesome. It really makes me want to get the cat of my own, honestly. And maybe it's because I'm not spending that much time with the cat. Like overall, you know, she's just here for a week. And even so, like for example, the whole time I'm streaming, you know, the cat wasn't. And I'm doing other stuff. Maybe it's because of that. But I feel like the expectation, like I don't have, if I get a cat, I don't have the expectation that the cat will be so clingy about it, because I've heard that cats generally, you know, they're much more like, you know what, I don't feel like spending time with you right now, so they just do their own things. But with this cat, I definitely feel like, it feels more like a dog, you know, like constantly wanting attention. My friend's cat died. She was very sad. I never owned a pet. I didn't empathize well. I have never had a pet of my own. We had one when I was really young, but my mom had to give, or decided to give the dog away because I was too young to take care of the dog, and mom didn't have time. So I also don't know this, like this proper feeling. Like I understand it with this cat, you know. I definitely feel this kind of connection and love, you know, because there's a living animal who constantly wants to spend time with you. But I can only imagine what's it like when you are the owner and you are actually living with a cat or a dog or any pet for a long time. I mean, as I said, I can only kind of imagine it. But yeah, losing something like that seems crazy, of course. Maybe not as crazy as losing a human, but maybe kind of close. Send more cat pics when the cat is brought over again. 100% will. I have more pics that I can send probably from this time as well. The picture I sent on Discord, it was just funny because she fell asleep like on my the sole of my foot. So it was such a difficult situation because I didn't want to wake the cat up. She's just so adorable. But obviously my foot is absolutely dying and I'm not in a comfortable position. So it was very, very difficult to decide what to do with my life. I got 3 dogs. You have 3 dogs, Vitus. Okay. I know like dogs are very different from cats, but having 3 I cannot even imagine. Do you... are they also like that? Like, because I think that's like the stereotypical, right? That dogs are constantly just looking at you with you, like full-on attention is on you, and cat is like coming and going, you know. I don't know if that's the case. If they have 3 dogs, maybe they have more like energy for each other, so it's not like you have to constantly be busy. Also, it depends on how used to you are to it. But if I found myself with 3 dogs, I would find it difficult to do anything else in life because, you know, I would have to spend so much time with the dogs. Because even though I understand they're not human, it's still, I get a bit of the feeling with the cat also, like, I feel a bit, now I'm getting over it, but at the beginning I felt a bit guilty, like, if she wants to spend so much time with me and is constantly, like, coming to get pets and stuff like that, I feel like, well, I mean, I kind of have to do it, you know, I can't just say, fuck off, cat, and do my own stuff. So I imagine it's even worse when you have dogs than when you have several. We've had a lot of cats growing up, said Mufanza. Each one of them had to learn the hard way to not get in the way of our feet. Oh, okay, so you can actually, a cat can actually learn that. Yeah, I didn't know that was a thing. My only like other kind of close experience with cats when I was living like some of the time I was living in Spain for a while, and like 2 months of that time I had a bit of an arrangement. There was a dude that I met who wanted to go traveling, and I wanted to live somewhere. So we kind of made a deal. Like he went to Asia to travel for like a month and a half, a bit more, and I took care of his apartment and his cat. So I kind of got a free place to stay, which was amazing. And he got like not having to worry about his house essentially, and his cats for that time while he was traveling. So it was probably a better deal for me, to be honest. But you know, it was very, very nice opportunity for both of us to some extent. So yeah, that was my other like way, being with cats. But there were 2 cats and they never really got friendly with me, you know. They were always playing with each other and I never felt like they were super attached to me in any way, even though I spent a lot of time with them. So for me, they were more like, they just existed somewhere. Which also makes me think that all cats are different. You try to avoid them best you can, but the best you can. Nice. But eventually you're bound to step on them, yeah. There's also a tree in our garden that has completely smooth bark because a very cat generation learned to climb it on that spot. Yeah, the cat that I was cat sitting, she like the owner always brings like a cat tree or whatever. It's a small thing, but it's like a small thing where the cat can I don't know, play with its claws or whatever the cat is doing, you know, sharpening its claws. It's fine living with 3 dogs. They sleep half of the day. But traveling, okay. Well, I guess you're so used to it, yeah. Isn't that like... It's fine, yes, but isn't it like crazy amount of attention that you're... Like the moment you stand up or you do something, the dogs are like coming to you, you know, trying to spend time together to get your attention or doing something. Or like expecting you to take them outside for a walk or something like that. Is that not... Is that's just something like, you know, someone who's... As I said, we had a dog when I was very little, but then my mom gave it away after like a year. Because she realized that I'm not old enough to take care of the dog. And she didn't have time. It is, but not that much. Okay. Well, I guess, I mean, if you get used to it, you don't have the... You also don't feel the pressure, you know. You're still living your life, you know. You don't feel the pressure to cave in, to do whatever the dogs want you to. Yeah, well, I guess cats are also very simple. Like, if you... With dogs, you kind of have to do at least some... You have to do more work to... Like take them outside and stuff like that, walk with them, which is probably good for like a healthy lifestyle actually. Yeah, if you have a dog, you don't have the choice to just sit inside for 2 weeks, right? That's like a positive thing for you know, for us gamers who are prone to sometimes not want to go outside. Oh, interesting build. Can we fight, sir? It's the same case as before, that he has W for my E, and it's a bit... But he cannot cancel my robe, which is nice. I don't know what I'm supposed to do here, honestly. He has the wrong Q again, but it's kind of my job to get close, which is the annoying part. Have to figure it out. He's on Neil still. But he's also on leather armor. Yeah, after he uses Blink, I have a big advantage. He does quiver the mob. I wish I could dust quiver that mob. I have a bit of a mobility advantage here catching him, but not really. Okay. Ended up being easier, but it's just because he used his W. He just used his W aggressively for no reason at the start. I was struggling to figure out how I get close to him. Because I felt like he has a big advantage just using his E from far. Oh, Force Plus Blazer is actually being played. That's awesome. Did not fully expect that. I can dismount him and probably still survive, but I'm not sure. He's tier 6 though. If he was tier 7, I would be a bit more careful about using all my spells to dismount, but tier 6, I think I can still survive. But it looks like he just full on left the mist. Oh, I missed the damage buff. Also, there's so many situations where even if you disregard the fact that it's difficult to actually proc it, so they could make the time window a little bit longer. I would definitely do that if I was the developer. If they want this to have any impact on the fight, the window should be a tiny bit longer, so you can actually afford to miss a spell and still get your roots. But the problem is there's so many situations where it still doesn't help, right? Like when the enemy is not just full on facing you to fight you, If I'm like in this situation where I'm chasing a guy, extra damage would help at least a little bit. It's much more limited in... there are a lot of situations where it's not just about how many Qs I hit, but I cannot afford to just stand and hit Qs anyway, because I need to do a lot of other things in the fight. Like I need to dodge stuff, I need to chase after people, I need to whatever. I use my defensives, which all reduce the probability that I'm gonna be able to actually proc the Q. Kind of interested in trying out this build, this Shadow Caller / Curse Staff / whatever build with with the plate armor and full CC. Something about it seems like it could be. If I were to play a Curse Staff, I mean Curse Staffs in general don't really attract me that much. It would either be like a Life Curse Staff, you know, and play it as a mobility weapon a little bit, or to play like this sort of build. It seems kind of interesting to try it out. But I would probably, I don't know. I guess One-Handed Curse and Shadow Caller both have their advantages. Is he not coming? He should charge up his boots and already be on top of me here, no? If I get stunned once, I think I'm dying to that 6'4" guy. Okay, it's a blue wisp. I guess he thought there's no point. Or he's hiding very well, because I went to the south of the screen, I didn't see him. I expected him to charge up his boots and come in here to try to kill me. Because even though it's difficult to catch me, if he does hit a stun, it's so much damage because he's 6'4", 8'3", that I think I'm just dead. If he hits like one root or stun, I might just... Okay, from root I can at least blink away. But if he hits a stun, I might just eat so much damage that I will be almost dead. Oh, Abby instead, okay. Let's go, Abby. The servers are fine, by the way, today. Or I don't know, were they not good today? If someone here, if you played earlier today, if you had problems, then let me know. Oh, also earlier I missed in YouTube chat. Profano said, "Great Frost, Guardian Helmet, Assassin Jacket, Sandals, and Undead Cape. If there's no healer, I can fight groups easily." That's what you're playing, Profano. And when you say you can fight groups with it, you're playing tier 7 or higher. I kind of feel like I would probably go Call of Purity, but I'm not sure. I mean, Guardian Helmet is really good, but Call of Purity you still have this shield ready as well. And if you're looking for PvP and you're looking to potentially like be more aggressive, then Guardian Helmet might limit your ability to do so. But other than that, yeah, in a defensive stance, very nice. I could try that in Mists as well, like a bunch of defensives and then Great Frost. Okay, we have Chill Howl level 100. No more big fame. The servers are good from 7 UTC. That's when you started playing, or that's the last time you had an actual... like a bug or error, Arctic? Are you saying they're good as in, since you started playing you haven't had problems and you started at 7 UTC? Or are you saying that at 7 UTC they were lagging and rubber banding, but since then it's been fixed or fine? That's the time you started playing. Okay. So there's a chance that servers are just actually fine the whole day, and it's not really... Yeah, okay, I see. Okay, I really hope that they're fixed, because it takes a bit of time for people to recover. Oh, did you see the kill, the death of 8.3 yesterday? Wait, let me find it. Hopefully I don't die while I'm looking for it. Give me a moment. Listen, kill board. Show me. Yeah, yesterday it was weird. So, hopefully I don't die. Look at this. This is yesterday, without assists. I mean, okay, this guy is super experienced player, so I don't think he's that, like, it's not the end of the world for him. But this is, the only assist here is the server. This guy must probably went out to buy a lottery ticket here, right? You can see the killboard is also estimating attunement, so the killboard estimates that the attunement of the weapon was over 100 mil, like 120. and the 57 items. But yeah, this is what happened on EU server yesterday with the... So, you know, you might think that you got a bit fucked by the servers going down, and it was unfortunate, but you know, there's someone out there who has it worse. So, and these, like, obviously, a lot fewer people, like, in the evening there weren't many high IP players playing, because, you know, you can't risk that. Oh, this guy didn't see me at all. No, I tried to attack him, come on! It's because it's the last attack, yeah? I need my W before I commit. Oh, he messed up now. If I have W, he cannot actually, you know, E me. Well. Okay. I underestimated the range of his E a little bit. That was interesting. And he's wasting all of his defensives randomly, unfortunately, for him. Otherwise, he would have a reasonable chance. I'm just jump in. When he E's into me right now, I'm just gonna jump into him and hope that he misses. Never mind, I'm jumping out. Kind of sloppy. Kind of sloppy, but you know. When I have my W again. I was gonna jump into him, but then I walked away from his mercenary jacket, so I was so far that... Okay, now he used his E just to jump. So now if I can catch him... I couldn't. I think he's free to go, unfortunately, because the exit is kind of close, although we'll see. Maybe if I let him reset, he's gonna stay. He might think that he has a chance to kill me, you know, because he did get me low. If he does, like, he has Gigpot, which is good defensive against my E. He has Hunter Hood, which is good defensive against my E. If he actually uses them correctly, the problem is he cannot hit his E on me either. But if I don't use my, like, if I want to use my W aggressively, he actually went for stun run. Ooh, interesting. So he's just hoping to cancel my robe, you know. Very interesting. Unfortunate. Unfortunate. I was trying to W his E again, but, you know, fortunately global cooldown doesn't let you. He's gonna E into me again, right? He's gonna E into me. He has to try this kill, no? I guess not. I guess not. I mean, valiant effort, but in theory, I don't, like, this should be unlosable for me. Really, when he's close range, I can also just hit him and not Q, but when I'm expecting him to E. But I did Q, which means that I was on the global cooldown, unfortunately, when he did end up Eing me. I have wrong Q for this. Actually, it helped me a lot yesterday when a few bows teamed up on me. The server started acting weird and I got saved. Yeah, I don't know if you were here at that point, Arctic. Yesterday, I got a couple of kills from a situation where pretty much everything disconnected, but somehow, I don't know if I got, like, connected back faster than the enemy, or if there was some sort of weirdness, but anyway, I got the 6-3 kill on a dude that, I started fighting him. There was a bunch of rats around, and he started running away, but not because of server rating, but because he saw the rats and he knew that everyone's gonna go for him. But I would not be able to catch him, and maybe I would even die to him, I don't know. But then the server broke down, and somehow he was still taking damage occasionally. Like, I was queuing him, and he was taking some of the damage, while the server kept rubber banding me back. And then one of the rats was there who got downed by mob. Because the rat, like, we all got disconnected, but the rat was attacked by a mob. And the whole time we were waiting for the server to reconnect, the rat was taking damage from mob. So when I came back, I just had to last hit the 6-3, I got the kill, and then the rat was already down, so... And the other rat ran away. So anyway, there was a situation yesterday where I gained a lot, like... even with the terrible trash rate, I got like 3 mil, otherwise would be much more. And if the server didn't crash, I would probably not get those kills, and I would maybe even just die to the 6-3 bloodletter, but who knows. Did they change the sound for the crossbow passive proc? I think... I have not experienced it, no. I have not played crossbow since yesterday. I don't think so. There might be some sort of bugs. There was some weird, especially when using recording mode. I feel like there's more and more bugs that developers have not been, like, have not actually tried to fix. So some spells, like, play only half the animation. Some animations are a bit weird. Maybe it affects sounds also, I don't know. Also, there was one fight for me that I got resetted because of lag, and I won second time, yeah. Now, you can definitely gain from it, but at the end of the day, it's kind of frustrating for everyone. Yeah, you're happy to have that one kill. I was also, I was enjoying. I was like, oh yeah, what the hell? Like, this was like a funny thing to happen, you know? Because I survived, and, you know, I got the kill. I mean, if I died also, it was tier 7, I don't mind that much. But overall, I would much rather, of course, have actually stable servers. And not first of all, I don't want the advantage, but also I want other people to feel more safe in their higher IP sets, so that I can actually fight them also. Like the kill I showed earlier on screen, where the 8.4 died to a tier 6. You know, a lot of people are going to be really careful and are not going to bring, even today, a lot of people are probably not going to play 8.3 just to be safe, you know, to not get fucked by a big disconnect. Even though it seems like it's kind of fixed now. You were mistaking it. Okay, so the sound is good, yeah. Didn't notice anything like that. Weeping repeater mine sound. Oh, okay. So it's actually, the sounds are fine. But some animations are a bit weird sometimes. I don't know. They changed some of the animations also. Like being stunned, and there's some spell cast. I don't remember. There was one spell cast which looked very funny. I don't know if this was a mistake or not, but... Okay, let's see if someone... Oh, there is someone. There is a Strider of the Sky. I don't like this, but, you know, we have to try. Hey, that rhymes, actually. He also has Helmet for me, which is annoying. He's on poison, so I can actually... I am the ranged one here. I mean, he has at least some experience because he's keeping his helmet for my robe here. He eats very quickly, by the way. So he has he's absolutely determined to use his E against my E here. He has 2 healing. Oh, he has only 1 healing potion remaining. Okay, he drank 1. I have a little bit more mobility than him. Damn. Too bad. I mean, I can still catch him, but now it's gonna take me a bit longer because he's gonna E. Okay. Actually, surprisingly easy. I don't think he... I think he doesn't want to have poison for this fight, right? Because it was too much like pressure on him, because my Q is better than his Q. So it was too much pressure on him. And also I have good damage from range, but I also have better mobility than him. Because I mean, especially if I hit my spells, if I hit my E, actually. Okay, we found the Sky Strider counter, although, yeah, I think if it was another E, this would be a difficult fight. And I think I ended up actually throwing 2. So even though I don't have the cape for 2 poisons, for 2 potions, I got to use 2 potions just as he used 2 healing potions. I used 2 poisons because poison cooldown is pretty low, and I'm also using omelette and other cooldown reduction. So I throw 1 at the start, 1 at the end. It works. Got any good kill? I mean, this is kind of good kill, but nothing above tier 7. No. We had this proper 1v1 win and this proper 1v1 win just now in the Abbey. And other than that, no, I don't think so. This is yesterday. None of these were 1v1s, right? These guys were 2v1ing me, and okay, I was fighting the fun build anyway. This was me trying to help the Death Givers, but then he actually killed me. This was yesterday. So all the proper 1v1s today are victories, but they are all against tier 7s. Nothing super fancy. And I have a good chance of like playing against higher IP melee builds for sure, but the problem is that it's very easy for them to decide that, you know what, it's not worth it, you know. If I'm gonna fight like a 6-3 or 7-3 guy, it's very easy for him to see that, you know, I'm not I am kiting. If I'm kiting and doing everything correctly, they will just see like this is not worth it. Like, what the fuck, you know, they are risking their items and wasting their time for sake of maybe killing a tier 7. And my tools to actually, once I do get an advantage, I mean, I have Dusk Quiver, which is good, but I have to be very careful because against like many good melee builds, if they're higher IP, even if I get an advantage and they start walking away, I need to have a good like a bigger advantage to actually get aggressive myself. I like the emotes. Is that also grinders? Like Shob, that frog with the hands up. That's also something Grinder uploaded, yeah? That's a very nice happy frog. I love it. Let's put some of this in the supplies for the future. Man, I'm using a lot of poisons now for this. Yes? Okay. Yeah, I thought I saw that frog somewhere. I need to take like half a day to focus on making emotes. But I'm still secretly hoping that someone who knows how to actually make emotes, because, you know, I am definitely going to do it in a very amateur style. Someone who already has some experience, I'm very much hoping that someone's going to, you know, come up to me and say like, yo, I made this amazing emote with a flame walker betraying an enemy or somebody. Do you want it? Something like that. Hopefully that will happen one day. Although it's not that difficult, you know. It's probably just a 15 minutes of Googling to learn how to do it, and then like making basic ones. Maybe they're not going to be as amazing, but still like making basic GIF animations. Or GIF, I don't know what is the correct one. Internet is divided on that. Ooh, oh man, it feels good. Oh, now I remember this. Oh, it just feels good to just be alive, you know, after working out. I don't know how I was living without this for so long. It's just a matter of putting the willpower together to walk from here to the gym, which is 15 minutes for me. It's just that actually being there and everything after is just good. Just enjoying life after that. Oof, okay. I guess the stun is at least somewhat useful for PvE, you know, I can, like you see, Arena cancelling all kinds of spells from the mob. Oh, somebody died here recently. 30 seconds. Where is the perpetrator? Where is the criminal that did this? That killed this innocent skeleton boy next to a river? I hear him. I hear you. Are you the perpetrator of the murder? Unlikely, because it doesn't look like this guy wants to fight. Maybe if I get a bit lower from the mobs. The problem is if he dismounts right on top of me, I'm gonna be in trouble. I'm gonna lose so much HP. Let's battle. Battle. I can't go close to him before I have my W because he's just gonna destroy me with his E. He's tier 7 by the way, he doesn't have to be like super afraid. This fight very much depends on whether it starts on top of each other or not. Like, I get destroyed so much when he's on top of me that you know, I need to get... I need to put him in a position where he has to come close to me. Does he have 2 potions? No, he just has 1, okay. My advantage is just the cooldown reduction I have. Is he just full on leaving? Yeah, he used his E even to get away. Interesting. Ah, shit, he got out of that. I'm still chasing him, though. I can't really W until he is, right? Nah, I should not have dodged that. Now he can just leave. Damn! Yeah, I should have let him hit me. I still have my my rope, so I'm not really worried about instantly dying. If I let him hit me, I then jump away. I think I have enough HP to work with. But the way he was, like, I also... Maybe poison could have been okay here. I was being on the safe side as well. So yeah, it's... I should have let him hit me, but there's no reason for him to be that worried when he's also tier 7. But I mean, it's a good matchup for me for the reason that you saw, that I'm just Wing every time he is, so it's annoying for him, and it's difficult. After I caught up to him and he didn't let him mount, maybe I should have waited also for his W. It's a bit weird that this sword W is enough to get out of my E, but the bow, when I played against regular bow, basic bow, the bow E is not enough to get out of my E. Stun's good for everything, it even does the... Wait, what? It even does the dishes. Yes, well. I wish I could get the stun to do the dishes. I'm not sure what that would mean. Ah, speaking of regular bow, he's using the short range Q, so I don't know what his plan is for this fight. Am I just gonna? I'm just gonna. Oh, is he changing? Okay, he changed. He also has his soldier helmet against my E, which is very, very, very annoying. Oops. And frost shot. So whoever follows, like, he's tier 8 also, right? Yeah, he's full tier 8, so there's no reason for me to just run into him. Just like that. Easier for him to hit his Qs than for me, but when he's following me, I have an advantage. When I'm following him, he has an advantage, just like I've always been saying. We have the same range of our spells. This is kind of pointless. I mean, he's tier 8, he has to jump into me, and it's still gonna be difficult, you know? He has soldier helmet against my E. He's out brawling me for sure on Rose Snapper, so... Okay. Definitely no reason to be so scared. I cannot be the one who uses my mobility to get close, you know? First of all, there's no reason, because he's much stronger up close. Okay, maybe if he hits a Q, then he's gonna start actually playing. Oh, there we go. don't think I can do this. I need to get some time to use my robe, but you know, since I'm doing the kiting here, it's unfortunately very difficult. Yeah, don't think I'm not sure how I can take this fight. I don't really have a plan. Maybe there's something I'm missing, like something I have, something I can do. Froggy flips. You think this is Froggy who came to Mists? No. It's me, Froggy. Okay, what's up? Froggy's in Mist. Have it? Yeah, okay. Got killed by gankers. Okay, now we really... Yeah, we fight next time. Okay, so we're in the... I don't know if this fight is possible, but it would be I would be curious. Now that I know it's Froggy, I'm even more curious to see how it will go. Okay. Froggy is in Mists. That's good to know. I do have overcharge as well, but even with overcharge, I don't know. I don't know how this fight can go. Maybe if I change my helmet. But I'm not gonna brawl him anyway, right? So the only question is, can I somehow kite him? Unfortunately, he has soldier helmet, which is direct counter to my E. But he can, like, it's gonna be 30 seconds soldier helmet, right? How much is this? 20 seconds. So at least I can hit my second E, but yeah. I don't know. You also saw the kind of damage that I'm taking from him. I don't know. Don't worry, everyone would be scared. It's okay to be a puss. Are you talking to me? You're talking to me, dang. No. We are not scared. This is the spear channel. We attack everyone to see what happens. But, you know, in some fights, attacking someone, especially like, obviously Daybreaker is very different, or spear. You're much more often when you're taking a fight, you're in the aggressive position, you know. But on some weapons, attacking someone means accepting the fight, but I still, like in this case, I still need him to come to me, right? Because if I use my mobility towards him, the fight is just over. There's zero kind of chance to outplay or do anything about it. Okay. Too bad I didn't have my passive charged. Otherwise I could dismount him. Oh, another chest. Oh, rare. Holy shit, that guy is definitely taking... Oh no, he took my chest. Come back here. No. I wanted that. Damn. He got the better chest. I took the shit chest and the fire staff got the rare chest. Well, at least chill how... So, I don't feel like it's... I don't feel good enough, like it doesn't make me want to go, like, pay for awakens and stuff like that, you know? Maybe I overcharge and try to fight this. I don't know if Froggy wants to. Kinda curious. So, it doesn't make me want to play, like, high IP, but because, you know, like with Daybreaker, I legit feel like I'm playing tier 7, tier 8 Daybreaker. There are matchups that I can fight against 8-3s, potentially. Like, this... Chillhouse doesn't give me that feeling because it's so kite heavy that, you know, those guys will just run away. But it does feel so safe that if I wanted to, if I felt like, you know what, actually let's go higher IP, let's buy some 6-3 or something, awaken a weapon for this. It feels like I am very, especially when I have some tornado potions as well, it feels at least very safe. So I don't feel like I should really be dying unless I want to take the risk, right? So, and I mean that's why a lot of high mobility builds are played at high IP also, or the other way around, why a lot of the high IP players do choose mobility builds, because, you know, if you're risking a lot of money, you better have more control over when you actually take the risk and die. But I'm kind of curious, like the one problem with the thing that it turned out to be Froggy and we didn't take the fight. One problem is that I'm still not smarter about the matchup now. You know, I didn't get like a lesson. Sure, like I think there's like 8 times out, like 80% chance that I will just die there, no matter what I do. But at least then we could start kind of opening up this matchup and seeing if there is something I can do and like how, if there's some sort of counterplay. Like generally against bows, I'm very happy to play. I have just enough mobility to catch them, and I can take the fight from the bow distance usually pretty well. But the soldier helmet makes it much more difficult, and the fact that he's so brawl heavy makes me feel like I need to have at least some sort of range advantage. I do have a big mobility advantage though. So after I actually froze him, I could just maybe robe right away. That might have worked as well. You should play Arctic Staff with this build. Maybe you're right. Holy shit, what is this? In the name of all that is not mists, but group PvP. Can I have your items? He even has his boots on the premonition or whatever it's called. And he just left. Okay, okay. Damn. Yeah, you know what? I think you're right. I think Artboy that's actually what I should do next. Because I've seen a couple arc staffs lately and I want to learn what it feels like and see a bit more about, like to learn to play against it also. Great Frost is also pretty good and fun, I think, but I should probably play Arctic Staff. With Duskweaver helmets, slow enemies can't escape full E Arctic. Yeah, well, I mean, they have defensives, but yeah, Arctics, yeah. And the rest, like, what about my... because I think the Arctic I fought when I was on Daybreaker, where I was surprised how hopeless it felt. Like, he was only 1 tier higher, and I was happy with the way I played, you know? I didn't make, like, obvious mistakes, I didn't miss spells, stuff like that, and it still felt like an almost hopeless fight. So after that, I do kind of, I do have this interest to kind of find out more about Arctic for sure. Wait, why am I still in combat? Oh, because he kept the spider going. Come on. When the spider dies, I'm gonna get my HP, right? No, he got to me, yeah. Now I am dead. I was a little bit early with my E. I just needed to wait a tiny bit. He still had his boots. That was such an easy kill there. I was kiting everything, doing like everything properly, just waiting for his boots. Just 1 more second, so his boots are over, so he can't run out of my E. And he's just dead. Very unfortunate. Because you saw, like the thing, I don't want to let him close. I mean, we fought against this build so many times. You should have seen it already many, many times on stream. You just don't let them close, and I was so close to doing that. Unfortunate. Okay, let's try the Arctic stuff. Although Chill Hall is feeling really fun, let's try the same, but with Arctic stuff, I think. Maybe 2 potions this time. Maybe double healing for Arctic. Although, actually, I kind of like the surprise damage as well. Maybe Purity or Solid Defensive Helmet will be better. For this, no. I think for this, Duskweaver, at least for me, it's the most fun for sure. Purity is not bad, yeah, Purity is good, but I really like, without Duskweaver, it's even bigger problem that I cannot be aggressive when I start winning the fight. Duskweaver is such a nice addition that if I do dodge a spell or I do get an advantage by hitting more spells or kiting my enemy, I can capitalize on that advantage. That was that. That pain, the last one hurt a little bit, you know? Not in a tilting way, but it's just such a stupid, like such an easy thing. Just walk away for 1 more second, and I still had my slow as well, my helmet. I could even E myself there and I would have been fine probably, but yeah, unfortunate. Like the fight was, in my head was already won, but then suddenly it wasn't. What if so let's see, can I do the same? The same, but without the Chill Hull. Instead, I take the Arctic Staff. Right? Is there something I'm missing? Omelets here. Tornadoes are kind of fine. I already have a Mist Caller. Maybe I... This seems fine, right? I would suggest Limb Cape. No, if I'm gonna stick to Cultist Robe, then in some cases that will solve my problem. I can also change boots actually. I think I would rather have damage and solve my energy problems differently. But okay, what did I buy? Oh, a horse. Yeah, I keep buying horses. Let's see, Arctic Staff. How much does it cost? Holy shit, it does cost a lot. This is ridiculously expensive for a tier 7 weapon. Like really, really expensive. This, and still this, right? Okay, so it's essentially the same, but with an Arctic Staff instead. Oh, and okay, Mist Collar. Yeah, I don't need a Mist Collar because it's two-handed. And I'm gonna go with Poison, so I'm gonna try just pretty much the same. And probably Satchel, just to level up. Or actually, I can just auto-learn it, right? It will be pretty fast. And I put some fame credits here as well. Yeah, I think I can do that. Auto-learn, quick learn, track. Okay. Q1, I mean, oh, okay. We'll see. If it's really a problem, I will change my boots. Not my... By the way, in that previous fight, I could also just change to demon boots as well before the fight, if it's an actual fight. But yeah, that was such a stupid way to die. It's such a the kill is already. I'm already counting the profits in my head. What am I missing? Not even a satchel. What do I need? Overcharge I had. I could have overcharged also, but I mean, yeah, it was one. He has really long range. You will be amazed. Yeah, I've been amazed on the other side. Let's see. Dante said. Dante Manalo said in. I'm just saying your full name because we have a Dante in chat often, a different Dante. So you said in YouTube chat, I don't know if this is the correct play, but can you outbrawl the bow if you change your skills a bit? Because if you get inside his circle, he does less damage. That is an interesting idea. He will be on Frost Shot, so he will be able to maintain the distance if he realizes that. But I could definitely surprise him, and that would probably mean changing my helmet to the shield. And changing my W to Frost Lance. That is definitely something I could consider. The problem is with he's on Rose Snapper, I think that even if I put everything into damage, he's still gonna out-brawl me. But I mean, it could be an interesting approach just to surprise and catch him off guard. Because I mean, Froggy was really careful. For so long he was just trying to queue from far, just waiting for me to get close, which is that doesn't make sense from the way that, based on the fact of how strong the bow, like his build with Rose Snapper especially, how strong it's going to be, and Mercenary Jacket. I don't think I can do much against that close range, but I could try. I could try to change to Lance. Okay, I need to get some. I need to get some specs so that I can actually put some fame credits so that I can actually level up the Arctic Staff. That is really expensive though for a tier 7. Like, way more than most tier 7 weapons. I understand it's crystal weapon, but I think even, like, Arclight Blasters were cheaper when I was playing them tier 7. And, like, Flame Walkers and stuff. If you hit your helmet before, they cannot escape. Okay, I will try that. I want to try that, but I need to get some of the... Okay. Also, I need to get used to how it feels in general. Yeah, okay. I'm not sure if Thetford Cape is good for this. Let's put let's start at 50. Okay. And now I'm gonna quick learn this. This is interesting. Do I get any movement speed buff for this or no? Slows. Stacked for 10%. Stacks up to 6 times. Okay. I feel like, yeah, okay. The cape is not ideal because it's a bit even more difficult to attack than it is on the one-handed frosts because, you know, attacks are slower. What's the range here? 22 meters. No way, 22 meters. This is crazy. Let me try it. No, the range is ridiculously long. Okay, so now I'm definitely... Against absolutely anyone, I am the guy that enjoys playing from range. And the cooldown is pretty short, actually. Usually you only auto-attack once or twice in a fight just to root and hit a kill. Yeah, I will probably have to swap off Thetford Cape. Because the auto attacks are a bit too slow. Even on Chill Howl it was difficult because if you're stuck on the third auto attack, because there's two quick ones and one slow one, if you're stuck on the third one, it's so difficult to actually use it properly. But with this one, it's gonna be even slower. What's the first weapon you full spec'd? I think Spear. I don't remember spec'ing anything else. I played other weapons before. I played Battle Axe first when I installed Albion. I played Fire Staff at the beginning. But I don't think I got those to 100. I don't know. Battle Axe might be close because I definitely remember at the very beginning how important I looked up like guides and playing Battle Axe and how important everyone said that it is to unlock Rending Rage. So I definitely played enough Battle Axe to get this, not the Battle Axe itself, but the Mastery here to 85. And since I was already that high, who knows, maybe my specs was like close to 100, but probably not all the way to 100 itself. This is very interesting. How many? Okay, I'm gonna use all of these learning points and still not get to 100, but... Interesting. I should probably also keep these for a while. Only real counter to this build is Assassin Shoes, by the way. Be careful, those Death Givers. Well, let's see. Oh, we have some fresh meat here with a broken horse, but I don't think he's gonna let me kill him. I have to get used to. Close range, this spell requires some getting used to. Because I can move, but I cannot turn it. I like Death Givers in general, I kinda like. On Chill Howl I very much like Death Givers. Nice. The AoE is kind of nice. So if the enemy is behind the Wolpertinger or behind a mob, I still have like some decent leeway to actually do damage with the E. Like if this guy is the enemy and this is the mob, I can still E and I will hit the enemy behind as well. Good luck, thank you. Yeah. No, I mean it's a good like now it's a good weapon to kind of to learn and get better at. Speaking of Assassin Shoes Death Givers, I mean his Assassin Shoes have less range than my. He has 2 potions? No, he doesn't. He has very bad spells for this sort of matchup. Like, really bad spells. His only plan is just to one-shot me. I shouldn't even have boots there. Okay, he did change his W at least. Let's see if he changes something else. I mean, being on Chain Slash was just GG, I think. I think on Chain Slash, he cannot kill me. Even though I might struggle to kill him, but he can't kill me. Now he changed to Dash, so... Okay, he's back on Chain Slash. And he chose instead to go Frost Shield. Okay. I'm not starting this fight from close range. On Chain Slash, I don't know, he can't really ever catch me. I need to wait for my W. I kind of want to be close enough to see him so he doesn't mount. But he doesn't have any mobility, so... When I have my W, I can go crazy again. If he uses boots to get close, I need to remember not to waste my boots too much. Too bad, when he's south, I can't really see him. That's cool. It's difficult to hit, but it's kind of cool. He still has... No, he has only Geekpot, okay. Damn, I couldn't push him away with Geekpot. Just a little bit too early. I could have just waited a couple more seconds, but I got a bit eager to get in there. Could just waited a couple more seconds. And then my other option, which you saw, well, when my W is on cooldown, my other option is to push him away, obviously. So, unfortunately, with Geekpot, that didn't work. I don't think I survive if I robe, but who knows? Maybe if I realize I am a little bit too close, I just robe and then I have a chance. But kind of fun. Like a bit difficult to get used to the E because there's no other thing. At least I haven't played any other thing. I don't think there's anything else in Albion like this. Like I can move side to side, you know, but the E goes in the same direction. That's kind of funky and cool. Cool, something new. But it is... otherwise feels very strong. I feel more options. Like on Chill Hull, and this weapon already I feel a lot more limited than I do on Chill Hull. But in terms of damage, very, very strong for sure. You can already see, and it's crazy. The 22 meters is going to be crazy. Arctic Staff. Let's go. I also need to get some... Maybe I will get actually a satchel for this. This, and this. Maybe I will get a satchel. Do I need poisons at all? Maybe... Let's get a couple. Okay, whatever. You know what? I'll get used to tornadoes better. Omelette. And I'll buy a satchel just to level this up because I don't want to spend all the fame credits. I might need them later for some other things. This way I'll just be spending the silver. Eager to get in it, that's what he said. Yep. That was definitely a case of some premature getting too closer. I think eel stew is better. Absolutely not. We had yesterday a very long analysis and discussion about this, Artboy, and it ended up being like a very clear solution that omelette is just like it's not even a question of subjective like opinion. Omelette is just better, even at damage with Qs. The only thing that I understand like. The E, like the one E itself, so if you're fighting against the healer or if I'm trying to blow someone up as fast as possible, yes, a couple percentage extra damage, of course, like if you're fighting a healer. But for everything else, omelette is better, and even for damage itself, for the Qs, it's gonna end up being better. So I was 100,000,000% convinced yesterday by Hamster about playing omelette and cloth armor. Was expecting that, to be honest. It was so quick. Yeah, I mean, I also wasn't... I thought I would have enough time, you know. I wanted to get in there. I almost have my W again. So if I was expecting this, obviously I would also be careful. But you know, I'm on cloth armor. He is tier 8. He used his stalker hood, so... Man, this is... I cannot group them up as well as I thought. Unfortunately. I mean, Froststaff not very good at PvE, but this room sucks a bit because I can't get them all in one point, like a lot of other rooms. But for most weapons, I can get them close enough, like on Daybreaker, doesn't matter that much. You can still get these mobs close enough to each other. Okay, this is nice. I'm gonna have to change my Q for PvE as well. Oh, I bought the same cape again. Yeah, I need to figure out something with the cape also. So let's say if I don't want a second potion, do I still want Thetford cape? I mean, I don't want the smuggler's cape because I don't want the second potion. I'm not sure I like Thetford cape that much because auto attacking is much more painful. What else could help me? Undead cape. Okay, Undead has some good synergy with my robe because if my robe is, if the enemy doesn't have a depending on the spells, but if they don't have like a Shadow Age or something, I can use robe right after my undead procs. That's actually a good idea. Let's see, is there anything else I'm missing? You spoke about Limhurst cape, but I don't think that's going to be an issue. I don't think I'm going to run out of energy. Why don't you use AoE quickcast Q? Why would I? Azot. Why should I use AoE quickcast Q? Oh shit, it's that guy. There's no chance that someone else is gonna fight him either. Okay, I'm gonna try to farm this Abbey a little bit. But unfortunately, like, even like staying for the final chest to participate in the fight, it's very unlikely that someone is gonna fight this dude, but we never know. I have another horse with me. I forgot that I bought an extra horse. Why don't you use the AoE quickcast? Oh, sorry, that one we were talking about. So, I mean, first of all, I need either cape or scholar rope to use it. But even then, I'd much rather play around my E mostly, and use other spells, you know, in between as kiting. And I don't want my big combo is not a bunch of Qs. Yeah, I can't do it with cape because I cannot cast my Qs with Morgana cape, right? Because I can't use my E to proc the Morgana cape and then instantly cast my Qs. So it would have to be Scholar Robe, and I don't know. Doesn't seem like a very good idea to me. Martlock cape. I think Martlock cape would just be weaker undead cape. Since I have blink to get away if I need to. If I decide I'm losing and I want to get away, I can wait until my undead cape procs and then blink. I can use my rope while I'm in this, which is very strong. Like I have good build to take advantage of undead cape. I feel like it will just be stronger than the Martlock cape. By the way, Arctic, earlier you asked, like, do you think if I take 7-3 solo boss? I have no idea. With 4.1 light crossbow, I think no, but I don't play enough. Okay, actually I'm pretty sure no, because after the mob buff, it's very difficult. Like PvEing with 4.1, you can only do like basic regular mobs in my experience. 7-3 seems way too high, but I don't know exactly. I don't know. Maybe different bosses are different. You know, maybe some bosses have like AOE spells, and it depends. Like the bosses that have things that you can dodge, you can maybe kill even on 4.1. You're talking they got purple. Oh, nice. And how much did you get? Was it a happy purple? I think you have a good chance to win against Curse. The Frost Staff can kite pretty good. Yeah. And also, I mean, depending on which Curse we're talking about. Against 100 Curse, I even have the built-in iframe as well. For sure. 170k. Okay, so it wasn't really worth being called a purple chest. I'm not saying that you shouldn't call it, but, you know, developers tricked you. But 170k is better than nothing. But yeah. When people, like, when open world chests are not amazing, that makes me a tiny bit happy, because obviously, you know, I like it when mists have a bit of an advantage in terms of PV loot, because you risk usually more, you know, usually it's more high risk because people bring better items here. He's actually coming for me, he's not trying to get the chest. Interesting. How long for the chest? 4 minutes. Okie dokie. Unless we're... I guess we're out. How much? Okay, he will have time to go to the chest. Okay. No, am I actually dead? Yeah, I'm dead now. I could have maybe gotten out otherwise, but I'm dead now. Okay. If I didn't push him back, I thought I was dead anyway, so I thought, okay, I'm just gonna push him back. Okay. Unfortunate. So it was actually worth it for him to chase me. I was like, okay, I am tier 7, but the weapon is costs more than normal tier 7 items. So it was actually worth it, but I did not expect. I thought he's just wasting time running around after me. The cast range also, he hit me with the edge of the W very, very nicely. Definitely. One step further and he would not be able to hit me. So he took the maximum from that. Still more of this, I think. I mean, I think it's worth it. I am like, my brain is a bit tired, but that's more like more of a physical thing, and it's not. It's not tired for Albion. It's just tired because probably mostly because of working out and just having. I don't know what, but I think. Let's see. I mean, I do want to get used to this Arctic stuff a little bit better. It does feel like something. It doesn't give me the sort of super excitement vibes like I had with Grove Keeper, with Arclight Blasters, but it does feel kind of nice to try something. Would Purity Call be better? I don't want to use. I'd rather have the Duskweaver helmet to allow me to be more aggressive. And also the synergy with hitting your E. If you slow your enemy with Duskweaver, they might not be able to dodge your E. But I think both like are viable. I don't think Call of Purity is a ruin. Do I want second potion? Then I would have to play healing. Then it doesn't make sense to use Cultist Rope. So we can just go Undead Cape. Nothing else really makes any sort of sense, right? Martlock is not going to be as good as Undead. Is there something I'm missing that I could use? Not really, yeah. Okay, I'm gonna go Undead. Like this. How much am I? What is the specs looking like? Are we getting more specs? 57, okay. So I got 7 at least, it's something. And I'll buy all of the same stuff and we'll keep going. It's way that's so the reason why I have not seen this, like why this is not a very popular weapon. I understand now. I don't know yet, like whether this is worthy of being like relatively high in terms of meta and, you know, like any sort of tier list considerations. But the reason why I don't have enough information and it's not like in my orbit of things to be aware of is because it's so expensive that people are just, it's just not worth playing it at low level. Like if you want to make money, it does not make sense to play it unless you go like reasonably high IP already. At which point, it's not bad because you have the survivability of a Frost Staff, especially with the Duskweaver helmet, you have extra mobility as well. Your PvP tips helped me so much because of you and placed 232 in Europa Hellgates. Nice! Thank you for coming here to share that. I am very happy and to hear that I've had that influence. That's awesome. You're playing 2v2s. Mr. Y2. By the way, if I'm responding to something and you don't see the message, sometimes, and just, I mean, I've said this every day last week, but I'm now streaming on YouTube and Twitch at the same time. And the chat you see on stream above me is just the Twitch chat, yeah? But YouTube chat, I see both chats, so sometimes, you know, I will respond to wherever you write. You can choose where you prefer to watch, but on, if it, like, Twitch chat actually appears for everyone on stream as well. Just so we know. Hello, Sergi. Number 58. Maybe today is a better day to play something a bit like something very basic, to be honest, because if I'm already feeling like my head is a bit tired already now, I can only imagine what it's gonna be like after a couple hours. But who knows? Maybe it's the opposite. Maybe I'm gonna get into better shape by playing more. Oh, he wants to try. I think we fought against something like this earlier already. That was not on purpose. Yeah, energy is actually an issue a little bit, yeah. Interesting. He's gonna mount up. Energy, like, the thing is, relying just on Cultist Rope for my energy problems maybe it's not gonna be enough. Because I can't always reliably cultist rope. Sometimes there's things to cancel it, sometimes there's some other stuff in the enemy's build that will make it too difficult to actually use it. This guy's playing without cape and with soldier armor. Definitely a cool build and definitely someone experienced player trying an interesting build, I think. Or like trying an interesting playstyle. Oh, I still had the thing on me. Okay, that sucks. That sucks, but I still have my rope. That's a lot of damage though. That's crazy amount of damage. I mean, he's tier 6, right? Yeah, he's tier 6. So. I used my E a tiny bit too early. I need to wait for his E damage to end. Or for him to do this. Damn. I wonder if his E and my W are more or less in sync right now. I need to be ready for his E. But if he doesn't hit it, I'm just gonna run after him like this. I wonder if I gave him chance to mount up now, because my W is on cooldown anyway, so... Yeah, I get... Close though! If I don't charge my rope too long, I can... Interesting fight. You can't fight 2-3 tier players above you without limb hape, trust me. Artboy, if you want to be convincing, I've said this many times, I have a tendency to trust people generally, in my real life, in online, so on. But a lot of it goes out the window the moment you say trust me. It's not just for the stream. I think this is life in general. But you know, you live with whichever you want. But just as a tip, you know, the moment you say trust me, it's suddenly everything you are confident, like everything you talk about sounds very suspicious. You know, I'm much less inclined to trust you if you say, oh, you know, this is better, that is good, this is like that. Trust me, you know, just as a side point. Just started the game. I thought I'd come and see someone who's been playing for a while. Don't know what to do really. Okay, Sergi. Well, what's up? Come here and hang out, and tell me what is on your mind. If you say you don't know what to do, then it sounds like maybe you're not excited about anything in Albion, which is fine. Which means that maybe it's time to do something else, you know. But if you want some inspiration of what excites me, what I love is the feeling of playing some new stuff and learning some new things specifically. And also the adrenaline of not getting killed by 8.4, but essentially, like for me, the game is about PvP. There's a lot in the game, and I'm so happy that we play it all together. But for me, Albion is about PvP, and it's the competitive side of PvP that gets me excited. And especially when I feel that I am getting better, you know, that I'm learning something. Sometimes this comes from from taking difficult fights or fights I don't know yet, new matchups, stuff like that. Sometimes this comes like right now of playing some stuff that I'm not used to. That's mostly the fun for me, you know. So if that sounds like fun to you, then maybe you should try to do the same, you know? Like, just don't focus on whether you win or lose, and just go and have some fun with a cheap set somewhere in some source for the PvP. But if that's not inspiring to you, then I'm very good also at taking breaks in Albion. Obviously, now that I stream, it's a bit different. But also, when I stream, I enjoy Albion a lot more. By the way, thank you, all of you who are here. Thanks for making my Albion day a little bit happier also. But it's very normal for like a game where that does kind of suck you in into with the competitive side, with the progression side. There's a lot of addictive parts. It's very normal to just feel like I don't know what to do. I better just take a break, you know. Thanks for following also, Sergi. I'm not a miner, trust me. Yeah, there is something about that. Like I don't know what it is about that, but there's some sort of like, there's also like when someone is really confident about something, it can also kind of affect. I mean, okay, most of us humans, we're pretty good at discerning like actual real confidence, because real confidence is kind of, it's so nonchalant, or it just happens normally. We're pretty good at discerning that from the kind of confidence which is overcompensating for something, right? And it's kind of the similar thing. When I used to teach like law students, like if you don't know, most of my adult life I've taught like argumentation, public speaking, all sort of stuff. But we specifically had law students that were talking about like legal argumentation. There was a lot of actual real stuff, obviously, to talk about. But one of the like fun, quirky things that I liked to, when we had like mock trial that those guys were doing, I like to kind of, where we talked about more generally, for people to notice is that if the enemy, the opposing, not the enemy in that state, but the opposing side is like stacking a lot of words, like this is obviously like this and that, in their argument. They're trying to, like, they're compensating for the actual fact. That's usually the weakest part of the argument, where the person feels the need to say, like, this is clearly like that, this is obvious, this is without a doubt, stuff like that. I mean, maybe it's not like foolproof logic, and it's not number one thing you should think about, but just a kind of interesting thing that, if you're arguing against someone or debating someone, and they start using words like obviously, clearly trying to convince you or the judge or whoever, that usually should set off like a bit of a spider sense. Like there's some sort of weakness here, because someone who when something is actually obvious to you, you will never even think about adding the word obvious, And it's a bit the similar thing, I feel like, with this trust me thing. Like, if I'm telling you something, like, if someone's asking like, yo, what is a good spear build, and if, let's say, I answer like, oh, okay, so for a spear you want to use assassin jacket, any sort of boots, and then I say trust me, do you think that, like, does that sound like I actually know what the hell I'm talking about or not? It's obviously, I say now this word, now I'm gonna notice it more, but it sounds so much more confident when if I just give the answer. Yeah, so it's kind of a cute thing, and you can't base your whole understanding of the argumentation on this, but it's just a small interesting thing to notice. Okay, we have a Shadow Edge, Death Givers on Assassin Shoes that should absolutely destroy me, but he also has a helmet for my Undead Cape. I mean, we have to try, but I don't know how this fight will I don't know how this fight will go. He Shadow Edges, IW. Oh, sorry, he bootses, IW. He Shadow Edges, I'm dead. Yeah? That's kind of what happens. I don't have anything else. I cannot change this to push him away. I don't have other plans. So, essentially, after I W, I need to somehow dodge his Shadow Edge. But I don't know how that will happen. Very true, a good argument doesn't need a salesman. That's a very eloquent way to word this, I like that. I can't go close until I have my W. I won't make this mistake again. My mind is on PvP, but I feel like I need to level up my weapon armor, but don't know where to farm fame without risking to lose my stuff. Well, you kind of have to get used to the risk, Sergey. It's going to be part of the game. Whether you are going to end up being like a hardcore competitive PvP player, or you're going to be more into gathering, risking your stuff is always going to be a very, very big part of the game. He has also Geekpot. I need to be a bit careful not to make the same mistakes as last time, where my potion gets wasted because he's on Geekpot at that moment. Let's see if he wants to Shadow Edge me now. I guess not. He wants to be full HP. But as we saw before, I mean, the previous guy was in cloth armor. As we saw before, from 40% HP, he can just destroy me. Someone is hitting mobs somewhere inside the camp. I think another Death Givers. Or some sort of dagger, I'm not sure. It is another Death Givers. You see? Sound! I mean, to be honest, it could have been any dagger probably, right? He says rat, but I don't care. I don't know how this fight is gonna change. Like, we're just gonna do the same dance over and over again, right? Is something gonna change here? He used his E without stacks. If he hits his Shadow Edge before my W is ready, I'm just dead, but we'll see. No, now I'm dead. Actually, maybe not. Yep, okay. If he gig-potted there, I'm dead, like the previous guy. If he does the same, I think I'm just dead there. What was that thing? He actually mercenaried there, interesting. He didn't mercenary mob, he mercenaried on top of me. He still has gigpot, so it doesn't feel good. I also have overcharge, but I'm not sure if I could overcharge also for this, yeah. Honestly. Wouldn't be that bad. Yellow corrupted dungeons. I mean, if you're just starting up, yeah, you can go yellow as well. But otherwise, I mean, you're gonna have to. So I was saying, you're gonna have to accept. Oh shit! What the hell is that thing? And he also changed to Inferno. And still Shadow Edge though. Interesting. I don't like this. I don't like this thing because I don't know how that changes. That definitely makes me a bit better at brawling, but I need my W. I can't risk it before my W is ready. He used his gigpot. I need to trust that I will somehow also be able to get rid of the rat. I don't know how, but I need to trust that it will happen. Okay, so that's how it works actually. It's just crazy range. Man, I don't want to be. I do not envy that Deathgivers, man. This must be super frustrating for him. And I mean, it's not like obvious that I can do much differently, but damn, this must be pretty tilting for him, I think. But at the same time, if he does get on top of me, that one time if he just uses Gigpot, I cannot push him away with potion and I'm dead, right? So I'm always just so close to death, even though it doesn't look like it. I am just one slip up away from dying, but I also really don't envy that Deathgivers player dying like this. Without ever really getting it. Like, he got the chance to kill me that one time, but after that, not really. Corrupted gives 0 fame. Corrupted is not terrible fame. Now that after the update, I've heard that that it's actually seems kind of okay. Corrupted dungeons, not just the demon loot, but the actual fame. I mean, it's not terrible. But yeah, so what I was saying, if you're still here, Sergey, what I was saying is, first of all, you have to embrace that you're gonna die. Yeah, it sucks. But as much as possible, just think of it as part of the game. No matter what you're going to do in the game, you're going to die, and that's what makes it fun. That's why Albion exists. If Albion was a regular progression-based MMO, it would not be able to compete with World of Warcraft, RuneScape, and all the other whatever games you know, Elder Scrolls, because the PvE comparing to other games is nothing even lightly, even slightly comparable. The progression is okay, but very simplistic compared to MMORPGs. The reason Albion exists and is so popular and awesome is the actual combat mechanics of PvP. So that will be kind of at the core of it. So you kind of have to accept you're going to engage in it and die a lot. If you're like, if that's still something, like if you're not ready for that or you don't have the silver for that and you just want to fame up, I would still say go open world, just accept that you're gonna die every now and again, and every time you die, you get a bit better at surviving next time. There are videos, there's also my video. My video is how to survive the mists. Definitely you can watch that, and you can apply most of those things to open world as well. But as you die a couple times, even when you're just fame farming, you are gonna get better at surviving. And there's gonna be basic things, right? Like, for example, not running away from your horse. Keeping your horse close to you. Whenever someone is on your screen, you mount up, you inspect them. You know, those are like basic things, but you need to die 10 times before you actually learn to do those. But once you do, you know, experienced players die very rarely. Admittedly, in the open world, the experienced players still die because groups are, you know, you can't really do much if a ganking group is on top of you. But you're gonna die rarely, and in mists, you're gonna die very, very little when you're experienced. By the way, I'm on mobile. Yeah, okay, so that will limit. Like, there's some things you can't do. Like I'm using recording mode. You see, like, my screen right now. I'm removing everything from my screen with a button. This is a setting you cannot really use on mobile. Yeah, so you're limited a little bit. Some of the weapons are more difficult to hit skill shots with on mobile. But overall, the game and the basics of survival will be the same. A lot of the things will be the same. What I just said, stay close to your horse, same on mobile. If someone is on your screen, make sure to inspect them as fast as possible. Yeah, it's a bit clunkier on mobile, but you have to do it and you have to learn it. And good players do it on mobile just as much, you know. So a lot of those things you will have to learn anyway. And unfortunately, the best way to learn will be to actually risk, you know, to actually go into the content and die a couple times and then try to realize to see what you did wrong. But if you're like really, really new and you don't have the silver to, like, it's easy for me to say just go and die like 20 times and you're feeling like, oh yeah, even if I buy cheap items, dying 10 times is a lot. Then, yeah, you can start with Yellow Zone. Right now, depths are amazing. The new content, the Orange Zone depths, the dungeon, are amazing for fame and loot. And you only risk the items that you loot in the dungeon. You don't risk the items you came in with. So that's a good thing to do. The only thing is, if you're a beginner, you're going to struggle solo. Because the depths are for duos and trios. You can enter as a solo, but it's better if you find a friend. Or even not a friend, but just some random outside the portal to go together with. That's still gonna be better. Corrupted's, Mumblet said on YouTube chat, Corrupted's are currently like #2 best fame farms. I don't know about like ranking, and I've never been interested in like dedicated fame farming. You know, for me, fame has always come as a byproduct. But I definitely have heard that yes, indeed, Corrupted Dungeons after the latest buffs to it, you know, when the big update came out, it's not just the loot, but the fame also is kind of okay there. If you're saying you think it's the second best, my first instinct is to doubt it a little bit, but at the same time, I'm happy to hear that it's not just random things I heard that Corrupted give more fame, but that it's actually something you can measure. Okay, let's not talk about that. I saw something in the right corner, right? Okay, there was another spider. You didn't see it because of stream lag. Nothing too valuable. Trust me, bro. Yeah, exactly. Trust me, bro. Yeah. Let's go into... Oh, never mind. Let's not go. Tier 8 Abbey. I'm gonna struggle so hard on Frost. I don't think it's worth it. Azad says, I have a small problem with Albion. What kind of MRPG without big badass dragon raid boss? Well, there are big badass bosses in Avalonian dungeons, but yeah, no dragons, that's true. Do everything else, like, Old School RuneScape obviously has, like, the whole story is built upon dragons. World of Warcraft does have dragons, but I don't know how. I don't know, does everything have dragons? I mean, Elder Scrolls must have dragons, obviously. I don't remember, like, dragons being a big part of World of Warcraft. I mean, they're there, right? But I don't remember. I don't have that much World of Warcraft experience also. Do all proper MMORPGs actually have dragons? Are we actually the only one? I mean, people have been kind of talking about dragons in Albion for a while. I don't know if it was a joke or not. But yeah. It's easier to inspect on mobile with a quick inspect button. You can bind the button, yeah? You can have those customizable buttons, right, Mr. Zoom? I remember correctly. I just know that you cannot bind this thing that I'm using, like to remove the recording mode. Now it's called hide UI mode. That's not possible to bind on a custom button, unfortunately. Can still dominate Hellgates. Yeah, on mobile. You're a bit limited. Like there are weapons which you're just gonna be very disadvantaged, but the limitation is not severe to the point where you can't play Albion or you can't compete. There are good weapons for different types of content that are also equally good on mobile. Yeah. Best fame will always be solo, group, dungeon, and world boss. This is like a blast from the past. Once again, I'm not a fame farming expert. I don't like fame farming as a dedicated thing, but I don't think you can actually solo group dungeon efficiently anymore. At least all the people that used to talk about that being a good fame, I think have stopped talking about it because they've made mobs so much harder and they've reworked a bit how PvE works, and the yellow zones now are capped. If you're gonna fame far a black zone, so like group dungeon solo, I don't know. Like a lot of, like, I think some of the people who used to like solo group dungeons for like big fame, where the reason it worked is they bought like 8.3, 8.4 items and went into yellow zone because there's no risk and they were super efficient. Even though every mob gives doesn't give a lot of fame, they were super efficient. Now it is absolutely not possible, right? Not just because mobs were maybe strong, but after the last update, like you cannot do that. You cannot kill solo. You cannot do those activities in the yellow zone at all. This is 4.1. What is he? What do you want, sir? I mean, that's kind of... It's cool that he's trying, honestly, yeah, but I don't think he can really do much. Okay. Okay. Yeah, he had some items 4.2, but anyway. I mean, that's how you learn. Once again, when I see someone doing like something like this, it might be weird in the moment, but in 2 months, if this guy keeps playing Albion, he's gonna be decent, right? This is the kind of weird attitude that gets you to actually improve at the game. Is it it's a green one, so whatever. Emilia said, bro, love your videos. Thank you, thank you. I learned a lot from how you teach. A hug from Mexico, hugging you back. Very happy for those kinds of vibes. Thanks for being here for the stream as well. I still consider myself a new streamer, beginner streamer, but in honesty, it's been like a month and a half now. So, it's been a while. Interesting. Probably not gonna fight, but I mean, unless he wants to. He has invest spot, so I don't think he wants to fight. But... So yeah, I don't think you can solo group dungeons anymore. Absolutely. From what I've heard from people, unless you want to go and do it in Black Zone, but then you can't take those 8.3 items that you might have prepared for that. There's a lizard in Avalon instead of dragon. Yeah, true. There's also a lizard in in the Avalonian dungeon, and then there's the kind of mobs that you kill for gathering, right? Which also look a bit like, are they for gathering? Yeah, I think so, but not really like a dragon. Vic, my guy. One of the WoW signature character is Deathwing. Oh, okay, I remember him from Hearthstone. Yeah, I got them big badass dragon. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I remember Deathwing, but I remember I played a bit of Hearthstone and he was like a card there or something. Yeah, you're right. I can't play with a bow, for example. It's really difficult to aim quick. Yes, I've heard that about Spear as well. Like, I know there's some people that play Spear. I've seen even clips like of a content creator who played Spear on mobile and was successful on it. But I've heard from people, obviously. I hear more from Spear players because I mostly play Spear, so people also tell me about their experience with Spear. And I heard from some people that they switched to something simpler and they felt like it's on mobile. It was too difficult to hit the Spear Qs consistently, so they switched to something else instead. Because there's some sort of aim assist as well, like on mobile, and which can sometimes even mess you up, from what I understand. Battle Blazers are sadly unplayable on phone. Okay, I didn't know. Best no-brain weapon is Corrupt Dungeons is Boltcaster. So much fun, love it. Okay. I had those couple days when I was playing Corrupted Dungeons last couple of weeks. I don't think none of the top, like I was not constantly, but let's say 70% of the time I ended up fighting against some of the best corrupted players, and I don't think any of them used Boltcasters. I didn't see many Boltcasters at all. But it's probably different. Like from Stalker, I think maybe I run into a couple, but like in Tier 8 Corrupted, I don't remember. But it does seem like a kind of content where Boltcasters should have decent potential. Okay, this guy is on Cloth Armor, so we have to be a bit of extra careful there. I'm not going to use my boots right away. Let's see if he uses his mobility to get close. He's on Chain Slash again, so this should once again be a decent fight for me if I just let him get close to me. And I don't get destroyed while he's doing that. Man, he definitely messed up his spells. I don't think he should be using those spells. Interesting. Oh shit! Ah, I was in range. I was trying to bait him not to mount, so that I can use my rope. And I was somehow in range. It was risky also because we were under each other, right? So the vision is the shortest. So he was just clicking on my name, and he didn't need to actually see me, you know. Unfortunate. If I wait just a little bit more, but I was sure that he's gonna dismount. Okay, another kind of easy fight because he's not on Shadow Edge, so just need a little bit of extra patience and he's dead there. Just with my rope. Patience is not my strong suit today. It's already several times that I just run in because I want the solution. Axe, we love axes. Axes are still in a good place. It's like they're good because you can use them across different types of content kind of meaningfully. Although, I mean, you will be a bit more limited for group, I guess. But you have at least Carrion Collar used to be pretty appreciated because of the minus heal, and for duos there's good like both Carrion Collar and Battle Axe, and then you have the crystal, not the crystal, but what's the Infernal Sight, right? So. A lot like axes in general are in a good place. They feel like, to me, like kind of like spears overall, like in a good balanced place. You shouldn't mess too much with axes. And battle axe also feels to me like it's in a very good place actually, and that it's like it's balanced enough where if you become a specialist, it's really strong. But from a certain IP onwards, you're like it's not gonna be as viable, but you can still make it work. Okay, let's try one more. I'm getting a bit tired from Arctic stuff. I'm not in a learning mode right now as much as I usually am with my brain, and just generally much more tired. So something more relaxed would be nice. It's also, yeah, it also sucks because it's another fight which is already won. I'm trying to be a bit too cute. I see now that he didn't want to mount, but I thought I need to bait him in to mount, and then I just use my rope, because after I use my rope, like he doesn't have the damage to actually kill me, right? What am I missing? I'm missing... Oh, it's because I have to... It's the new shop interface, yeah. Because Undead Cape's really cheap, by the way. So if there is a build that can use Undead Cape, it's pretty good time to use it. For most, like as I've said, it's also for pretty much 90% of builds, and for 1v1 fights, Smuggler's Cape is just the best option, but Undead Cape is nice. Nice when you don't need the second potion, like I right now, because I'm using Cultist Robe. I'm kind of I'm no more worried about keeping my spacing, and I will be able to heal. Although last time I didn't use my cultist throw properly. I could have just waited a couple of seconds and then easily used it, but okay. Damn, he had damage. Yeah, I mean, we were both on cloth armor. Yeah, that's what happened last time. This last fight, I died in like half a second, right? Not this one, but when did I fight? Yeah, this guy. Okay, this was also tier difference, but here I died like in a half a second. So the whole time, like, I have to kite him. If I make one mistake, I might be dead. Undead Cape saved me one time, but if he played it correctly, I would already. If I make one mistake, if he plays it correctly with his Stalker Hood, I'm just dead, you know. So I have to play from a distance, you know, make sure I slowly kite and whittle him down. And the fight was already won because of the Undead Cape debacle. It was already won, but in my mind, I thought, okay, he's probably gonna mount up. I don't want him, so I'm just gonna boots a bit closer, so he thinks that it's still a fight, and then I'm gonna either W away or just run away a little bit and just use a couple of ticks of my rope, so he doesn't mount, so I can, you know, keep my. After that, I can kill him with my E. But he did not try to mount, and since I'm going from the south, you know, his boots range is even longer than how far we can see. Like, this is what I tested with Daybreaker as well, or it's kind of the same. Like, the moment I'm on his screen, I'm in range for his boots. Like, from here, from me to the bottom here, it's like 15. It's about 15 meters, yeah. To the bottom of the screen. And he doesn't even need to actually see me, you know, because it's not about hitting a skill shot. He just needs to boots on my name tag. So essentially, the moment I run kind of close to his screen, even before I see him, you know, he was able to boots. And since I died from the boots, it was GG. Even though he just hit the boots there. My W is ready, you know, so he cannot hit another spell. But hitting my E is definitely a big thing right now. Everything else, yeah, it makes sense, you know. I'm being a bit lazy in the brain and making, like, not actually finishing the fight, which is already won. So that part, like, yeah, okay, in some ways it's a lesson, but not really. But one thing I'm definitely learning when I play this is understanding a bit better how to actually hit the E. It's not as straightforward. I'm missing a lot of E's, even though it's so long range. You saw a couple times, I don't feel the exact range. And just generally to understand, like, how can I, at which point to use the E to have a better chance of hitting all the, or as many of the E stacks as possible. How much does your gear cost right now? Like a mil, probably? Yeah, a mil. The weapon is super expensive for tier 7. I think that's why we don't see it much. I think it seems like it's actually pretty strong, but it's very, very expensive. Too expensive to like, I wouldn't... If I wanted to make silver, I wouldn't play this at tier 7. Death Giver touched you like once. Yeah, he gave me death. I go tier 6 on Battle Axe and go no cape and win 350 IP. Well, that's why. Yeah, I know I have a video about, like, best low IP weapons, and Battle Axe is it's not as good as Wildfire or Dual Swords for the low IP strategy, but essentially, yeah, like, some very good players make it work at like 6-3 as well, but it can be a bit of a struggle, and it's definitely a weapon that shines more when you are being attacked, you know. Because you kind of embrace the fact that your mobility sucks, but you can do the thing that Serhard said, you know, that you just don't wear a cape. There's, like, try to be lower IP, so you get your enemy to attack you essentially, and then you have like, in a defensive stance you have already advantages, but then also you're using your weapon because you are a super strong brawler who lacks a bit of mobility. So, and a lot of low IP. Like, if you're looking for long-term low IP strategy. That works well. Pretty much all of those builds function a little bit like that. Like, you try to get your enemy to attack you, and then you make sure that you win the brawl. Like, as you're as strong at brawling as possible, considering your lower IP, so that you have a chance. That often you die, but occasionally you get some very nice kills, and it's gonna be worth all the deaths. Next tier on Axe I go would be tier 8. Yeah, I would normally suggest something like that, but, you know, people who play a lot of Axe who really like that weapon also will sometimes play higher tier. What are we dealing with? Oh, no mobility at all. Okay. Okay, well, at least I can still bully with this weapon. Wait, somebody was there. Somebody potentially juicier was up there. No. Yes. At least I could still bully properly. Oh, that's a gatherer. Okay, I thought potentially juicier. That's just a gatherer. So yeah, I mean, it was fun. Like, I think Eugene, who is like a content creator who plays a lot of Axe, at some point he started playing also Duskweaver Helmet on Axe, so it kind of made up. He tried to make a very tanky build otherwise, not just good at brawling, but just generally tanky to take more advantage of the E heal as well. And then he slapped on a Duskweaver Helmet to help make up for some mobility problems. Other high tier axes will, like the normal high tier axe build will always have a purge on your helmet, so that you can kind of make up. So if you do that way, it can kind of still work at high IP. Of course, if you do win the brawl, your enemy realizes that they've made a mistake, you can still maybe purge their boots or catch them, but it's a bit more difficult, and you're much more likely to be caught like in a situation that you can't really solve because you don't have the mobility. Also, when there's many people, comparing to like regular meta like builds that have a very that usually have some tools to deal to reset fights if they make a mistake, force people to die when the enemy makes a mistake, and handle multi-way situations. All of those things become super important as you go higher in IP. It's essentially like fight selection. Like, you need to be able to enforce your desire on the world in regards to when you are fighting and when not. Man, there's so many of these. I've so double bladed before. I am really feeling like I should have played Daybreaker. It's such a nice Daybreaker day. We have so many juicy. This guy is playing 8.3 Bloodletter, not with. He's playing Mobility Bloodletter with actual 8.3 Bloodletter. He paid 10 million for this instead of 4.4 with cooldown reduction. He could have the same build and he would have a cheap, like, not cheap, but he would have a 4.4 weapon with cooldown reduction. He would be stronger than with this full 8.3 set. But I cannot use it because, you know, I'm not playing my Daybreaker, and Daybreaker is really good at fighting against those builds that try to rely more on mobility. Even carving would be pretty, like carving versus Bloodletter is usually pretty good for carving, unless Bloodletter is like giga good player who adapts to the fight and dodges the ease. Maybe try bow next. Frost and bow look kind of same to me. I don't know, after the latest change, the bows feel like Frost. I wouldn't say bows are stronger, but bows feel a bit more flexible. Like on this weapon, it's kind of the same playstyle. That's also why I like Chill Howl, because I have more options. Like, this weapon, I feel like is a little bit... It's a little bit too one-dimensional for me right now, in terms of how I need to approach fights. Chill Howl, I felt more variety. And I think some bows, especially Sky Strider and Badon, also have some decent like variety of how you approach it. And maybe even the regular bow, like the way that Froggy is playing it, with his Rose Snapper and, you know, Mercenary Jacket. Like, you are kind of, you're not playing as a kiter anymore, right? I mean, regular bow was never a big kiter, but still, it's a bow, so you would think that, you know, it's playing more from a distance, but it's a bow that actually is trying to out-brawl you, and that's awesome. That's what made me really happy when I saw the change, that they nerfed the long-range Q for the bow, but they buffed the short-range Q. The one that now doesn't knock back anymore, now it just slows, but it's more often, so you do more damage with it. Because of that change, I feel like bows are... also have some more flexibility, but I'm not feeling like playing a bow. I was not expecting, like, I really feel like usually after like 7-8 hours of playing, I have this sort of brain fog. Right now I have a bit of that as well. I mean, it's okay, we all have days like that, you know. It's kind of it's normal to embrace it, but I feel like maybe discovering new things, maybe today, okay, I picked the wrong day to discover new things. Although, as you know, on this stream, it's very often like I usually play some stuff that helps me learn more new builds and new matchups, and not just what I've already played. I'm collecting another 15k. Oh shit, Tosha. Okay. I'm ready. Two redeems per day only. Today, Azot already made me play a very weird Bloodletter build. So, one more person can redeem today. The bloodletter build, let's see, can I find it? It was this on the left. I couldn't figure it out. But I also I didn't get like an actual proper fight. Like this wasn't a 1v1. This was two guys trying to kill me together. And this was also me. I was chasing another dude and then suddenly ran into him with already charged boots. So I didn't actually get like a proper 1v1 fight. But even if I did, I don't know what would happen. Because that build did not make instant sense to me. Duskweaver helmet, CD, and mage drop can outmove even bows. Yeah, yeah. I mean, if you hit Duskweavers, yeah, you can catch. What do you think on the mob leash range change? For the moment, my opinion is pretty much just formed from what I've seen Eckert write about it on Discord. That's pretty much it. And I trust him like as a guy who's played probably more than almost anyone else. I'm guessing that, you know, like when Eckert has an opinion about this change, I feel like his opinion, it's not like he's looking like from his perspective, like, oh, this fucks me personally, and that's why I don't like it. I feel like he has such a good overview of all the different aspects of the game, like every little bit and piece of Albion, because he's obviously, you know, played this almost since the start, from what I've heard at least, I don't know. Anyway, I feel like his opinion is more like balanced and he's actually thinking about what's good of the game and not just what's good for him or his playstyle. So I kind of trust, and he's obviously very negative about this, and I've already heard him also. I saw on Reddit that he wrote that it's like one of the worst changes on I don't know how long of Albion history, and it's completely messing up a lot of the content and ability to play around mobs and actually farm mobs and stuff like that. But for me, like now, if I'm thinking about myself now, I just said, you know, that he's looking at this as a more like overview, is good for the game. I don't have an opinion. I don't know. It doesn't affect me personally because in Mists it doesn't really matter. I don't know if I don't even know if the change applies to Mists. It doesn't feel like it. I am a little bit discouraged. I was thinking of going to play Depths again soon. I am a little bit discouraged because I feel like as a solo player, using mobs is one of the advantages you kind of need to have access to. So I'm a bit more discouraged to go play solo Depths because of this change, but that's about it. So I don't really have like a good enough opinion other than it seems like if some very experienced players are so militantly against it, there is probably a big problem hidden with the change. And by the way, if you don't know what the hell we're talking about, and the question from Mofanza, it's about the last patch. Initially, they actually made this change secretly, but then when people started asking, they added it to the patch notes as well. But the change is that the range at which the mobs leash, so they go back to, like, they're de-aggro, the range was lowered. This is especially, the idea was for Depths and Open World. I don't think it applies to Mists, I'm not sure. To essentially, they wanted to make traveling between mobs a bit easier, and they wanted so that mobs are not ruining PvP fights in Depths. But the result of that, like the reason why some very experienced players might be negative about it, is because, first of all, it makes it more difficult to clump mobs and PvE in general, and secondly, this means that mobs become almost a non-factor when you're being chased through mobs or through like in Depths or even in the open world. Like playing around, using mobs to your advantage, which is something that experienced players and solo players can sometimes do and some builds do, that is much weaker. That part is nerfed, and just simply PvEing just sucks. Because you gather your mobs together to kill them all together in a clump, and they just all go back, because, you know, if there's a ranged mob, then you can't really get them to the center. So that's the change we're talking about, and this change is from yesterday, from the latest small patch. But it does not affect me in Mists. It does not affect me in Corrupteds. This is why it's not like a big talking point and a big focus. But for open world and for Depths, this is a relevant discussion to have of whether this is making the game better or not. Do you stream full time? Well, not really, Sergi. But to be honest, it's becoming a little bit more and more like that. Like, I've streamed a lot, although I've talked to some people who have more experience with streaming, who have like who also do other work, like real work, and for them streaming is a hobby. And I've talked to them and looked at some of their stats, and like I've seen a lot of people for whom streaming is a hobby who stream like crazy in terms of time, you know, how many hours. So it's not like that's kind of like special in any way, but it, you know, it's in terms of I'm still very new to this, yeah. And in terms of work, no, not my main activity. But I'm really enjoying it, and you know, I am kind of I am focusing more on it right now. Like the kind of free time I have to be productive, I am focusing more on Albion streaming and learning what I can learn from this. I'm not actively looking for new work projects or like other activities as much. So it might very well be that I'm gonna put even more time into either streaming or other forms of content creation and less time in real life work for a while. We'll see. Do you ever play Hellgates? Not really, Sir Hart. I've played Hellgates on NA back when I was relatively new to the game. It wasn't at the very start, but I did play. I played some duos on Demonic. I had an experienced player who was playing healer and who like wanted to show me Hellgates, and we played. I was Demonic staff and he was, I think, just regular holy, like one-handed holy, I don't remember. And then I was also like part of a group of 5 people, but I was more like, I wasn't super excited about it, but when they needed the +1, some of the guys I played like Roads of Avalon with them, and when they needed a +1 for Hellgates, I was like, I played also. But my memory of 5 Hellgates was that it was mostly just like an hour of just killing mobs, and then sometimes we got a fight, but mostly it was PvE because Hellgates were not super active, and I mean they still aren't that super active. But had to do some things. What are you talking about? We're talking about the change. I think that's what you asked, yeah, about the mob leash range. Mob's leash, at least in open world and depths, mob's leash closer. So essentially, you walk a couple steps away and they de-aggro. Personally, I don't have an opinion about that because I didn't notice it. Yeah, I mean that's kind of what I was saying. I noticed it because people are talking about it, and because it's kind of funky that this change, which is so deep to how the game works, was not included in patch notes. Like originally when patch came out, some people thought this is some sort of bug, you know, because they didn't include it, and then it turns out it's actually an intended change, and they kind of, I don't know, they kind of wanted to make it in secret, or they just thought it's not important enough to talk about it. I don't know. That makes like, that adds a bit of the like drama element, like whoa, like SBI like tried to hide this change, or you know, like there's the biggest change in Albion is actually a hidden, like, something like that, yeah, but not really. Eh? Maybe I should not have used my W because he cannot cancel my robe anyway. Is he taking it up? He took the new buff, yeah. No, he didn't take the second buff, okay. Oh, he did. It was just a visual bug. Damn. Okay. It's gonna be an epic showdown. E versus E. Never mind. Never mind. Ended up being not a showdown. Good job from him from taking the buff. Not everyone, like a completely new player, would never think about that, you know, like to take a new buff in the middle of the fight. The leash change is super noticeable in depths in the Blackstone camps. Yeah. Yeah, I'm just saying that, like, you know, it's like there's interesting drama on top of it because it was not announced. But other than that, no learning points left. Oh shit. Other than that, yeah, it's for me, unfortunately, I cannot really speak to it too much because it does not affect like the typical solo PvP, like Corrupteds and Mists. It doesn't affect. However, it very clearly does affect soloing open world because it takes away one of the tools. Because as a solo against a group, you are very limited anyway. There's already other problems, like you cannot change potions like you used to, you know, so you have a lot of more like extra difficulty on top of just being outnumbered. But one of the tools you have at your advantage is playing around mobs. You're more likely than a group to have invis. You can use some sort of knockbacks on your helmet, you know, triple kicks, whatever, tornadoes, stuff like that. So that whole like toolkit is it's not taken away from solos, but it is significantly nerfed. So if I imagine a solo going open world, yes, with the leash change, it's also a bit weaker to play solo, that content. But I mean, not every solo player already was using mobs, so for some it doesn't change much. 2v2 Hellgates are in a terrible state right now. They boosted the damage 10% and everything. I hate it so much. Well, then don't play it. I know that there are... I know that there's people who love Hellgates. And yes, you know what? I have a sort of love for Mists. Not to the point where I only want to play Mists. I love playing other things. You've seen me also do this on stream. But yeah, if Mists were like consistently nerfed or made worse, not nerfed in terms of loot, but made less and less fun, yes, I would still talk about it a lot, you know? I would be that guy, like the old guy at the back of the room saying, oh, back in my day, you know, the times were so much better. Sure, I understand that a little bit. But I also, part of me says, like, you know, if Hellgates suck, just forget about it and do something else, you know? There's definitely no point hating, you know? I'm clearing camps right now and I still can't say I really noticed this. Oh, okay. I don't know how that's possible. It definitely, from the videos I saw, it was very noticeable. Just like if you imagine the same type of room in the depths, it was... Okay, maybe this room is kind of okay close, but just clumping up a bunch of mobs that are like in a dungeon like a Nightfall Abbey, the same type of dungeon, clumping up mobs were just almost impossible. Especially when there's a ranged mob, they keep resetting. Because if you want to get the ranged mob to the center, you know, you have to go a bit further away. Vic, what do you think? Oh, do you think there's any place for the Whispering Bow in the current meta? I don't know. In for solo PP. This is not a weapon I've seen or have thought about for a long time. I'm gonna guess no, because I haven't seen anyone play it, but there's no reason why, why I would say no in theory. But I feel like if you want to play bow, you have Badon, which is decent now. You have Sky Strider, which is really good. And you also have the regular bow, which looks like its stocks are rising. Because you're a bit more brawl heavy and you can use the Q1 and the... what's it called? Yeah, exactly. You can use the Q1 buff, essentially. And you can actually take some fights close range. I feel like the regular bow is gonna rise in stocks a little bit in the near future. I don't see the kind of the benefit of playing Whispering Bow over one of those other better solo PP bows. And the long range Q was also nerfed, so the idea of playing from one screen away with a bow was also nerfed because, you know, the Q went from 20 meters from 18. The benefit is that nobody's playing it. True, Mufanza. You know just what to say to convince me. That is a very good argument. You are absolutely right. I agree with that. But there's enough Uncharted Waters with regular bow and Sky Strider still. Badon is very very well known and understood, I think, generally. But Sky Strider, because it is expensive, just like this Arctic staff, you know. But Sky Strider has still room to explore for a lot of good players. I think it's become one of the interesting weapons that they feel so much potential in. And there is a regular bow which has room to explore. So play one of those. Who are you? Breaker of the Day. Without Harpoon. Oh, he changed to Reflect. I want to try it now. Someone said earlier that on Deflect this matchup is not that difficult. Nah, I wanted to cancel it, but oh, he's on Demon Boots, okay. He's 15 stacks blue. He has one extra tier because of his stacks. But I have a red buff, which he does not. He has 2 healing potions also. I should change to Demon Boots as well, unfortunately. Did he use both? Yeah, he used both healing potions, okay. So he's just gonna run away. Unfortunate. I should have changed to Demon Boots, I think. Damn. I hate Demon Boots without Demon Boots. But it also means that he's not killing me, right? At the beginning, when he got a good start, he couldn't actually force me to fight him. Even though he had a good start at the beginning. Unfortunate. Luckily, most people are not using demon boots anymore. And if I noticed at the beginning, I would have also changed mine to demon boots, you know. Because it's just a free fight for whoever is losing. If you're losing by enough, it's just kind of a free fight. Hellion Hood, Whispering Bow is a cool combo, good for ganking. Yeah, I don't think it's gonna be strong in solo PvP, but it is definitely cool, I'll give you that, yeah. I have, people have tried to use it on me several times. Yo Vic, yo Outsider, Attila. How's it hanging? How's your Thursday? Is it as good as mine? I am, oh, a little bit, actually, you know what? I know how to solve the brain fog. No, don't go away. Come back. Maybe I've just been sitting for too long. Maybe it's time to play standing for a little while. Yeah, I'm feeling it's gonna be a bit bright. If my face is too bright, then I don't know. Deal with it. I can turn off the lamp actually, but anyway, because I'm closer now that I stood up, I am much closer to the light, as you can see. Should not have looked into the lamp. That was a mistake. So anyway, Outsider Attila said, at what spec should I start Mist PvP? Should I 100 all armors and weapon? No. Okay. From I think the threshold where you should be looking for PvP a bit more actively is when you have all the items that you are using. We're not talking about all armors and everything. All the items that you are using around 70. Keep in mind, you will be disadvantaged. You will be spending. If you fight me, I'm coming in with a spear, right? And you have just main spear at 70, and I have 700 in spears. Yes, you are gonna buy higher tier items to achieve the same level of power, but you've already kind of halfway of what you got. Just get your halfway of where you're gonna get. You're already gotten from the first 70 specs. So get like your main spear to 70, and this thing also somewhere near 100. You know. The actual mastery thing, and you're ready to go. Yes, you're going to be disadvantaged and you just have to accept it, but it's definitely not a good idea to undertake like crazy grind of leveling up all the armors and weapons in the tree before you get involved in PvP. You need to start getting experience and getting better, which you will get from combat. What's this Arctic Blast? This is the Arctic staff. This is the crystal frost. Hunter jacket plus Morgana cape. You're trying to make Whispering Bow happen, yeah? Okay. Nice Thursday, getting a couple beers clears my fog. Yeah, I haven't really been drinking much like it's been several years. Last like 2 or 3 years. I don't have a principle against drinking alcohol, but I've only been drinking like kind of a socially when and even like at a social gathering I usually don't drink, but there's a couple of situations where I kind of feel like I felt like maybe like the other person feels awkward like one time I was on a date and I felt like it's gonna be pretty awkward, you know, if I could have still said, you know, I don't drink and I don't care, but the girl was having wine and I thought, okay, I'm gonna have some wine with her as well, you know, so she doesn't feel like she's the drunk. But other than that, even with friends, I don't feel the pressure, and somehow I don't have the habit anymore. But as I said, it's not like a principle thing; it just happened somehow. But I hope standing up will clear my mind. The thing is, as I said, if you were not here at the beginning, yesterday, thank you, by the way, everyone who was here and kind of pushed me to be a better person, to get back on the gym schedule. Now, of course, one day is way too early to say. We'll have to talk about it again in a couple months. But at least I did get out and I did go to the gym today, finally, for the first time. For the first time in 3 months, I want to say. He has good enough mobility. This is the 8.4 guy, yeah. He has good enough mobility to probably catch me, so we'll see how it works out. I think his W is on cooldown. Yep, I was right. He W'd the mob. Nah, I'm stuck there. Man, I need to somehow not run into mobs. Because whenever I'm close to mobs, he's gonna use them for... I'm gonna even kill this Wolpertinger, I think. Oh shit, I'm clicking something else. I hope it's fine. Nah, now I'm dead. I messed up the iframe. I had undead cape, yeah? It was still at least somewhat possible. What happened with the chat? Something is broke with the chat, but I hope for you it didn't break, because I was dragging my mouse to the left screen while I was trying to get away from him, and did I restart the chat? Something like that. I don't know. I hope it's working for you. I see that we have the bowman. We were just talking about the potential stocks rising of the regular bow, and I think one of the men behind me saying that is the potential to see is Froggy. Thanks for raiding me. Let me give you a shout out. So like this. So yeah, actually it wasn't bad. Like, considering, you know, this is 8.4, it wasn't bad. Unfortunately, in the end, you know, I probably did anyway. But the iframe to his big execute with my undead cape procs, you know, maybe. But that's I've seen this guy like 5 times, and you know that just what happens right now. That's how he, you know, that's his playstyle. So essentially, he was invis. He's just waiting invis, hoping to someday get close enough to dismount, which happened this time. Like last time, didn't. And you saw it was still like a 3-minute exciting chase, but unfortunately, did not survive. I don't know, man. I really want to get like to get some good fights with the Arctic staff. So we probably have to get going. Have to like get some more reps in with it. But maybe now that I stood up, now I actually have, you know, more mental clarity to. And this was definitely better than it should have been. Like he was struggling. Like. With the 8.4 guy, he was struggling to catch me in this, because even with the chill hollow to be a bit easier, but with the Arctic staff still, with a bit of extra slow from the E, like it took him a very big effort to actually catch him. And this whole time, unfortunately, didn't run into anyone. But if I do if I do run into like 5-4 death givers, you know, he has to be worried. The 8.4 guy who lost, even if he lost like 25% of his HP, he has to be a bit worried. The same 8.4 that got wrecked by Dante and exited the mist today, by the way. Absolutely, I'm not surprised. I'm very happy also to hear that. Dante is definitely doing some nice cleaning in the mist, you know. He's some nice skills. But I'm just saying that, you know. Because I've seen an 8.4, I'm pretty sure it's the only guy. I've seen this guy many times today. And it's just... Obviously, I'm using a build which is decent at mobility. I'm gonna drop this here, I bought it by accident. But it's, you know, there's a bit of an emotional victory that I know this 8.4 is spending his time in mist, just walking around Invis, because I've seen him today doing this in time, hoping that he can get a free kill just by, you know, by someone not expecting, not seeing him as his Invis in Prowler, or like in form. So knowing that he spent so much time, and now he chased me around for 2 minutes, and barely caught me, and he gets like a... Congrats, like he gets a tier 7 kill. There's a bit of that, like, you know, emotional superiority feeling. But of course it's not like, it's not real, because, you know, if I'm such a big man, I could just take 8-3 and go fight him, you know, which I'm not doing. So he's still risking, like this guy is still risking, right? If Dante, you said Dante wrecked him earlier. If Dante showed up in the middle of this chase, this guy has a big disadvantage, you know. He lost at some point like 30% HP to tanking my E's as he was chasing. Plus, he might have everything on cooldown as well. Did I get any nice kills? Froggy, not really, no. I've been mostly just learning. I mean, I tried with, I started with Chillhal, which was really fun. And I did get some good tier 7 fights and some kills there. Somebody's hitting mobs. Okay, whatever. We don't even attack that. Anyway, and then I don't know. Somehow I just got the feeling that I need to try this Arctic staff for whatever reason. It is pointlessly expensive for tier 7, but I don't know. I want to see the potential a bit. I feel like it's stronger than I give it credit for because not enough people play it. But I don't think it's going to rise as much as I think the bow is going to rise, the regular bow, which I know since I saw you. I know that Froggy was playing today. I actually think like exactly the kind of the approach also that I think you had, if you're still here, Froggy, that your approach was much more brawl heavy, you know, like using Q1, using Rose Snapper, Mercenary, like the whole idea of bow being the kiter, you kind of, you know, you're losing that. I mean, obviously it's normal with the regular bow. In Corrupted, it was also not like necessarily kiter, but I kind of like that, and that's what I was loving about the change of nerfing the long range Q and buffing the short range Q to give bows different ways to approach fights. And I feel like your approach probably could be like, I feel like it can actually, like the stocks of the bow can actually rise pretty high. It can very easily like be like a decent kind of B tier weapon for mists already if more people try it out. And just kind of play it mostly like a brawler, you know? With a bit of frost shot here and there, mostly like a brawler. I don't know, it sounds like a good idea. And you obviously have no experience with it, so you can confirm or deny. Thanks for following Professor Leo. Some people have a weapon where the icon in the inventory glows. What is that? You can overcharge. I can use siphoned energy. This 10 energy I have, I need 10 for it. I can overcharge. There's a button here, I also have a shortcut. And that will put all of my items, not the cape, not bag, not mount, but all of these items will get plus 1 tier. So instead of tier 7 items, I will have essentially tier 8 items, but this is just for half an hour. And after half an hour, these items, when the overcharge ends, they have a chance of breaking. So if you see like a weapon glowing, and you will also see it visually, like my staff will also glow like here, then it means that it's overcharged. I've managed to kill 120 spec 6-3 dagger with the bow. There was like over 200 IP diff. Oh, awesome! Did you get the fight in Mists, or was that still in your open world? Like, especially, I mean, it doesn't really matter in the end of the day, but especially in Mists, you know, if you got a full spec dagger, that's like a player who came to play, right? That's like a player who came to PvP, not some in Mists. Okay, awesome. See, I am happy. I am happy to have you here share this, just like because of Hamster, I felt like I was calling Arclight Blasters as the S tier contender almost before it was cool, just because of like how good Hamster was with it, but also that it felt like when I played it, like it has so much potential. I'm kind of happy to also feel now a little bit looking at your success to get a bit of this premonition that I think actually regular bow is very much on the rise. And unlike a lot of the crystal weapons, where we don't have enough data, like it's a strong weapon but not enough people are playing it, the bow, the moment like somebody gets a whiff of maybe the regular bow is actually okay, so many people are gonna play it. There's so many people who want to play bow for like role-playing reasons, and because it's very cheap, you know, it's not a crystal weapon, not even an artifact weapon. And in general, like so many people, I've gotten so many comments when I rank weapons or when I talk about different meta weapons on YouTube. Comments of people asking about bow and then being very sad when I kind of have to disappoint them, because for a long time bows have not felt viable at all. So I'm happy to hear that. It was a close fight. Yeah, I mean, it must have been. If you were 200 IP lower, there's no way you destroyed him to the point where it was not, where he didn't even have a chance, right? But nice. That is very, very awesome. Very happy to hear that. One-handed dagger. Interesting. Yeah, the soldier helmet was also interesting that you had, like, when I saw you when I had Chillhal, I really want to know this matchup, especially now that I believe bow is gonna get stronger. I really want to kind of experience this matchup. But for Chillhal, the soldier helmet is of course really, really annoying, but I'll still be interested. Great Frost? What do you mean, Altaric Great Frost? This is not Great Frost. I mean, it is a Great Frost, but it's not the Great Frost. It is Arctic Staff, which is the Crystal Frost weapon. Thanks for following, Kuayakus. Oh, come on. How can I... Okay, now I can open it. Okay, nice. Hi, I'm your fan. Hello, Christian. Thank you for being here and being a fan. A question. For you, what is the best 1v1 weapon for mobile? I don't play enough mobile to know. The only thing I do or used to do in Albion and mobile is like market stuff and, you know, dragging stuff around from one city to the other. Not like real transport, but just teleporting and, you know, selling things. So I don't really know. I just know I've heard that spear queues are difficult to hit from people who have tried to learn spear on mobile. But I've also seen some, I've seen a content creator even who was playing just on mobile and was very successful with spear. So it seems like spear is more difficult on mobile, but still possible. But like brawling weapons where you don't have to hit skill shots will be a lot easier. So essentially, the more you have to aim, the more you are at a disadvantage. So you will probably not play a lot of ranged weapons when you have to constantly aim. Maybe fire staff is only exception, like one-handed fire. You will probably have to play, like at least at the beginning, something like sword, maybe battle axe. Let's see. Let's see if we're gonna run into the 8.4 again. I have a feeling it smells of cat litter here. I feel like the prowling is on the prowl here, but of course I don't mind. Although this weapon is very expensive for tier 7, but of course I don't mind losing 100 times tier 7 items. As I said, we got the emotional victory from the fact that he had to cheese, like he had to come in invis. The fact that I saw him like four times before already in mists, and he even then it took him 2 minutes. So you know, I can keep telling myself that to feel better. Still died. I still died. Hey man, do you use carving sword? Well, occasionally, yes. I had a day last week where I wanted to try the new sword. They changed the queues of swords, and I wanted to try it. And I played dual swords, carving, and claymore to test how this works now. The stacks. But carving is not that strong right now. It is good, but it's viable good. It's not like actually good after all the nerfs. And it's still a weapon that I have a lot of fun playing because it has all the versatility, like not all, but it has a lot of the same versatility that I enjoy with Spear and Daybreaker. But it's not on my list of things I want to do right now for sure. It's sometimes funny to see how mobile players lock on the mobs instead of players when fighting. I saw a dude with Grailseeker and Rhodes that instead of me started using his E straight on the mob. Oh, okay, so that was like the aim assist type of thing, yeah? Because it's definitely happened to all of us that we misclick on a mob, right? In the middle of a fight. Especially if you have the setting that automatically select the attacker. By the way, I think you should remove it. But you know, there's a setting like, I think it might be even by default, that if a mob attacks you, you're going to change your target to the mob. But I think I definitely misclick a lot also during a fight on wall pertingers and stuff. But if there's like aim assist going on, yeah, that's some deeper, bigger problem. Oh. Man, standing up was a good decision, yeah. I definitely, I feel much better now. I hope I didn't... By the way, if I missed something in chat, you know, let me know. I realized because it was pretty much the moment just before raid from Froggy. By the way, thanks again. Happy to have you guys here, all the Froggies and Froggers. But just before that, I don't know. I still don't know what I clicked. But when I looked at chat, it was empty and I only saw the fresh new messages. So I might have missed something. I was so excited about running away from the prowling that, you know, my mouse went to the second monitor. You got a stand-up desk? Yes, Kirpo, I'm standing up right now. I mean, I don't know, for you nothing changes except that the lamp is much closer to my face. But if you were here when I actually moved it, like, you know, clicked the button so it went up, you would have seen how the whole world shifted. Yes, it is one of the... I am absolutely singing praises, like how good of an investment this is. I thought this would be very expensive, you know, I don't know why. But I bought the desk, which, you know, moves up and down with electricity. It cost me about 300 euros. I mean, even if it doesn't move, it's a very solid, decent, good desk. It's a big one. I bought like with the plate of the desk is really big. So my computer is on the desk. There's a bunch of like random shit and other stuff, you know. So I have a lot of room. So I think it would be cheaper if I had a bit smaller, like the actual desk plate. But anyway, I just feel like for like it actually ended up being not super expensive, and it's definitely made my life so much better. So I am 100%. If you are considering it, take me as an example of someone who bought this and is super happy with how it's changed my life to be happier. It's so much easier. Only thing is I cannot play FPS games or very mechanical games. I don't know if this is my mechanical skill, or is this universal, but I can't aim for shit when I'm standing up. Maybe because I'm used to a different like position of hands. And if it's very important to be precise with my clicks, I can't do this standing up. But any sort of work, so much better to stand up occasionally. Albion is not mechanically demanding enough for me to worry about it. So. Speaking of carving, with a purge, do you want to fight me, brother? He doesn't want to fight me. He so much doesn't want to fight me that he just full on disappeared from my screen. Okay, let's see if the prowling is here. Oh, we have a demon boots enjoyer. And the bow. Damn, this is a fun mist. There's a lot of people here to have fun with. I don't know if it's a good idea to change to demon boots when there's like a multi-way like this. Oh shit. Let's go see what happens. Oh, the bow is definitely worth more, but I feel like the shadow color seems a little bit more dangerous to me right off the bat. No. If I hit one of the Qs, I would be pretty happy. Oh shit, the carving also dismounted somehow. The other guy's just gonna demon boots away. I shouldn't have healed like this. The other guy's just gonna demon boots away. I wonder if he used his purge or not. Yeah, that's not ideal. Yeah, the demon boots doesn't synergize that well with my cultist robe, I just realized. But I changed it just to have something against the life curse. Interesting that the carving didn't want to 1v1, but now, I mean, no, we are all rats. Yeah, I'm not super surprised, but still, earlier, you know, he didn't want to 1v1 me. Change the Q. I don't want to. I like this Q. I'd rather be at a disadvantage, but feel that when I do hit every Q, I do a lot of damage. The carving is gonna loot everything, right? Shit, I shouldn't have probably left it so easily. Hey, he looted already. Unfortunate. Full spec carving, by the way. I'm very surprised. Maybe he knew that there are guys in this mist, because earlier when he saw me, there was no one around and he didn't want to fight, even though he has like a pretty big advantage, you know, with being full spec and all, and he knows that. Too bad. If I hit one of these, I could be a bit more aggressive, but the demon boots did fuck me a little bit earlier. Oh, Zippy Throat is trying to guess where I'm from. Well, Twitch chat knows, but you can guess a bit more. Serbia is not the correct answer, I can tell you that. Poor Bowman, everybody went for him. Yeah, Badon first. But Badon was also... Okay, carving wasn't part of it. Badon was just way more expensive than the life curse. Carving wasn't really part of the situation. After that, yeah, would make sense to kill carving, but the life curse was so low already. Carving's still an invis, by the way. Yeah, I should have all-in on carving a bit more. But since the shadow collar... Sorry, not life curse, shadow collar. Since he took so much of my HP, it took a bit of time for me to recover. Me. Jamaican. No. What? That's like a... That's just a bad guess. There's no way there's anything about me that would make you think like I could be possibly Jamaican. Like nothing. Zippy says it was last guess. Okay. Like Serbian, I can understand. It's a decent guess, you know. Like it's whatever, right? Somewhere in Eastern Europe or Balkans, yeah, sure. Like people, someone who looks like me can very obviously I can be from anywhere, you know. Looks can be like you can have exceptions, huh? But someone who looks like me, okay, any sort of Eastern Europe or Balkan country, whatever, right? Makes kind of sense. Also, the way I speak, I could see that being like someone from Serbia, sure. So that's like a decent guess. But Jamaican is like, from all the guesses, one of the last I would think about. Denmark, Norway, okay, not bad guesses, but no, I'm not. I'm from a tiny, well, not tiny, but tiny small country, yeah. Not like the tiniest of them all, but very, very small country. Are you from Japan? My grandfather, I think, is like of Asian descent. He's not like you wouldn't think he's Asian when he see, but when I look at some of his photos, I think he is of like some Asian descent a little bit. But Finland is the closest guess so far from everything. So at least we've nailed the region, you know. It's we're almost there. I felt the Japan vibes. Ireland. No, not Ireland. Wait, I just said Finland is the closest guess we've had. And you took, land. I know another country that has land in its name, so you just went for Ireland. Yes, Runeshine is correct. I am a representative of a tiny country in northeastern Europe called Estonia, where everything is done online. And there's like 1 million people total. Okay, there's like 1.4 million total in my country. So there's a good likelihood that wherever you are from, if you live in the capital, there's a good chance that your city has about as many people as my whole country. Or more. So Sweden then. No, not Sweden, Estonia. Let's see, did I miss something else? Christian said, I'm going to change my answer. Which weapon, once mastered, is the most effective and simultaneously elusive when it wants to get away? Okay, so that's kind of the whole point of... not the whole point, but that's one of the main things for high-level PvP, for solo PvP. If you do it in mists or open world, the weapons that end up being meta, that end up being the most popular and strongest, are always the weapons that essentially find the middle ground by being able to be among the more mobile weapons without having to fully sacrifice their damage. Not just weapons, but the build as a whole. This is like Stalker Jacket used to be so popular, you know? You could just full-on only mobility from your weapon, but then you had another piece of of equipment that did damage. So it's always a question, Christian. Like whatever is like S tier meta for solo PvP, there are almost always builds that, as you said, like they prioritize or they are able to be mobile without trading off too much damage. They're able to be good brawlers without completely sacrificing their mobility, you know? So they kind of try to get best of both worlds. So your idea like is the most effective and also elusive to get away. That's kind of like everyone is trying to figure out, you know, which weapon they can be. If you just want to be elusive, you have some very high mobility options, but then you usually, like if, I don't know exactly what you mean by an effective weapon, but usually if you're just elusive, you're not going to have enough damage to actually win decent fights. But all of the meta weapons that you see, like Death Givers, Fists of Avalon, Daybreaker, Flame Walker, Arclight Blasters, all of those weapons have some decent enough mobility, some of them a bit more, some a bit less, and while not sacrificing their ability to actually stand brawl and do, in some cases, ridiculous damage, in some cases just above average damage. So whatever is like the meta weapon, and you see a lot of people playing, and you know, the ones I listed, those are currently among the best. Like Flame Walker, it's a bit of a question whether it is dead or not. Yesterday's patch might have killed Flame Walker, which is kind of a happy thing for me right now. I kind of like the change, you know, to have some variety. But it might be like the nerf was too big, I don't know. People will have to figure it out. But then we have Arclight Blasters, we have Death Givers, very, very strong. We have Fists of Avalon, Daybreaker, Sky Strider. Those are all weapons that are elusive enough to choose their fights somewhat. But they're not putting all their eggs in only mobility basket. They all have tools to actually win a fight when you're forced into a fight. So choose one of those if you're just trying to find the meta weapon. Is Asian server offline? I don't know. I don't know. Everyone is just swearing now, a drunk country. 1.3 million people, that's crazy. Good to see you today. Hey, Runeshine, yeah, it is. Yeah, you were correct. And it is good to see you as well. And yeah, 1.3 mil, it's like, it is a very small country. Interestingly enough, in terms of size, Netherlands, for example, is almost exactly the same size as Estonia. But I don't remember how many. I think it has like 16, 17, 18 million people in exactly the same size of country. So it's not just that the country is small, like physically small, and you can't fit that many people, but it's also very, very, what's the opposite of dense? Very sparsely populated? I don't know. Not densely populated. That's what I'm trying to say. So there's also a bit of that. Oh shit. Whenever I lose focus, I forget that I'm using the Arctic staff. I thought it's not the first time. I'm thinking that I'm probably using chill hull, so I just try to chill hull a mob, and then suddenly I start casting my spell. Hey Vic, I don't see regular bow mentioned in today's patch notes. Where's the new potential coming from? It is coming from the change before, when they nerfed the long range Q of the bows, but in turn buffed the short range Q of the bows. Now, it wasn't instantly clear that it's a buff, but changing this, it's a lower cooldown. So essentially this just does more damage, and instead of knockback, it slows. But this spell essentially made bows a bit better close range. Most bows don't want to be close range, doesn't matter. Most bows still are not going to use that new. Oh, legendary. Holy shit, who is here? Okay. Oh, this is a cool guy with a Poglock. Let's see, what is the legendary? 200k. Was expecting a bit more, but it is a small chest, so overall can't complain. So, and I think I think bow is rising, just like Art Light Blasters. They didn't go up like this, you know? It took weeks and weeks for people to start appreciating, and people were calling for buffs. And even after they were buffed, people were saying like, oh, this is like pointless, this weapon is shit. But then it took weeks for people to play it in different ways, for good players to try it. And this ultimately for a couple good players, most notably Hamster, to just get very successful with it. And then it started spreading and people like learn. So I think right now that regular bow is on the rise, not because of something like some crazy thing that just happened, but because bows are a bit more viable as a not only kiting weapon now. And regular bow can take advantage of this Q1 buff, and more people are trying it out. So, you know, I don't know if you were... if you watched Froggy's stream today or not, but like this is an example, you know. It's not like an OP weapon, but you know, like more and more people, like Froggy has played it for a couple days, you know, and more and more people are just like me, you know, are gonna see it and think like, oh, okay, there's some potential here, and more players are gonna try different builds and, you know, essentially just try it. And I feel like it's on the rise, but I don't think it's gonna rise to S tier by any means, you know. It's probably not even gonna compete with things like Daybreaker and Fists of Avalon. But who knows? But it's definitely, for the first time in all of Mist's history, definitely, I'm kind of confident saying that it's in a viable place, you know? You're not just playing it for cosplaying reasons, but it's actually a weapon that can be viable. Maybe not like very high IP, but, you know, at least middle tier. Hope that makes sense. The answer. Is it alright to practice PvP in Arena? At the beginning, yes. If you want to learn the spells, yes. And the interactions, yes. But if you want to learn real PvP, which includes understanding how people are going to play, how they're going to react, what's going to happen, then no. Like, Arena will ultimately prepare you for Arena. For full loot 1v1 PvP or solo PvP, you need to play full loot solo PvP. Some of the Arena skills and understanding of, not just understanding of mechanics, understanding of basic mechanics, whatever kind of PvP is going to be helpful. But some of the understanding of how Arena works will help you also in small scale. So if you play with a small group later in open world, it will still be a little bit helpful for you. He's on Invis. He doesn't change to Inferno, then this might be an easy fight. Because a good player by this time would 100% change to Inferno. He still has one more potion. No, he doesn't have one more potion. I was lying to you. He has only one potion. And he drank it. Nah, he's just gonna run away. Yeah, okay, maybe I should have been a bit more risky. Knowing what he can do, although he's not that dangerous. Maybe I should have just been a bit more... I have my potion if I really need to be safe. But yeah, the fact that he didn't change from Invis to Inferno is kind of a dead giveaway that this was a beginner, so... I should have been a bit more baity and not just destroy him too much. Best advice when fighting someone with significantly more IP, like 200 or 300 more. Well, if we're talking about that big of a difference, you need to have the matchup must be in your favor, and usually it depends, but usually you need to have a better brawling build. If you have better mobility, it's very unlikely that you will overcome big IP differences, because leveraging mobility into like a fight where you're into winning a fight is much more difficult. Whereas if you are better brawler but your mobility is worse, sure, sometimes the enemy will start losing the brawl and get away. Unfortunate, yeah. But if they don't get away at the right time, they make a mistake. That's how those big kills happen. Those big tier 7 versus 8.3 kills, they usually happen when you are at least a little bit better brawler and the matchup is good for you. So it's not just random 2 weapons, but it's a matchup that is decent. Where you have some sort of advantages, you know. No other real advice. But if your long-term strategy is to go low IP and try to get like big kills, then your whole build should probably focus a little bit on that as well. I'm brave, very brave warrior. This is earlier when I played Chillhull, I always said that every Frost has an advantage over Chillhull. Why? Because he cannot meaningfully use his W to dodge my E. I mean, he kind of can, but not amazingly. Against one-handed Frost, you know, W is okay tool, but it's not amazing. Against Chillhull, you saw, like, he can never really Chillhull me because I will always blink away. So it's kind of like, it's a bit of a counter matchup. Every other Frost kind of counters Chillhull by default, just because he cannot, you know, you cannot really E. That's why also when I was chasing him, I didn't W and into him, right? When the last time when I was chasing him at the end, I waited for my boots and then Duskweaver. If I miss, maybe I will W, yeah, if I miss the Duskweaver. But if I W, he's just gonna root me, and then I mean not root, but he's just gonna E me, so I'm gonna get stunned, and he's gonna have enough distance to get away anyway. But yeah, I mean, brave soldier, because it was a bad matchup for him, and I think he was tier 7. He did have tier 6, I mean. I think he had a tier 6 masterpiece, some items, but like essentially I have IP advantage, and I have the matchup advantage. So, like, respect that he did try it at least. Do you have that joke about is it far to Tallinn yet in Estonia? Maybe we do, but I don't know that, no. All the like jokes about Estonians that I've heard, I mean, there aren't really, like, you can't really have a lot of stereotypes because, you know, it's like 1.3 million, right? Small country that many people don't know about. Nobody really has a lot of jokes. The only thing I know about Estonians is the joke that Estonians are really slow. And I've heard some jokes about that, which are kind of funny. Maybe I'll tell you one later, but... Oh, shit. Oh, he's on Demon Boots, yeah. So, I don't know how much I need to bait him in order for him to take this fight. Maybe now? Oh shit, I de-aggroed the... Man, I was so hoping that he would at least dismount when I'm 20% HP. He's on Demon Boots, so he's not catching me. And I still have my robe, you know, if I need it, but... I didn't realize I'm going too far from the spider. That sucks. The problem, of course, with Demon Boots is that I'm also probably not catching him, but we'll get to that. We'll cross that bridge when I get to it. Oh, he dismounted for something. Why did he dismount? I'm gonna have to use my rope just for energy this way. If it continues like this. Too bad. I really wanted to get him into combat somehow. I'm surprised because I got to like 25% HP. Like, even a non-PvP, like even gatherers sometimes have tried to rat or kill me, you know, when I'm that low, but he didn't. So Estonians are bad in a sprint. I don't know. We're not good at any. Okay, maybe. Oh, there are like skiing is like one sport where Estonians have achieved like international, like first places and Olympic medals and stuff like that. Other than that, I don't know if they have good at anything. But can you have a good PvP run with no specs? Fame farming is so boring. With 0 specs, not really. I mean, if you're very experienced, sure, you will still find targets, but it's not gonna feel like a good PvP run. Because you're gonna use like tier 6, maybe tier 7, and you're gonna have to fight 4.1s, you know, because you don't have any specs, so you are gonna be much weaker anyway than normal tier 7 would be. So it's not gonna feel satisfying to you, probably. I hear a lot of jokes about slow Estonians from Russians. Yeah. In fact, they like this kind of jokes of other nations. Well, everybody has, you know. Everyone has like some country that they make fun of. It's always a thing. And usually it's a country which is at least in your region. I don't know if it's fair to say that Russia and Estonia are in the same region. Obviously we share a border, but you know, Russia being like one of the biggest, the biggest country in the world and spanning so many different time zones. I mean, I don't know if we're actually in the same region as them, but yeah. But I think a lot of countries, yeah, have some sort of rival that they're making fun of in some ways. Uncommon. Okay, it would be nice to open the uncommon one. Because who knows, maybe there's something good in there. When playing Spear, how do you deal with Searing Bolt on fire stuff? You dodge it? That's pretty much the only thing you can do. Am I wait. Searing Bolt is Q3, right? Please tell me I was right, otherwise I'm gonna feel stupid. Yes, I am right. Searing Flame. Wait, you put 2 spells together. You are confusing me on purpose. Yo, clever devil. You are confusing me because there's a Fire Bolt and Searing Flame. I assumed you meant Q3. But you said Searing Bolt, so... What a troll. But if you meant Q3, which I assume, then the counter to that is to dodge it. If they are Q1, then you can sometimes get away by deflecting it, but the better choice is to just not fight the fire staff at all in that case. Is Flame Strider a good weapon? Flame Walker, yeah? Oh, okay, I see what's happening, Badawal. I see what we're doing. We are making fun of the streamer here, I see. No more answers for you. I miss when there was just tiers and no specs. I didn't know that was the case. I mean, I'm not like a Albion veteran in the same sense that some actual Albion veterans, you know? I played this game a lot less than a lot of the guys who were here from the start. So I might not know what it was like 20 years ago. Or, well, you know, at the beginning. But I didn't know that it was without... that there was ever just tiers and no specs. I also cannot instantly like imagine or understand what it means. Estonian people are really intelligent. Yeah, maybe, I don't know. There are some things about being in a small country that I mean, the education system is definitely good based on the international rankings and everything. But there's some things about being a small country which make it kind of... I've said about this when people talk about my English, and when someone comments like, yo, your English is pretty good, it's not like, it's not my first language. I've talked about this several times already, but I think one of the reasons why, and this is not just me, but one of the reasons why Estonians on average speak much better English is because you don't have a choice. If you want to have fun as a kid growing up, I mean, the country is too small. We don't produce enough movies, TV shows, especially good movies, TV shows, games, any sort of entertainment, If you want to have fun in your life, and also you don't have that many people to talk to, obviously. I mean, in real life it doesn't matter, but online as well. So you're kind of forced, you don't have this Estonian community. Like if you play Albion, you can join the French community if you're French, or Turkish community if you're Turkish. If you're Estonian, you're gonna be bored out of your mind if you can only play with other Estonians. Well, I'm guessing, I don't know actually, but it's more like that, So when I was growing up, everything I consumed was in English. So I think it might be like, if you say that Estonians are intelligent, you might just be confusing it with the fact that people speak English better as a second language than a lot of others. I'm not trying to say Estonians are dumb or something, but I don't think like a whole nation as a whole is like smarter or dumber. Although, I mean, education system does play a role, so there is that. He is not on Harpoon, but he does have Duskweaver, which is probably gonna mean that I'm gonna die quickly, right? Holy shit! What in the awesomeness is this, man? This guy is so awesome that Daybreaker just mounted up seeing this. I can't even understand. Okay, he's just using this for shield. I want to see that. That is awesome. I don't know what this guy is cooking. With assassin shoes as well. Shoes on top, E, and then... This is a weapon I want to see. I want to see this in action more. Because they did change it a little bit. So... I'm really curious to see how this works. Back from vacation. Hello there. I hope you have a nice day. What's up, Tixter? Glad to have you back. How was your vacation? Did you vacate, or did you just spend your whole time thinking about having to end the vacation? This is not based on real life or my personal experience. This is just a random question. Is he fighting the other guy, or is he fighting me? He was reading the spells of the bracers, so now he's reading. Okay, let's try. I don't know if I mean, he's on the Duskweaver, which is interesting. Meh. I mean, at least everyone is gonna go for him and not me. Anyone who wants to kind of participate in this combat as a rat. So it's also a bit easier for me to just dance around, because I have decent enough mobility. The Daybreaker can absolutely catch and kill me if he gets a cripple off, if he stays on cripple. But other than that, I'm relatively safe in the middle of everyone. Who is this? The battle axe is gonna ruin this fun for us, right? I am also a better target than the Death Givers. He has regular sprint. Okie dokie. Rat is gonna kill me, but okay, I understand from his perspective, he's gonna die anyway. If he wins the fight, he's gonna be low, and after that, Rat is gonna kill him. He's on heal still, interestingly enough, and mercenary. That's his only healing potion? Yeah, he has mercenary, but no more healing potions. Okay. Okay, ended up being kind of easy, but he was once again tier 6, so it's... I didn't need to use my potion. Okay, let's see. Let's see what I missed. Why is my... I misclicked again. Am I getting so excited today? I'm clicking on my second monitor. So, first of all, let me mount up. Then we'll pick up the discussion we had, but also give me a moment to give a shout out to our resident great... Wait, someone is fighting. Are you fighting a mob? Oh, that's it for one. Okay, so shout out to our resident great nature player. What's up, Onasim? How was your day? Did you kill anyone abusing the meta? I know that you are most likely playing open world, but you know, surprise me. And bienvenue to everyone from Onasim's stream. Nice to have you guys here. As you can see, I am trying something new for me, but not new for the world. But I think the Arctic staff. I think today's conclusion is that Arctic staff and a regular bow are both kind of on the rise. But the problem with Arctic staff is it's way too expensive. So not a lot of people are still gonna play it, even though it seems like it has a lot of potential. But the regular bow, I think you're gonna see a lot more. So if you have money, invest in stocks of the regular bow. I'm calling it right here and now. Clean with it. Thanks, Martin. But yeah, it was a tier 6 enemy, right? I'm kind of interested in what would happen against the Daybreaker. The previous Daybreaker fight, I was also like, I definitely handled it well, but he had demon boots, so he ran out of the Abbey. This time the Daybreaker actually, well, we didn't end up fighting, you know, but he was this time much higher IP than me. Oh, let me see. Did I miss? Did I miss something? FBI opened the door. This is the police coming here for the meta weapons. I was hoping to see also today whether flame walkers are dead. In fact, my initial idea, even for the stream title and for the whole focus of my day, was just to say like flame walker is dead, you know, long live new meta. And we haven't seen a single flame walker today. So I don't know. It's not fair to conclude that flame walkers are dead, but we could say that they are definitely take the hit they took with the latest patch is bigger than you would expect. Okay. Thanks for follows, by the way. X-Crew, Unknown Supremacy, and Numeros Dos, or Numeros 2. Whichever way you like it. So, if you have any Onasimers here, tell me, what was it like? What did you get up to? What happened? What happened in Onasim's stream? I know that he's a man after my own heart, who, if Onasim sees an opportunity to attack someone, he's probably gonna do it. At least when he's in PvP mindset. So I'm curious, what happened? What happened? What happened? Thanks for following, Ratcane and straightest man ever. What a way to choose your online nickname. It's like you log into, like you create the Twitch account and it asks you, what would you like to be known as? Like, what is the nickname you choose? And instead of choosing something like David or, you know, I don't know, King of Camelot or something random, you're like, I need to make sure no one is gonna ever think I'm gay. So you're right, straightest man ever. I'm sorry, it's kind of like a guilty pleasure of mine to think about people's nicknames. I always, when I see like funny nicknames, like when I see like a nickname in City, like someone is called like something fantasy related, like, you know, I don't know, maybe Dragon Knight or whatever, but then there's someone who just says the name is just sex, or like anal 69420, you know, and I'm always curious, like, what went in that, like, what was going on in that person's mind where they were choosing a name that they ended up on something like Anal Trasher 69, you know? It's just funny. I'm not, like, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter, but, you know, but it's just so funny for me. There was a dude I saw earlier in Brazilian whose name is just KFC. You know, like, the dude was, like, also logged into the game and was like, what do you want your character to be known as? And he was like, KFC. That sounds like a name. It's just so funny to me to think about that. Thanks for... Oh, yeah, that's it. I've been trying builds in Arena and hope to PvP with the set, so when I queue, go full inventory. Yeah, that makes sense. As long as you're not ruining the Arena matches too much for others, yeah. I mean, use Arena to learn mechanics, use Arena to get a bit of an understanding of what the spells feel like, cast ranges, cooldowns. Like, the first 5 times I used the Z, I had no idea how long it will go, like where it will stop, you know? You can get used to those types of things in Arena, absolutely. What changed that Flamewalker is not played? Was some patch in last few days? Yes, yesterday's patch, Tixter. Flamewalker, let's give me a moment. Let's celebrate this together. Here we go. Yesterday's patch. Read this. This is combat balance changes. We're not going to go through everything, and the other things are not super important. Yesterday's patch. Flamewalker cooldown. 40 seconds. Very, very long. If you hit an enemy, the cooldown is very similar to what it was before. If you hit an enemy, you get the cooldown reduction, just like with Bloodletter, like with Double Bladed, you know. But the cooldown then will be like 1.5 or 2 seconds longer than it used to be. But the moment you miss an E, you're in a terrible spot. 40 seconds is ridiculously long compared to other E's in the game, right? So this is a very nice nerf, but it seems based on the first day today that I'm playing, it seems a bit like maybe it's too much, you know, maybe the Flamewalkers are completely dead, but we'll see. At least you have a very clear plan. If you fight a Flamewalker against a Flamewalker today, your clear plan, number one, is to dodge their Qs, but this was always the case. Number two, do everything you can to dodge their E, because once you dodge their E, you have a big, big advantage in terms of damage and in terms of their limited mobility. I hope that makes sense. No trash at 69, yeah. It only took them 3 months to nerf it. It was a bit slow, but at least right now it feels good to have something new. Like, I mean, new meta weapons have better chance. Deathgiver still absolutely S tier. For everything else, it kind of remains to be seen. Sky Strider stocks are rising. Regular bow stocks are rising. Daybreaker stable tier A weapon, contender for tier S, depending on what other meta is like. In fact, Daybreaker became a bit stronger also by nerfing Flamewalkers, because Daybreaker was such an amazing weapon because it counters most meta weapons, but it was struggling specifically against Flamewalkers and Arclight Blasters. So now that there's fewer Flamewalkers, Daybreaker rises. Arclight Blasters, in my opinion, S tier weapon still. Fists of Avalon, A tier weapon for sure. So there's a lot of other like good choices, but Flamewalker is kind of in between and unclear right now. My game name is McMuffin No Egg, due to family always ordered that. Okay, that's a very cute story, you know. I mean, it would still make me wonder, like, wow, that's kind of the kind of answer I'm looking, you know, when I'm wondering how people chose their name. I just stated reality, you know. I love women. Okay, fair enough. But there's more to the story, you know. Because if you love women, you could have also just named yourself I Love Women. Like, that's a normal name also that I assume I will see if I go to Brazilian. I will see some guys like with name like I Love Women, right? But you chose specifically to make sure that everyone knows that you are not just straight, but straighter than everyone else, you know. I arrived like 5 minutes before he ended stream. Oh, okay. So who was there for Onasim's stream? What did Onasim learn today? I know because I remember that one time. Oh, yo! Speaking of Walker of the Flame, we finally have one in the wild. Let's see what happens. I don't think I can kill him, but I don't think he can kill me either. At least he can't really E me. Oh, okay, he's probably thinking I don't want to fight. Man, all of this. Today I've seen so many fights that make me feel like I wish I was playing Daybreaker. I think tomorrow is a Daybreaker day. Friday. Oh, that could be the name of the stream. Friday Breaker. Straight test maneuver. What? Oh. Okay. Oh, there's another Arctic, by the way. Come on, Flamewalker. I'm not worth it for him, I guess. I mean, I'm worth 1 million, so I don't know why he's not taking my items. Okay. Ironclad E knocks you back into the city. Wait, Ironclad E should be buffed to where you get banned from Albion if you get hit. Okay, so you would have like moderators walking around with Ironclads, just spinning it. The moment you get close to them, you're banned. Banned. Everyone banned. Might get KFC tonight if you see me. Now, don't kill me. Hello, first of all, thank you very much for your content. Thank you for coming here and writing the message to make me feel a bit happier. Second, I remember when I started watching you and started playing Spear. Okay. What is this? It's a fire staff gatherer. Okay. Okay. I see your message. Your name. Oh. Can I have this? Yeah, some of like my chat. So, by the way, this stream is on YouTube and Twitch at the same time. You only see Twitch chat here, but YouTube chat also exists. So sometimes I'm answering questions that you don't know about because they come from YouTube. But because of that, I'm using a chat which combines both of them. So it's a bit like some of the names blend in. So let me see. I need to. Okay, so Kwayakus. Yeah, no, because your name is exactly the same color as the chat background. I don't know how this happens. Anyway, what is. What you said, first of all, thank you, and I said thank you. Second, you said, second, I remember when I started watching you and playing Spear. Yes. I feel like your thought has not been finished. Like you wanted to say something or ask something after that, no? Hey Vic, what line of work are you in? Most of my adult life, I've done different types of like jobs here and there, but most of my adult life I've been coaching and teaching adults in the topics of public speaking, communication, and argumentation skills and stuff like that. But there's also been times where I was just straight up working in sales or like sales related things. So, you know, I've also applied some of those communication skills myself. I'm not only the guy who teaches, but I've done more teaching than doing in some of those things, I think. But something like that. But it's always been project based. I'm not very like, I've worked like here and there, like for a couple of years here and there as like a normal person, you know, like a scheduled work, like 9 to 5 type of thing. But I don't know, I'm not very good at actually like being stable and, you know, because I get bored pretty easily. That's why also I'm playing different weapons in Albion. So usually most of my work has been like project based or client based and less like a regular job. I don't know. Can you teach me how I can argue to my wife to let my girlfriend live with us? There is actually there is definitely something there, you know. There's definitely a way you can There's definitely a way to communicate this desire and this argumentation in a more convincing way and in a less convincing way. But I'll let you figure it out on your own. Oh shit! What is this? Little pucky puck. I don't. Oh, that was a nice dodge. I don't remember fighting one of these in forever. Oh, we have a bunch of guys. What are you all doing here? I don't think this guy is gonna fight the Flame Walker, but who knows? I'm kind of curious what will happen. Like he's probably gonna do my whole HP with one combo, right? Boots on top of me, E, W, and that's it. I'm pretty much dead in my cloth armor, right? But I'm curious, you know? I need to find out. Am I just instantly dead? Or not? He also has double healing potion, 6-2, and the mercenary jacket. So the chances of me killing him is just about 1.7%. But the chances of me dying to him are not 98.3, right? Like, I would say 50% chance I just die to him, 49% chance that I survive, and I learn something new about the weapon. He will shred you. Yeah, I think so. I think I will just die before I even understand that the fight started. But he's being very careful about this. He doesn't want to. Maybe he knows that there's like 8.4 here. Maybe he saw the 8.3 or 8.4 Flame Walker. So maybe he's just being very careful because obviously if he does get into a fight with me, the 8.3 is gonna go for him, right? It's just full on gonna attack him. I don't know. He doesn't have boots, by the way, but I don't think I can use my mobility to catch him either. I'm not sure, but I feel like the difference is significant enough where if I use boots right now, I think I'm just dead. But who knows? Oh, he was changing to counter. That's why he wasn't. Okay. Well, it just became even more impossible. The problem is I can't really bait it out, right? Because without E, there is zero chance of me doing anything in this fight. So I can't really bait out the counter either, unfortunately. Like on some other weapons, you know, I could intentionally miss a spell to get him to use counter. But since here, yeah, but the problem with doing Q to the side is if I let him close enough for Q, he's already on top of me. Like, my thought was also just to Q, but if I let him close enough for him, he's already going to be like... If I'm close enough to hit the Q, it's like one step away, he's just gonna Q, boots, and he's on top of me. Right? So I don't think it's going to work out. He changed back to devastating combo, I don't know. I remember all the mechanics you taught me on YouTube, although now I play hammer. That's awesome. I mean, at the end of the day, yes, spear is my favorite weapon. I like talking about spear, I like playing spear, especially now currently Daybreaker, my favorite of the spears. But, and that's also why I suggest that if you are a hardcore PvP player, you'll play spear at least for some time, even as a beginner. What I mean by hardcore PvP, I mean if you're like a competitive player, you know? If you come from League, Dota, Counter-Strike, stuff like that, you know? If you come from a MMORPG background, then I wouldn't, like, if my friend from MMOR, like RuneScape, I have a friend who plays RuneScape a lot. I was trying to get him to play Albion. He hasn't tried yet, but if he comes to Albion, I'm not going to tell him to play Spear. Because I know that he likes to relax, farm slowly, grind. Like, his gameplay experience should, like, he shouldn't go out with Spear and just die 10 times. But one of the friends I got to play, who I play competitive games with, I just gave him, I think I gave him light crossbow, and I said, this is what you're playing, you know? Light crossbow, very, very difficult for a beginner. But I just thought like he's gonna learn stuff. So coming back to why I started talking about this is because my hope is that a lot of the things that I focus on and that I learn in stream together with you, you've seen me learn a lot of stuff, that we all learn together, that these are actually fundamentals, you know, these are basics. These are not specific to any weapon at the end of the day. Most of these things are applicable. So the things you learn from, for example, me playing spear, you can apply to being a hammer 100%, not just when fighting against spears. I wonder what happened to the 8.3 Flamewalker. I was kind of hoping, you know, like he would appear at the right moment and start fighting the Force Bracers, and then the Bracers will be also forced in the fight, and then they will be fighting, like, there will be a big anime battle, and they will both be very excited about the fight, and then I will just channel my cultist strobe and come in at the right moment and kill both of them. That's how I imagined it when I attacked him, but you can't have nice things. Oh shit. I keep forgetting that I'm not chill hull. Again, I tried to chill hull the mob. But yeah, this is also like a good example. Like this guy who is like 2 tiers higher than me on 4 spells, he is like 10 times better at brawling. He's not even using a sprint on his shoes, you know? He's even cutting down on his mobility to do more damage. He's on assassin shoes. He's like, when I stand next to him, it's 100%, like there's no chance for me to win, right? This is a good example. I can't really, it's very, very difficult to leverage my mobility advantage into a good, expensive kill. Whereas on the other hand, if the enemy has the big mobility advantage, but you are the better brawler, then you can overcome like 200 IP differences. Like maybe if you saw my Daybreaker versus double-bladed kill, which was probably one of the 2 nicest kills I've had on stream. Like during my, I usually play tier 7, tier 8, right? I don't play very high tier also. But I think during stream I've killed 2 8.3s before, like so far. And one of them was this double-bladed recently, the other one was a spear like some time ago. In that case, it was the other way around, you know? I was the better brawler, so he had better mobility, but leveraging my brawling advantage into a kill is possible, like even against 2 or 3 tiers higher player. Leveraging like a mobility advantage, like I am kind of forced to do right now, is very, very difficult, unfortunately. Somebody dismounted. Oh shit. 6483. Is there any chance? I mean, once again, like, I am worth a fraction of what he's worth, right? Like a tiny little bit of fraction. So the moment he smells even the littlest bit of maybe, the moment he sees that my chance to win this is more than 0.5%, he's running away, right? Unfortunately. Any idea if crystal weapons going to become any cheaper, or developers want for crystals to stay expensive? Have not heard any plans. I don't know. I have not heard of any plans to kind of to make the crystal artifacts more available or to tie them to something else. I think seasons last a bit less than they used to. I don't remember. Or am I wrong? I don't know. Since I don't play guild stuff, I'm not 100% sure. Activities. How long does it last here? Season rewards 38 days. I'm not sure if season lasts less or not, because you know you get them at the end of the season. But yeah. But I don't see on the horizon the cheapening of crystal weapons necessarily. Although who knows, you know, they can definitely add some sort of like making drastic changes is kind of it's kind of it's kind of bad because obviously for me, like from a competitive PvP perspective, I like that idea. Okay, so he did actually decide to fight. But he missed his E, so now it's on cooldown for 25 seconds. Damn, now it's not on cooldown. That sucks. I'm out of purge range, luckily. But it's by very close. I need to be a bit careful, like I was not ready because I still had cooldown on my W there. He has double invis potion for whatever reason. Now I'm probably dead. Kinda have to use that, unfortunately. But we'll see. If he chases after me, I might have still some options. But he's not chasing. This is what I mean. And if I don't do this, GG, right? Because I am tier 7. And the moment he starts smelling like, ooh, there's a chance for him to die. He used his E to get away, yeah? He actually used his E to get away there. The moment he smells like, yo, there's a chance to die here, you'll see what happens. And I cannot force this kill. Like, leveraging my mobility advantage into a kill is very, very difficult. Like, very, very difficult. Well, now there's no time, so now he's just being aggressive because there's nothing, like... Now he's just being aggressive because he's not worried about losing. Yeah, it would be kind of an interesting fight, but I don't see how I win this anyway, unfortunately. Fuck him up. I mean, mentally we did fuck him up. I think he even changed actually his potion, right? Where is he? Where is he? Where is he? Show me. I can't click this. I can't click him. I think he's somewhere here in the middle, right? No, it's not. Oh, this is it. This is it. Yeah, he did actually change potions, yeah. Mike G. So he did take me seriously enough to not play on invis potions. And here you can see he doesn't have that much experience, yeah. But he's calling me a pussy, by the way, after this. Interestingly enough. Okay, let's see. Do I need anything? I actually don't need anything. I'm ready to keep going. I don't think he expected me to fight. I think he because I saw him way earlier, right? So if he expected that maybe I will fight, he could have already asked for this fight earlier. Like I was riding by him earlier in the mist, you know, and he didn't even try to fight. So I think earlier he thought that I'm too low, that I'm never gonna fight him anyway, and that's why. And of course, at the end he was very brave because he saw that there's no time for me to kill him, so he didn't care. So yeah, the crystal weapon thing is actually an interesting discussion. I also saw straightest man say that crystal weapons were a mistake. And yeah, it is actually a good discussion of what to do about them. By the way, thanks for following Chris Downs. What to do about them? Like, I don't think anyone really thinks that it's a mistake overall to add new interesting weapons. But the way that they were added and the fact that it seems like a lot of them, like for a while, it's kind of like the same thing like when, you know, Overwatch, whenever they release a new character, they make it super duper strong because then they can sell it to people, that people buy it with real money. I mean, in Albion, that doesn't necessarily make sense, but there's a bit of a feeling that some crystal weapons, like the latest batch, the Flamewalker, Arclight Blasters, and Sky Strider, sorry, not the latest batch, but the batch before that, they completely started dominating. So, I don't know, there's a question of balancing them, because balancing weapons just based on the price or the rarity or how difficult it is to get that weapon is not a good idea. Because for actual, like, high-level PvP, it doesn't matter. Like, I have 1 billion silver and I am not even on the rich end of people who PvP, right? So for most people who play 8.3s, 8.4s, or who, even if they don't play 8.3s, but who like PvP, like competitively, they are really, really into it, you know. Zero fucks, you know. If the weapon costs 1 million or 5 million, it doesn't, at the end of the day, doesn't matter. Especially if we're talking about the difference between 100k and 500k. Now, when I'm streaming, yeah, I'm telling you, don't use this weapon to make money because it's too expensive for tier 7. But balancing a weapon just by making it more expensive, it's not enough. So there is a bit of a discussion there, like how to go about this, the new added weapons, and balancing them and making it fun. So that another thing that I kind of I'm happy that Flamewalker is at least was simple to play. Yes, I was annoyed that Flamewalker was way too OP for too strong, but I said this several times. I feel like the Flamewalker beta was a bit more accessible. Like, I want the best weapons, the best tactics, the best type of PvP to be open to as many people as possible. Obviously, it can never be accessible to everyone, because if you don't take the game seriously or you're just a beginner, you're just gonna suck. You know, that's inevitable, yeah, because the game is interesting enough where others have been playing it for 3,000 hours, they have an advantage. But I like it when it's as accessible as possible to get more people to enjoy PvP. Flamewalker meta was much more accessible to the general, a little bit more casual PvP player than, for example, the the double-bladed / bloodletter meta, right? The hypermobility meta, which relied much more on actually being able to put 100 million into your weapon, you know, to kind of consistently buy very, very expensive items, stuff like that. But the reason I started talking about this is because I'm kind of sad that right now there's a lot of crystal weapons, which, you know, I can't tell someone, like, I can't tell, this is a cool weapon, but I can't tell a player who is kind of new, yo, play Arctic Staff. It's viable, it's fun, it's something to try. Because someone who doesn't have a very good economy, who's not super experienced, it's such a, like, it's a bad decision to spend so much. The same goes for Sky Strider, you know? I can't tell a beginner to, you know, start playing Sky Strider. Even Daybreaker, I sometimes feel guilty suggesting Daybreaker, because I know that they would, even though it is better than One-Handed Spear, it's also much more, like, okay, not much, but it's a bit more expensive. I hope you get a bit that understanding, or understanding what I'm trying to say here, yeah. I hope it makes a bit of sense. So my consideration when thinking about crystal weapons and the kind of the way you need to craft them, the kind of money it takes to buy them, is also that it would be nice that all the best weapons are at least somewhat available. Not to beginners right away, maybe, but at least somewhat more available. Anyway. Renee said earlier, what I like about this weapon is you aim at the enemy, pop the E, turn around and run away, and the other guy is chasing. Yeah. That is actually very satisfying, you're right. Like, when I'm kiting away and I'm doing this, yeah, it is very satisfying, yeah, when I'm moving away from them. A good idea of making crystal weapons cheaper would be to make crystal creatures in open world and roads mineable or gatherable, or give them a chance to drop crystal artifacts. For sure, yeah. I mean, that would look at, for, like, it would just be for groups, right? Like, you wouldn't be able to get those artifacts as a solo, but at the end of the day, that doesn't matter. As a solo, you benefit from the price decrease. Absolutely, yeah. It would be nice to put some sort of extra, something in the game, some other ways to get some crystal artifacts to make these weapons a bit more accessible to everyone. And not only are we living, like, right now is a time where a lot of crystal weapons are are very strong, so a lot of people would like to play them, but it's just kind of expensive to do it in full loot. But it's on top of that, they're also really fun, some of them, you know. It's fun to try new things, and things like Arclight Blasters, Flamewalker, especially if the Flamewalker is balanced. It's actually really fun to play because those weapons are designed, I don't want to say they're designed better, but a lot of the crystal weapons, since they are newer, are designed with the rest of Albion in mind, you know? So, like, there's no crystal weapon, okay, maybe not exactly, like, some of them are, yeah, like, a bit more limited, like the Dreadstorm Monarch, you know, doesn't affect me because I'm playing solo, but yeah, anyway, you don't, like, the crystal weapons, you don't get something like a glaive, you know, like, which is, doesn't really fit anything. Man, this bird, I wish this bird wasn't here. He's going south, which sucks because I cannot see him there. If I just straight up follow him, I risk getting stunned without even seeing him on my screen. He's not worried about me, the Tomb Hammer. He's worried about Great Hammer and potentially other rats. Because if he gets into a fight with me, it might take him too long to actually kill me. So others will kill him. Others will take advantage of that. He has a helmet to cancel my robe, which is extra level of annoying. I have to take that into account. I wonder who the other guy is still following. Okay, it is the Great Hammer. The Great Hammer has a purge, so the Great Hammer will have a much easier... and also the E and W, so the Great Hammer will have a much easier time actually killing me. I think the Tomb Hammer is using Sandals of Purity. I just heard Sandals. I hope I'm going the right way. I might have lost him because apparently I think if he is on Sandals of Purity, he wasn't on the energetic sprint and he was actually just using them this whole time to get away. Oh shit, I heard something. No, this is a Howl of the Chill. Okay, so they didn't come here this way. If this guy is still farming here, so maybe they went that way. The resources needed to make them. Do they require like special resources other than the crystal artifacts from the thing? Are you just more than others, or what's the difference here? Especially after they nerfed a lot of economy farms to make people have to rely more on actually buying premium with cash. I don't know. I have not delved or went deeper into understanding the economy behind the current premium prices. So I'm not 100% sure how like IP capping Yellow Zone is one of my favorite changes of all time. Like the happiest I've been with the company that is developing the most satisfied I've been, even though it doesn't affect me directly. I'm so happy they did this. But the other sort of like other sort of nerfing like income methods, nerfing other sort of farming, I don't know. I don't know what they did and how it affects me. I have not really computed that in my head. Maybe crystal creatures should drop crystal artifacts. Yeah, that was the idea, right? Or that was the one that I read earlier also, yeah? The one that Froggy said that make crystal creatures mineable or gatherable or give them a chance to drop artifacts. Yeah, and that's the same, Renee. Yeah. I understand. So it's just like either they drop it the same way like griffins and fairy dragons and everything in Mist, like, or drop artifacts, or they are creatures that you can mine for crystal shards. What was this? I heard something. Oh, it's a fisherman. Then the hammers are having fun without me. I don't like that. By the way, my feet are getting a bit tired, so I'll see you downstairs in 2 seconds. Hello. This is the happy way to use the moving desk, at least for me. It's not standing the whole day. When I was working at an office and I also had one of these desks, I also like never. Usually, what I used to do is when I was calling, like when I was on the phone with a customer, I would stand up. You know, I would use the standing position because I felt much more confident and better in my communication when I was like standing up. You know, shoulders back, like kind of my posture was supporting my kind of me trying to be not trying, but you know, being a bit of an authority and you know. The way I was on the phone. But then when I was doing any sort of other like busy work or whatever stuff, not actually speaking to someone, then I had my table down to sit. And if you were not here earlier when I was talking about the moving table, then this may once again might seem like random shit. In which case, welcome to the stream. Hope you're having a wonderful Thursday. My younger brother hates the Yellow Zone IP cap because he only plays there and now his 8.3 gear is pointless. I am happy still. I'm happy to hear that also. I'm not to specifically. I'm not saying fuck your younger brother specifically, but I'm so happy that the Yellow Zone is much more beginner friendly and welcoming to. Ooh, man, there's so many like interesting fights that I could have if I was playing Daybreaker, and that I now cannot have. Why can't I overcharge? He ate Snapper. Are you okay, brother? He actually ate Snapper. What the hell? Against this? No. I need the Duskweaver. I don't have mobility to get away from him without Duskweaver, unfortunately. Man, he missed his E. Oh no, he didn't. He ate Dusk Weaver and drank a healing potion, man. That's a pretty big win, bro. That is a pretty satisfying win. Yeah, tomorrow definitely a Daybreaker day, man. This is my favorite way to make money with Daybreaker, is all kinds of these mobility builds. Bloodletter, double bladed, it's just so sweet because you can. That's when I was saying earlier, you can overcome like 200, 300 IP differences. You can overcome, you know, tier 7, at least, maybe tier 7, tier 8 probably. Tier 8 overcharged against this, if it's a good matchup, and that is a good matchup. This guy has 6.1 healing potions. This is definitely a beginner, but playing a build, like sooner or later, a Daybreaker is going to take away his items. And unfortunately today I am not that Daybreaker. Or some other like build which has better brawling than I do. Carving also pretty good at that actually, for taking advantage of this. Kind of tired of Arctic stuff. Is there something else in the Frost Staff tree for us today? Hi Vic, wanna go 1v1? No, I do not. Is there something else in our Frost exploration tree that I should try? I mean, we were talking about Great Frost earlier. Maybe a full Brawl Great Frost? But I'm kind of also used to the W Blink now. With Guardian Helmet, that would be then. I'm saying Great Frost, but I'm looking at Glacier. Or maybe just stop the Frosts altogether. No, I kind of like the Frost day. Regular Frost we still have to play today, maybe, and Great Frost. Otherworldly God says Great Frost, yeah. I think my brain will have a hard time adapting to it because I kind of want to play Great Frost more as a brawler than a kiter. But let's see if that works out like that way. I will try it. Horfrost for fun. But Horfrost is not gonna. Who is Horfrost gonna be fun for? For you, okay. Well, I don't know. I don't think it's gonna be fun for me. It's gonna be very frustrating. I want to play a more brawl heavy build with the lance. And I probably, let's see, I reduce cast times, increase your damage dealt. I think I want to do this passive even. Okay, maybe we'll change around. Thanks for following, by the way, Denzel Smile. We are going for probably Guardian Helmet. Although any other helmet now also has the shield, but you know, I will use this shield occasionally. We're probably gonna need Energetic Sprint, right? I think so. For us, Horfrost for us. You are close to convincing me. We're gonna use Smuggler's Cape. We're gonna do this a bit more of a brawl weapon. Assassin Jacket. I think Assassin, or maybe even Tenacity, if it's cheaper. Let's go like this, yeah. Tenacity, any sort of energetic sprint, I think. I think here I will actually struggle with energy if I take a longer fight like I'm kind of planning to. Foot armor, cloth shoes, and we're looking for let's say 4.2. Cheap random boots. And then we have Smuggler's Cape that I will buy. We're gonna buy healing potions, 0.1. And not this, but 6.1, like this. And Siphoned Energy I have already. And I think with this we go Stew, right? Or do we still go? I think we go Stew with this, actually. Doesn't, like with Q1, maybe I would like Omelette also, like we discovered yesterday, but I think it's fine. It's fine. Hey Victor, was lovely to be there from the raid. Have to go, but I'll come back another time, definitely. Thank you, Denzel. Thanks for following, and I'm so happy to have you here from the raid. If you are here from either Froggy's stream or Onesim stream, then you are in good hands. I am very happy to have you here as well. But you know, I also have a lot of positive emotions about your streamer. So I hope that we are on the similar wavelength, you know. But who knows? What did I miss? I missed Cape, number 1. And Siphoned Energy, number 2. And then we're ready to try this out. Maybe a cloth helmet with second ability for kite better than... yes, I am not really hoping to kite here. I'm mostly hoping to kind of brawl and brawl too much. Man, the problem is once again, my specs are looking very bad. Can I just commit some of the, because I used my learning points already. I have a lot of tomes that I should use, but it's boring to sit and eat tomes on stream. So we're just gonna do this. Because whatever. At least because my damage is gonna be a bit underwhelming, but overall I think I'm fine like this. I don't know, maybe I missed something. Maybe this is the stupidest idea that will never ever work, but who knows. I'm kind of hoping to mostly just brawl, but I am gonna do a little bit of the spear thing, you know, that I'm gonna change around my W, and if I do come across like a Death Givers, I am probably gonna have to change around. Although if Death Givers are using one of the things I'm hoping for with this build is that some people will see me and they will think, oh man, this is Great Frost, right? So this is like a kiting build. Maybe for that I should have bought Assassin Jacket to appear more kite heavy. Have you used Infinity Blade? Thoughts on the weapon? Yes, I have. It was very fun and good, but that was a while ago. Infinity Blade has received several... Okay, I feel scammed. Infinity Blade has received several nerfs and it does not feel good at all for solo PvP. From what I've seen, no one is really playing it. No one at high IP is playing Infinity Blade right now. At least to my knowledge. So... Oh shit, I thought I still have the other one. So I would say that no, my thoughts right now are don't play Infinity Blade, unfortunately. Okay, energy is a problem, but I will have boots at least for it. I mean, isn't this Frost better for kite than brawl, or both work? Great Frost used to be, in my opinion, much better for more brawl heavy. Like, it's not very good at kiting. It used to be not very good in kiting, because your E doesn't help you kite in any way. And you do like, your E does a lot of damage, so it's pretty good to just take the lance, and then essentially you do a lot of damage from far. Your enemy has to get close. When they get close, you use your defensives and you become a bit of a fire staff, just doing a lot of damage. And if they decide to run away, you once again do a lot of damage from far as they're running away. However, this has changed a little bit, because Great Frost E received a little bit of a change where it now also slows a little bit. Not too much, but a little bit. So that does make it a more viable kiter, because your E actually contributes to the whole kiting thing. But I don't feel like you have to kite. And in some fights, in many fights probably, I will still change to Blink W. I will be a bit more brawl heavy. Like, obviously I'm not using cloth armor, I'm on Inferno Shield, so compared to what you've seen earlier today, with this build, I'm not gonna be just standing at the edge of the screen, and if the enemy gets on top of me, I've already fucked up, and I'm probably gonna die. With this build, I can afford to stand next to my enemy for a little while. I'm still not an amazing brawler, I can miss Qs close range, which is annoying, and you know, I'm gonna die to a lot of melee weapons in brawls. But I can also stand my ground and surprise some people who expect that I might have an advantage from using my spells from range. But you know, if the enemy spear or sword or whoever thinks that, okay, I mean, I have more HP than them, but they think that they are still so much better at brawling, they come and they get close to me, they start brawling me, and then I can surprise them by actually standing my ground a little bit. Hopefully. Hello, friend. Hello, Lakshya. You're saying you're new to the game. How do you able to understand counters for other builds, weapon, etc.? Just experience, you know. There is no... there are actually things that in theory seem like they work one way, and in reality you kind of discover, because of how people play or because of some details, you discover that, you know, in reality it's a bit different. So there's no other way. There's no shortcut at the end of the day. If you want to understand matchups better, sure, you can watch videos, but that's going to be like... Don't get too stuck on what anyone else says. Like, even when you're here and I say like, yo, that matchup is like this, you know, like this matchup is a favor matchup for this matchup, this W is better. Sure, like, there's reason why I say those things, and there's some understanding and experience of the game which makes me think those things. But don't be limited by what I or someone else thinks about matchups. And you, at the end of the day, you will always have to you'll have to experience it. There's no other way around it. You have to go and die to Death Givers, and then you start understanding how your weapon performs against certain Death Giver builds. And then you go back and you adapt. You think, okay, last time I died to Death Givers because of this time I'm gonna play differently. And you die to Death Givers again. And you're like, okay, what the fuck, you know? What happened? I did everything correct. And then you realize that this time, the Death Givers played completely different build, different playstyle. So you start learning that it's actually not the Death Givers, but there's something else about the build that you need to think, you know? And you kind of start learning more and more, like uncovering the truth slowly like that. Just watch Swole Benji videos to get good at PvP. I don't, as I usually, you know, as I said, I don't have a lot of opinions about anyone, so I don't care too much, but I am pretty sure that Swole Benji is not a PvP player at all, so it's, at least as far as PvP is concerned, I'm pretty sure that there's not much valuable you can get there, but for the rest of it, yeah, of course, I've heard things that people are saying, but I don't care too much. Someone is fighting mobs. I heard earlier also, but I don't see anyone. Oh, here it is. Okay, Clarent Blade with Stalker Jacket. This is not a PvPer. Hello, hello. Welcome, Alcadeus. Today we are playing different Frosts. I played Chillhowl, I played Arctic Staff, and now I'm playing Great Frost. And definitely Chillhowl so far feels better. Although Arctic Staff feels like it has a lot of potential, I felt better with Chillhowl because I felt like I have more different options to take fights. Like Arctic Staff felt a bit one-dimensional for me, but definitely very strong. And definitely one that if I spent more time getting better at it, I could fall in love with it a little bit, but with how strong it is. I would like to play sword and board. Wait. Sword and board heavy build. If only there was one good for PvP. Oh, by board you mean shield. Yeah, okay. Well, yeah. There's no one-handed sword that is good. Like there was, yeah, you're right. Infinity was the only one. Infinity was really good. For some time it was absolutely dominating, one of the S tier weapons. You can play duels and carving, but both are two-handed. Both are good for Mist right now, decent at least. Duels at lower AP, one of the best weapons. At higher AP, it falls down a little bit. Carving is like solid B tier kind of right now. And then you have Claymore, but it's also two-handed. Everything else, I mean, there's only three swords that are one-handed. And yeah, you can't really make them work very well. I mean, you can if you just want to have fun, but for like a serious PvP build, for solo right now. So yeah, you can't really role play sword and shield build very well right now. Thanks for info. I watched your PvP brain rewiring video. That was a great video. I learned very much. Thank you for this positive feeling. I'm happy to hear that. Can you use your boots now? Nah, he's just gonna run out, unfortunately. Yeah, I forgot that I didn't dismount him, actually. Kind of... Yeah. Okay. Also wasn't sure that he can already mount up, but yeah. I guess he can mount up right away. The moment I mount up, he can also mount. Do you have any advice for someone who wants to get into playing Death Givers? You are in for a very fun ride. I think Death Givers are amazingly have been at the crossroads, or like the Venn diagram, you know? Weapons that are super strong, weapons that are super fun. In the middle, there is Death Givers, and well, it depends on the other thing. Kind of depends on what you like. Like Daybreaker for me is there as well. But from all the S tier weapons for a long time, Death Givers have been some of the most fun because they actually are difficult, but they're like that makes them tactically fun. But do I have any advice? Well, I think to learn Death Givers, you need to embrace the fact that your Q and W spells completely determine how the fight goes. Like it is, I cannot overstate how much the fights, some of your fights, depend on your Q and W choice. So you can't, I mean, unless you're doing the one-shot Death Givers, you can start with that. It's more of a simple approach, which is very strong. And if your enemy makes one mistake, you can get a good kill, but it's not going to teach you as much, and it's going to be more predictable for good enemies. And some good opponents will just destroy you. But if you play like a more regular leather armor build, not with assassin shoes, then it is a weapon that is going to teach you a lot. Definitely, you are going to. You're going to have to adapt to every single fight. You're going to have to figure out, okay, for this fight, what sort of Q and W combination do I think is the best. I found something which is tier 8 and costs nothing. Occult orb, okay. That's why I always also like specifically carving versus death givers, spear or daybreaker versus death givers, even fists of Avalon. Like I like death givers against other flexible weapons because you can have the same two builds fight each other in completely different ways. Like if you're fighting against carving or spear, if you change to chain slash and sunder armor, you will get completely out-kited. But if you change to deadly swipe and shadow edge, you will get almost completely out-brawled. Which is so, like, for me, it's just so much fun, you know? It just shows how much is not set in stone just in terms of weapon versus weapon matchup. And of course, there's a lot of in-between, right? If you choose Q, which is good for brawling, but W to make up for your mobility problems, then you will have like an in-between situation. I'm kind of wondering if maybe I should keep my Guardian helmet on the energy shield by default, actually. Because I am having some energy problems, and I'll change it to Guardian when I actually feel like I need it, but I don't want to use my boots and to be only dependent on my boots for energy issues. Yeah, I think I'm gonna do that. I'll use this for the moment. What did I loot? I looted random shit. Get out of my inventory. These things are not like, these things are even cheaper in Brazilian than the estimated price. Keep in mind. It's last couple of weeks of streaming for, in some ways, has been also me rediscovering my love for spear. Now I've had so much fun doing challenges, playing these different weapons and exploring other ways, but at the end of the day, like the couple of days when I played Spear and Daybreaker, I don't know, something about it was just on a different level. Maybe it's just my brain being used to those weapons, maybe they are actually so much fun, maybe it's just me. But, you know, I feel so much more limited. And of course, much of this limitation is just the skill issue. It's just because I haven't played these weapons so much and I keep changing back and forth. So it's not like the weapon itself is necessarily limited, but, you know, I feel like today I was feeling so many times like, oh, I wish I had Daybreaker. I wish I could attack this guy with the Daybreaker and see what happens, you know. And this is not a unique situation. There's so many of these situations, and I'm kind of, oh, hello. How can I take this fight? Can I take this fight? Do I actually? I think against him I changed to this W, right? I think I changed this W, especially against Shadow Edge. And we can do this as well. I'm not going to be as kite heavy as before. My cooldowns are not as good. And I don't have a cultist robe. But, you know, I can tank a little bit more. If he gets double E on me, I'm not just instantly dead. He's tier 8 overcharged, by the way, right? Oh, tier 7, tier 8. I don't think he needs 3 stacks for this. Oh, he uses dash. He used dash, actually. Yo, he doesn't have the Shadow Edge. Come on, bro. You are higher tier overcharge, even without overcharge. Just take the fight without the E for free. I'm gonna walk into him. It's so easy for me to die here. No way. And if he doesn't get a 3E, he's just gonna E away to reset. Okay, now he might be coming. This was a bit just me being angry at him, honestly, I didn't have to blink out there. Oh, he's losing his stacks now. Why are people always scared to fight me? I don't know. I think people are just generally scared. I mean, he might be in the same situation that I sometimes, you know, he doesn't know the matchup. So he's not sure. Like, he doesn't know if he has an advantage or not. He hasn't played this matchup before, or he hasn't played enough Death Givers in general. So he's worried. I don't think it's something to do with me. Yes, there are some cases where specifically the way that I play makes people more afraid, because I show too much confidence. I know, we've established this kind of problem together on stream also, that sometimes I act way too confident, so the other person has the feeling that, okay, that enemy probably knows something that I don't, you know? Like, he might be thinking like, okay, why is this guy fighting me? He shouldn't be fighting me. So he thinks that I know something that he doesn't, yeah? That's why I'm acting like so confident. But in this case, I don't think I was acting super confident. Okay, now he's finally coming to me, I think. Nice. If he E's now, he doesn't have the other E. I mean, is it really time for him to run away right now? Is it really? Is it that bad to start? The fact that we lost roughly the same HP is it's just so hopeless for him that he's running away. Or maybe he's just super worried about his items because I'm tier 7, you know? Maybe if I, like, it's usually psychologically, not just for me, but obviously for everyone, it's easier to be the lower IP guy in a fight, you know? Because if you die, it's whatever, you know? You weren't expecting yourself to fully win. Okay, he finally changed to Shadow Edge, congratulations. But now he's more dangerous to me, for sure. And I think that's a good decision from him. But I'm kind of getting tired, so maybe we should go do something else than dance around with him. But what I wanted to say is that that it's much easier for me to be a low AP guy, right? Compared, not that the difference is big, but what I'm saying is that the same player, maybe he's much braver when he encounters someone high IP, because then it seems for him that it's worth his time, you know? But here he feels like it's not worth the risk, because I'm only tier 7. I mean, I'm still worth a decent amount, but... I have a question for PvP. Should your weapon node level should be very high? I would get the actual items you use, not other weapons or items in the same tree, but the actual item you use, I would get it to around 75 specs, and also somewhat equivalent mastery. Sorry, that's not mastery. Somewhat equivalent, like let's say about 75 mastery, something like that. About 75 specs in the actual item before you start actively looking for PvP with it. You're still going to be disadvantaged, and you're still going to pay a lot more to be the same amount of strong as someone who is experienced, but... Do you have any info about new Twitch drops chests? Other than the fact that they said clearly that they're going to exclude AFK farming channels? No. Or what kind of info... also, what's up, Nicole? Nice to see you. It's been a while. What kind of info are you asking about? Like, what is the sort of thing that you thought I might know? Like, what's in the chest, or... I haven't seen, in terms of official information, like, I mean, the information for content creators, I have not seen anything. If there's been some discussions, maybe I missed it, but they shouldn't, like, put some information in random Discord discussions. But they are definitely looking to start prioritizing actual creators and to no longer have constant, like, drops available for everyone. This was already the case right now with the event, you know, some of the drops, like the Mammoth giveaway channels didn't have double drops. Or alpaca, and it's gonna be more like that in the future. There's new skin in the game and it says it needs tokens. Oh yeah, I saw it. I think that's a mistake, right? Yeah. It's not an official. Let me actually see. There's no official information. Last time I checked, there was no official sort of information or anything about it. It was just accidentally, like, I think it was just accidentally there. I'm not sure. I might look it up, but I think that was like an accidental skin, and you might be right. It might be a skin tied to the new drops because of the token logic. But I don't have any information to confirm or deny that. But it would make sense that that's why it was there. But I think it was accidental that it was in the game, in the update, and it was kind of like an early leak sort of thing. Thanks for following, Dark Red Color. I wonder what would happen if against that Death Givers, after he changes to Shadow Edge, what if I stop kiting? Maybe I should have done that. What if I just stand in one place and brawl him? I should not be able to beat Deathgivers, right? No way. But I'm kind of curious now. What would have happened if I just decided... Okay, obviously the fact that he's obsessed with having only fights when he has an E for free, when he's already higher tier and overcharged, is funky. But let's say I had the same build, which was my tier. What if I can just stand and brawl him when he gets on top of me? What's up, Hamster? Hamster said, I was struggling with my monitor, not detecting signal for like an hour. Then I took a nap. The issue fixed itself. You will be surprised how many issues in my life naps have solved. I am 0% surprised that, among other things, it also solved your monitor problems. The biggest thing that I've solved with the nap is my water heater. Like, my water heater actually broke at some point. Like, full on broke and didn't work. And I was kind of in a bad mood. Because first of all, it means no hot water for a while. But secondly, it's difficult and expensive to replace. I need to get someone to come and remove it from the... It's like, it's mounted in a way. Like, I'm not a handyman anyway. But even if I was, like, I don't think it's a one-man job. And I'm probably not competent enough to even begin to do it properly. Plus, it's expensive. I need to change it. And anyway, I was very frustrated and felt like fuck everything, you know? And the water heater solved itself. I had no hot water for like 2 or 3 days. While I was gathering the motivation. I mean, that was also when I was going to the gym, so I could shower at the gym. It was okay. But I was gathering the motivation to actually get the guys to come here and change it. And then, one day, it just solved itself. After 3 days. After taking a long, good enough nap. So I am 0% surprised that your monitor also fixed itself, Hamster. I'm happy to have you back among the internet. But yeah, the water heater is... I mean, to tell you the secret ending of the story is that the water heater still broke again later, but that was like half a year later. So, you know, I napped my way into not having to replace it for half a year. Cloth armor dual swords. Second time today we see cloth armor dual swords, by the way. It's almost like they want to play depths, but their friends told them to go play mists first or something. Not saying cloth armor dual swords are bad for solo PvP, but usually you don't see a lot of people playing them like that. Wait, did I? Okay, I can clear this camp, yeah. I wonder where this, like this, making sure you get pre-stacked on Deathgivers. Where does this come from? Is it like in Deathgivers guides? Do people who make guides for Deathgivers, do they like say those kind of things? Like, yo, like for this matchup, like if you're fighting against Frost, you need to make sure you're pre-stack, otherwise you can't take the fight. Or where does it come from? Or do those guys who, because they, like, everyone learns weapons from someone, right? Obviously, it's good to kind of to play your own way, but still, you know, you watch someone who plays the weapon and you see how they play. So either it's from a guide, or if there's like some Deathgivers players that are, you know, streaming or making videos that are playing like this, like only take fight if I pre-stack against lower IP player. And then someone who watches the video sees and decides like, oh, okay, you know what, this is a good way to fight. Oh shit. We have a little bit of a bow situation. Thank God I'm on the jump W. When I'm in the middle of several people. He doesn't... Wait, what? Are you guys together? What is happening? Okay. The hammer can be dangerous at catching me. They're both overcharged as well. Why am I fighting two people? I mean, I don't mind. It's good practice, but I'm a bit confused. Why is this happening? Nah, he's gonna E. Nah, I cannot Q here. That's annoying. I cannot Q because of the Badon shit. Oh shit, he actually killing him. So they're not actually friends. Holy shit. Mr. Bow, take that. What happened? You cannot trust anyone. The logic of never trusting anyone actually bit them in the ass. And it wasn't me who died. Man, I wish I had Cultist Robe. If I had Cultist Robe, I don't have to mount up just because I'm low HP, you know. But without Cultist Robe, obviously, not amazing. Can I just... I mean, yeah, I cannot... Without Blink, even if I out-brawl him, I'm not actually gonna kill him. Nah, maybe I shouldn't have blinked out. Maybe I can just brawl him. I should have probably just brawled him. Let's see if he's gonna full run away now or not. I think he is, yeah. Never mind, maybe not. Unfortunately, I don't have the passive for rooting this time. I took the damage passive for extra E damage. I have boots before him, so there is some chance that I can catch double E. If I somehow magically hit him with both E's, he's dead, I think, but it's unlikely. We'll see, though. No. Yeah, I shouldn't have blinked away earlier. I still had my Inferno also, so there was no reason for me to be careful there. The first time when we... Well, not the first time, but the last time we brawled, you know, when we were still on top of each other. Looking for his E. Why isn't he ing? I guess it was still on cooldown. Hey! I actually won a team-up situation somehow. Man, that feels kind of satisfying, because those guys had zero doubts about the fact that I'm the one they need to kill. I guess I don't mind. I look fancier and more expensive. I'm definitely worth more than the hammer. So from the bow's perspective, if the bow has a choice, yeah, bow should go for me. But after that, I'm a bit surprised. I didn't get the bow kill, so I don't see him here, but... Okay, that's kind of fun. I was lucky, because I'm playing around with the idea of using my lance instead. If I wasn't lance, obviously, I just die right away. Good fight. Yeah, kind of fun situation. I already accepted that I'm probably gonna die, but I thought, okay, it's at least gonna be fun practice for Great Frost, you know? Sometimes leaving some problem solve its own. 100% Laksha. I agree. I very much believe that. Very much believe that that's the case. That sometimes, I mean, okay, when we talk about water heaters or hamster's monitor, it's like there's a bit of like a weird aspect that it's a technical thing that somehow works again, right? But some life problems, 100%, you know, if you stop putting too much effort into solving it, it becomes easier. But like in things that require like your own mental solutions, it makes sense, you know, because otherwise you kind of, if you're putting too much pressure that I need to solve the problem, you are making it more difficult for yourself. But I don't know how the water heater can fix itself or monitor. That's a mystery. Okay, let's put a bunch of stuff here. Healing potions here. We need to go use the overcharge, which I have 25 minutes of. Same goes for finding a partner. Sometimes key to find someone is to stop searching. That is wisdom right there. Next time somebody redeems channel points to get instant wisdom now, which is something you can do on Twitch, then I hope Froggy's in chat, because I will refer the next wisdom question goes to Froggy. That sounds very, very, very true to me. A lot of things. Although, admittedly, I feel like the effort and momentum of like the kind of the crazy effort you put into actually achieving something is probably still plays a role. But it feels to me also like a lot of the things that happened, like good things that happened to me in life, happened after I give up, you know? After I stopped searching, but whether it's like a partner relationship or some sort of work opportunity. I'm guessing that the actual like being stressed and putting effort into it and trying to figure it out part actually works, but like later. But I don't know, maybe not. Maybe if you could just let go right away, then you could just get everything. I don't know. Less is more. Yeah, that's the short wisdom. Come on. Somebody was farming this camp. Yeah, okay, that situation is very good argument to always be preset on my W blink. I want to play a more brawl heavy Great Frost, but it's just like you need to be in Mist. You need to be ready for the kind of situation I was just in, and there is zero chance for me to not die there otherwise. Oh, how long for this actually? 50 seconds. Okay, I'll kill this shield guy. Hopefully. Hopefully if he doesn't run off. By the way, this shield guy must also be affected by the aggro range, right? Like, this is definitely a dude that just full on runs out of his own leash and then just resets itself often. Give me 400 silver. Famuzak says, give me fun build like your spear build for solo content. The Mist, Orange Zone, I've had fun with your spear build, but it's not in the meta right now. For open, just to be clear, for soloing open world, spear is still one of the best weapons right now. However, for content where you're expecting to have more controlled 1v1 fights or even 2v2 fights, spear, 100 spear indeed does not shine. So if you want to play the Mists, I suggest playing Daybreaker. It's my favorite Mist weapon right now, and it is among the best. I don't know if it's fair to put it in S tier right now, but it is like A+ tier, one of the best weapons, like one of the 5-6 best weapons. And you have a whole video about Daybreaker, by the way, Famuzak. You can also start from there if it does tickle your fancy a little bit, like a fun alternative. I don't like this, but I guess I'll have to find out what happens. He's gonna boots on top of me, and I'm gonna be sad. My kiting tools are limited. Hello. Get the other guy. What is his boot situation? He has the. We cannot stop his boots. Yeah, we cannot stop his boots. I don't have any sort of, like, between the two of us we don't have any sort of cancelling at all. Wait, what? Did he actually catch him? No way. He actually caught him. Holy shit. I don't want to be the bad friend. I hope I am helping him well enough. Okay, I'm gonna do this and get this mounted in his E. Nothing else I can do. Fuck, I messed up. I mean, dual swords can even do this without me, kind of, right? Man, the dual swords is doing great. Holy shit, man. I even feel bad. I feel like I'm kind of stealing the dual swords kill now. Okay, the dual swords might still die if I don't help him, but he's doing a great job. Please tell me you have boots ready. No, he doesn't have boots ready. He's gonna mount up. Use me for boots. Oh, he doesn't have energy. Okay, he at least used me for boots. Okay, this guy... The curse is dead, for sure. I think, right? Did I say for sure too early? One of us is gonna catch him. My boots are just before his. No, he's not. Never mind, we got him. You deserve it, bro. You deserve it, bro. And have a good one. Man, that guy. Yeah, of course I'm sure. Dude, he did almost everything. Your W stops his boots. Oh, yeah, right. Yeah, if I was on top of him. Yeah. 100%. I let him loot, man. He did so much more than me. You're right. Of course. The W could have... The Q, Nicole, it's very unreliable. I've been playing Frost the whole day. The new Q stun... you can't really, like, it's so difficult because the moment you do something in between your Qs, like even take a step, you have to hit 3 Qs in a row. The window to hit 3 Qs to stun is so short that unfortunately, like when I'm chasing someone, you know, I have to also walk towards them, and it's very, very, very difficult. But like maybe there, if he marches full, like if I hit 1 Q and then he marches right after that, and I hit 2 Qs while he's marching, you know, if I'm close enough, maybe you're right. But I wouldn't, like, that would be very difficult. But the W, you are right, yo, the W 100% I should. This would be a good memory for the dual swords. Maybe one day he will do the same. Maybe, yeah. This is what I said. Like, if you were here for the stream where I got, like, betrayed by Tinto, I was saying, like, you know, I would rather lose 10 million, but know that I am not that kind of human being. I would never do that. In this case, it gives me much more pleasure to know that it's like it was a good, like, friendship experience, like a short micro moment of friendship, rather than to know that, like, to get the silver or whatever we had there. Plus, I got actually the kill fame, which is also part of the enjoyment, right? Oh, he wasn't okay, he wasn't a little spider, you know. Let's see, was it something amazing? Yeah, this weapon is decent, yeah, 96 strain. He did put some money into this weapon for sure. Like some 3-4 mil type of thing. Yeah, even more probably. This weapon is like 6 mil of his investment. It's not going to sell for that much, but he put like 6 mil into it. I'm very happy that this thing happened, this team up. But there's also, so the reason I gave it to, like, I want dual swords to loot here and I'm not attacking him is also partly because I feel like he really deserves it. Like, he kept the fight, like, he was the one who kept the fight going, constantly sticking on top of his enemy, and kind of even put the curse in a bad situation. I was kind of just existing, you know. I was not the best teammate. I already sort of gave up too early because I thought we're not going to catch him when he charged up boots. Then I went the wrong way, you know. When I mounted up, I didn't realize that they went right side around the cliff, so I feel like the dual swords did like 80% of the work here anyway. Doesn't mean that he could have done it without me, but still. Kill the dual sword. Damn, Famuzak, what is this? I feel like you are the little devil on my shoulder, you know? Like in a cartoon. There's like a little devil here and a little angel. And there's like little Famuzak on my shoulder, like, kill the dual swords. Kill the dual swords. You will get 5 million silver. I mean, I could have, yeah. I could, especially if it depends on how I interpret the situation. We never agreed to kill him other than the little wiggle, you know? Other than just wiggling at each other. There's no, like, nobody wrote anything in chat. So I could definitely have been, like, this would have been a 10 times less of a shit or, like, asshole thing to do than what Tinta did earlier, like, that last time. I'm never gonna forget that, right? If I just decide here to kill him, I mean, sure, you know, we didn't agree upon anything, everyone for their own. It's okay. It would have been also kind of okay. It would be definitely like a lot of negative karma. If I felt like it's mostly me doing the heavy lifting and dual swords are just kind of there, I would kind of expect him to either just loot myself or maybe even, you know, kill him because fuck it, everyone is solo. Sometimes I do this, like I very clearly say I'm a lone player where someone is coming up to me and saying, do you want to team up? I say, nope, I'm a solo player. I'd rather die 1v1, you know, than fight together. But in this case, since he did most of the work, I think like that discourages me from attacking him even more. Probably with Mistcaller and stuff, it would be easy. They put stun to Qs. No, I played Logmir the whole day. I played... I'm just playing Great Frost now. But the whole day before, I played Mistcaller. I played the Chill Howl with Mistcaller, and I played Arctic... Okay, Arctic doesn't have Mistcaller. Yeah, okay, it's different. And no, it is difficult. In an actual fighting situation, hitting Qs fast enough to freeze your enemy happens very, very rarely. And the moment we're dealing with a fight where you are trying to get away or they are trying to get away, so you can't just stand and Q, you need to also walk. Like, I mean, I can show you here, right? Okay, we don't have Mistcaller, that's true. I was doing with Mistcaller and Omelette, so that's better. But, yeah, okay, it's different right now. You can see, like, the moment I do something else, now I don't get the freeze. Let's see. 1, 2, I miss one, it's over. It's 100% over, you know, without Mistcaller. But with Mistcaller, it was also the same. If I need to do something else, 1, 2, and now I need to dodge or use a defensive, now I got back, that was very close, you know. This is kind of possible. But in real fights, I am not super, like, I cannot hit consistently. Unless the person is standing on place, even when they're brawling, they're moving around. So in real fights, essentially you cannot, like, in order to freeze you have to hit all the Qs, and the moment you miss one, it's over. So the only, if you're using Mist Caller, then you can miss a Q and still freeze, but then you have to stand in one place and just Q in the same direction. Then you can miss one and then still freeze, like hit 3 out of 4. Spread positivity, yes, that's what I'm about. I would much rather, like, me knowing that I did a nice thing. It's not like it's kind of, you know, amazing, like I'm saving his family from famine or something, right? It's just a small tiny thing, but the feeling that I did something that makes him feel a bit better gives me a big satisfaction. And you're right, actually, like the point Sparkly made earlier, that, you know, this is good memory for him. Well, it's more likely that he will in turn make the mists a better experience for everyone else later. When he grows up. That sounds stupid, but, you know, when he goes when the stakes are higher. I mean, the dual swords could also be a pretty experienced player, honestly. Like, he played it well, and he did not have any fear, and he was playing like tier 6 overcharge or tier 7 anyway. The build makes sense. There's nothing about the dual swords that says that he's a beginner. So, what weapons and content do you suggest for learning PvP? Mahdiar, you have to ask yourself, how hardcore of a player do you consider yourself to be? If you come from very competitive games, like Dota, League, or FPS games, I have an answer for you, but it's a different answer. If you come from more like MMORPG kind of progress-based games. Hello? Who is that? Oh, Chillhow. I want to fight the Chillhow. Let's see if the Chillhow wants to fight. If you come from more MMORPG based games, I suggest taking like good beginner weapons which are easier. In that case, I would suggest battle bracers, dual swords, battle axe, quarterstaff, or one-handed fire. If you're more like you want a more relaxed experience to like learn step by step. If you want a hardcore experience, I would suggest spear. It's a very good teacher of PvP. Once you can afford them, I would also consider Death Givers, very good for that. And I mean, Quarterstaff I mentioned earlier as an easy weapon, but Quarterstaff can also be a bit tricky, so that's the kind of good best of both worlds as well. If you want the mental superior feeling that you're playing something which is kind of niche and difficult, but you are making it work because it is strong enough, then also trying Arcane Staff. It's not a good weapon for like classical beginners, but if you feel like you want a more difficult challenge, which will force you to learn the hard way, then Arcane Staff is also decent. One-handed Arcane I'm talking about here. And as for content, for learning PvP, you have to start with non-lethal probably, because you just need to get used to the mechanics, but that's just for a short while. As fast as you can, as fast as you have silver to lose, so you can buy cheap items that you don't mind losing, just go Black Zone. Go roam Black Zone, go play Mists, or go play Corrupted Dungeons, like Stalker level, you know, where you lose your items as soon as you can, just to feel what it's like and to kind of get a bit of an experience for actual full loot PvP. I'm guessing Chillhow doesn't want to fight. Okay, he's a gatherer anyway, so there's nothing to guess here. I thought maybe he doesn't want to fight because of what I've been saying the whole day, you know? That other Frosts actually kind of counter Chillhow, so it's always a good matchup. Just like you saw me, Arctic versus Chillhow, very easy fight. Knajinski, thank you for subbing with Prime. It is time. Well, I'm gonna drink water, but you know, the rest of you, raise your spears. Newest subscriber of the channel is here. And his name is Knajinski. That sounds like the guy who plays Jim in The Office, right? I don't know. His name sounds similar. Yes, that is my analysis. If you've been here before, you know that I have an interest in knowing more about people's names. I don't know. I always have the interest to kind of. Please let me attack you. Okay. No minor boots. Oh, come on! Don't be AFK. Don't give me minus karma. It's worth it. It's worth killing this guy. Come on, dude. Do something so I feel like you actually hunted down a gatherer and didn't just take a free kill. Okay. Okay, we're getting minus karma, but, you know, for 2 million, it's okay. It's not that much, obviously. It's not that much minus karma, you know. It's not like I didn't do a Tinto move. I would not betray him. But yeah. Spear raised for Krzyzewski. Thank you. Nice. Thanks for the content. Happy to be here. I can do this one mounted. Yeah, okay. Let's see what else. Man, I can kind of feel bad now. Also because I didn't like 2 million isn't even that much. I was kind of hoping to see. Do I need to? What is this that this is worth it? Why is it worth so much? This stuff? Oh, 69k. Okay, okay. Nice, nice, nice. Okay, we are a gatherer now, by the way. By the way, I kind of feel like okay, this is a joke opinion, but from the beginning of beginning of Albion, I always felt like I should get gathering fame for killing gatherers. I'm essentially a gatherer. Like, look at all the things I just gathered by killing this guy. I wish I got some sort of gathering fame. Ooh, we have a fun build player here. Very interesting. Q1 though. What is Q1 range? 13 meters, yeah, so with Q1 I'm just outranging him without any problems. Kind of wasted his hunterhood there at the beginning for no reason. If I blink into him, he's just gonna E me, right? I mean, I have to go for it. Is he an omelette? No, he's not actually. He's not an omelette. Yeah, I should have used the helmet before I use my before I use this thing. Both times he used his hunterhood very randomly. Hunterhood actually, I mean, he can counter at least part of my E. It's not amazing, but at least it's kind of useful against me, I think. Okay, I mean, he tried. Kind of interesting build to try. But I don't fully understand why he's on Q1. Only way I can see Infernal working at all is as using this to kite a little bit, right? Not like full kite, but at least use this to kite a little bit. But then he's kind of in trouble because his Q is very short range compared to my bow Qs and other ranged weapon Qs. Victor Zane gathering guide. That is, oh shit, man. That if I had a bunch of clips of me killing gatherers. By the way, Daybreaker and Spear, that like the Stalkerhood Spear that I used to play, and Daybreaker with Duskweaver, both actually are like one of the few weapons that you can go solo mists and you can actually kill gatherers, you know, because you can purge everything, you can reveal them, stuff like that. So I actually have killed more gatherers than, you know, on average probably a mist player has. But yeah, I don't have enough. Enough clips. That would be very cool though. Fixing gathering kite. I'm from Poland. Wait, it's from Poland, but I'm Brazilian. Oh, okay. Yeah. I mean, it does sound like it could be a name from Poland. But I was just thinking that it just sounds like. But I think his name is Krasinski, right, with an R. The actor who plays Jim, who is good at looking at the camera. Do you need 100 weapon spec to be strong in mist? No, Famuzak. I mean, you do need it. I suggest looking at spec. Wait, where? The first tab is... Oh, I've been putting it in this tab this whole day. Okay. I suggest looking at a little bit more like... let me turn off game sounds for a moment. As an economic decision, you know? Like, you can, even without specs, you can participate in PvP, but you're gonna spend so much more money. Like, let's say you come and fight me, and I'm playing my spear set. You will spend like 10, 20 times more money to buy the same items to be as strong as I am. Like, in terms of your IP. You know, so it's not like you need to, but I suggest to be at least somewhat efficient. You're just wasting money if you play PvP without specs, essentially. Because let's say you are, I fight you 100 times, you win 50 times, I win 50 times. You know, I'm gonna lose because of trash rate. We're both gonna lose, but I'm gonna lose a little bit. But every time I die, I lose like 100k, and every time you die, you lose 2 million. You know, you're gonna be so much more inefficient. Because you're gonna die if you play, especially as a beginner or intermediate player, you're gonna die a lot anyway if you play PvP properly. So that's why I suggest like to have some specs, but you don't have to have 100 in everything for sure. Somewhere around 70 to 75 in the actual items you're using. Not everything, not the whole tree, but the actual items. Somewhere around 70 to 75 is reasonable in my opinion, where it's efficient to go and seek out PvP. What is my overcharge is 5 minutes, so I think we can remove it actually, right? I need some more eel stew. Okay, let's use this since I already have it. Some more potions, maybe. Some more overcharging. Okay, wait, I turn back the sound. Easy. No trash stream. 100% everything survived. And I don't even need to repair it just yet. He might not have enough spec. You're talking about the guy I just fought? Oh, wait, not this guy. You mean that he cannot... Oh, that he hasn't played any Fire Staff, so he hasn't unlocked it. Good point. That's something me I keep forgetting. When I started playing Spear on a new account, I realized that it actually takes a bit longer than I thought to get to Impaler. And I thought this whole time I'm telling, like in my guides, I'm talking about spells, and oftentimes, you know, it makes sense to use Impaler. I realized that there's probably a lot of people who actually want to use Impaler but can't, and maybe they even give up on Spear as a weapon before they even reach the point where when they are actually unlock it. Where is my... I guess I'll take a horse. Do they have a stag? I don't remember. If you quick inspect, you just assume everybody has max stat. That's good. Like, that's the best, yeah? That's the best to always assume. If you overestimate your enemies, that sucks, and you're gonna lose good fighting opportunities, but it's better to overestimate than to underestimate, because if you underestimate, you're gonna die. You're gonna take a very winnable fight and just mess it up because you're way too aggressive, because you underestimate how strong your enemy is. Thanks. Do you have any video on how to learn PvP in Albion? Because I believe every game has its niche learning curve. I have a video, Mahdiar, which is called like top 10 ways to actually get good at PvP, I think. Either that's the name of the video, or let me see, or it is the title. And I think that's a good one to watch. But some of those things are not Albion. Some are Albion specific, some are not Albion specific, but that is essentially the answer to how I learn PvP and what I suggest you do as well. But some of those things are more like general life things as well, you know, that very much apply to Albion, because Albion brings out a lot of competitive games. You can apply the same kind of things, but Albion brings out like something in our psychology that many other games don't, because the stakes are higher because of full loot. So people make a lot more emotional or psychological mistakes when learning Albion as they do, as opposed to some more casual games. I think one thing I really liked with when I played Daybreaker is just I don't know, I felt last time I played Daybreaker, obviously it's one of my favorite weapons, but I felt like when I got into the headspace, especially for stream, for more fun on stream, I got into the headspace. You know what? Whatever I see, I just attack. Just attack everything to see what happens. And I feel like today on Frost Staffs, I'm a bit more limited in that regard, because I can't just throw my items away every time I see like something, yeah? And to play properly on a Daybreaker, I can still be pretty aggressive without sacrificing like myself randomly. But on a Frost, I feel more limited. I feel like I see the Death Gears, I want to attack. But at the end of the day, like you saw in many cases, I can't, you know? At the end, like, if the other person doesn't want to be aggressive themselves, I can't, you know? I can't just full-on attack, because I'm essentially just throwing my items away. So, I feel like it's a bit less fun to play Frost Staffs, at least the kite-heavy stuff. Because, you know, playing this weapon correctly makes for a much less exciting kind of missed experience. I don't know. I really need energy now. Can you provide me some best weapon to spec up for PvP? You have to be a lot more specific. Yes, I can give you a random weapon which is strong and fun, but you have to be a lot more specific about what kind of PvP you want to do, what kind of experience you have, you know, what have you enjoyed so far, Lakshya. Otherwise, I can just tell you a random weapon, and that random weapon is Quarterstaff. I mean, I don't know if this is a useful answer to you, but Quarterstaff. I see. Okay. Oh wait, yeah, that was the previous one. Yeah. I thought this was a Quarterstaff reaction. Yeah. But yeah, it is linked. The thing is, the video that I wanted you to look at, it's linked under the Twitch And I mean, if you just look at my videos and you look at the most viewed ones, it's gonna be like somewhere among near the top, like among the top 5 videos with most views as well. The one with 10 ways to actually get good at PvP, which I feel like it's very useful if you can look at some of those things and apply. And some of those are just general, but some of those are like full loot specific as well. Because it depends on what you feel like, Mahdiar, but for a lot of people, full loot adds an extra level of pressure that kind of prevents learning. Because like you see a lot of people on my screen also. Like, sure, I die a lot, you know? Sometimes I can make a million excuses, whether it's I'm tired or thinking about something else like chat, or I'm playing a weapon that I don't know that much. Doesn't like really matter. At the end of the day, I make so many mistakes and I die a lot in fights. But that way, at the end of the day, I am better. But it's very possible, because of the anxiety and not taking fights in Albion, it's possible to play for hundreds of hours, in Mists even, which is very like competitive environment. You can play for hundreds of hours and not get better. Because you don't take the fights, you die when you get ganked, or when you know, when you're trying to run away, but you don't actually try to see what happens if you attack someone. And sometimes it's like hopeless fights, you know? Like, okay, some of the 8.4s, like, okay, this I didn't actually expect to even win, I just was trying to get away, right? But what was the blood letter? The last one was the blood letter. Like, in retrospect, now I learned that this fight, I think, is hopeless for me, yeah, but the fact that this fight happened helps me calibrate my feelings of how much damage I can do, you know, how much survivability I have. So next time if I get attacked by a 6-3 blood letter, maybe I can apply what I learned. I will try quarterstaff. Nice, yeah. Quarterstaff has risen to my list of suggestions recently. It's always been a very good B tier weapon, but I feel it's especially because if you want to play some open world, for open world it is very good. For Mist it's also good, but for open world it's even better because it's very good at PV, and you do more PV in open world usually. I feel like quarterstaff is a good weapon to start suggesting also to beginners. It's not complicated where you have to, you know, solve the whole universe like with Spear or Death Givers, but it's also not super straightforward and easy where the weapon plays itself and you don't end up learning anything like dual swords can be. Like you have some decisions in tactical considerations, but not too many. Damn, man, the Q, the W, of course. Like Nicole was so right earlier. I could have W'd also this guy. The guy that we killed together. Where is he? I could have W'd his boots if I ever get on top of him. Yeah. That would have also made me more confident in chasing him, which in turn would have made it the situation that I helped my dual swords friend more. So then maybe I will take some of the loot, but okay. That one-shot Death Gears that you fought a few hours ago was unexpected. At the end, he just killed you in a couple of seconds, even though you had a great HP lead. Yeah, but that was cloth armor, and he was full on brawl, right? He was even using chain slash, which is a big mistake. I died twice today to Death Givers just because I wasn't patient enough. This was one of them. I think this is the one you're referencing. Maybe the other one. But yeah, I died twice because I just needed to wait a little bit more. Just robe one more time and it should be easy pickings, but yeah. But you know, I think both of those like very quick, like when I died in a couple of seconds. We are both on cloth armor. He has Stalker Hood. If he uses it at the right time, it's unfortunately, you know, he can easily, even if only one of us was in cloth armor, he can probably, the moment I hit 50% HP, he can just Stalker Hood double E and I'm dead. Or Stalker Hood double E, Chain Slash and I'm dead. Yeah, Chain Slash also a very big, like very considerable amount of damage compared to other Ws which focus more on mobility or other things. Mostly. Doo-doo-doo, says the Wisp. When you open the Wisp it says doo-doo-doo. This is what happens when you play Albion for 6.5 hours in a row. And you're also talking this whole time, you know, like I am on stream. Then you start impersonating little wisps. Start getting all kinds of weird ideas. Nuski asked, what do you think about battle bracers? I think they are a very good weapon. Good to start with, but they also offer enough versatility to be still viable and strong even higher IP and even for experienced players. At the highest IP, you will not probably compete with... you're a bit too reliant on mobility probably if you go at like play 6-3 plus, but it's still viable. I mean, I'm new to the game, but the mobility the weapon provides is just I love the weapon. Should I continue playing the weapon or something or other? No, if you love the 100%, you should continue. It's a good choice for a beginner. It's not like a straightforward, super simple weapon like dual swords, you know? So you still have to learn stuff. You still have to learn when you're kiting, when you are trying to brawl more, because against some matchups you actually change your W and brawl. You have to kind of, you have to figure out what your enemy, what kind of defensive your enemy has. There's a lot of fun stuff it will teach you. And it is, in my opinion, it's probably the single best or among the top best weapons for playing open world solo. For playing Mists or Corrupted Dungeons, it's not as impressive, but it is still strong and viable. Well, Corrupted Dungeons more limited, but for Mists it is strong and viable. For Corrupted Dungeons it's just kind of a fun weapon. And for open world, soloing open world, it's one of the overall best weapons. So definitely keep playing Battle Bracers and enjoying it. And a lot of what you learn about Battle Bracers you will be able to apply to Fists of Avalon. So when you get more silver and you want to upgrade to an even stronger weapon for 1v1 fights, then you can apply most of what you know directly to Fists of Avalon. Is Great Hammer still good in Mists? No, not really. It hasn't been. It's been a while since Great Hammer was actually good. No. Like you can utilize your mobility to rat fights or to take advantage of having a very big IP advantage, because you are focusing more on mobility, but the IP advantage kind of makes you a better brawler than your enemy instead of spells, you know? So you kind of make up for what you're lacking by having more IP. But ever since the Stalker Jacket nerf, Great Hammer generally sucks, and it's nowhere near the meta for any tier right now. Even highest tier, where in theory you could use your IP advantage better, very, very few people are even trying to play it. So no, don't play Great Hammer right now if you're looking for something that is strong. It's also not super fun because you are just weak. You're just getting outbrawled by most weapons. You kind of have to leverage your mobility into winning, and leveraging mobility is difficult and usually means that the fights never end, you know? Nobody can kill each other. The enemy cannot catch you, but you don't have the damage to kill them either. Spears out right now, everyone. Spears out. Dark Runner Hurricane, thank you for subbing and being I think we still have a relatively small group of people who have subbed for 2 months, because I've been streaming for just a little over 1 month, you know. So you are among the elite few. I am going to upload new images for subs from 3 months on. You know, the spear is gonna get upgraded in front of your name. But if you write something in chat, Dark Runner, you will see the spear that you have right now. But I mean, you already had it for a month, so it's the same. Thank you, sir. And I hope your Thursday is going as well as mine. I missed something? Did I miss a question? I love kiting rather than brawling, so it's just a good weapon to build, to play. Well, weapons that almost only kite are usually bows and frosts. Not every bow and frost, but overall, only bows and frosts are weapons that are full on just focus on kiting, and brawling only as a kind of as a last resort. Mostly. And we're talking one-handed frost, chill howl, bow of Badon, sky strider, if you just want to kite. But you know, it's I think battle bracers are I think it's more fun, and it's a more fun type of kiting, because you're not always stuck in kiting. Some matchups you are the brawler also. You have some tools to brawl on the battle bracers. Other than that, you know, spear is also one-handed spear is also a kiter, but you're not limited to just kiting, but you are often a kiter because you have the tools, and against many weapons you prefer to kite. But against some other weapons you are the full-on brawler also. My spear are out of the time. Spear all out? Yes, okay, well. Yes. I should start, instead of get out your spears, I should start saying something like raise your... I mean, I do often usually say raise your spears, but I think raise your spears sounds more correct than get your spears out. Spears out for a subscriber. Man, these mobs are way too strong. This was epic Mist, right? Oh, this is tier 8 Mist. Yeah, okay. And I still haven't opened the... Oh, I still don't have enough to... Almost enough for the camp. Spear raised also. Okay. Oh wait, there's a chest. I need to not miss it. Last time I was in tier 8 missed. I was so preoccupied with chat and mobs that I actually missed the chest. And I mean, I don't really like going into Enchanted Wisps because there isn't a lot of PvP happening here. But if I am here, I need to make sure I go for the big chest. I will come back for the coffer later if it's still here, but the big chest. Because sometimes there would just be a gatherer, you know. I mean, obviously if there's someone to fight, I will fight. But I don't want to lose this chest just to a random gatherer who showed up to check it at the right moment. It's been a good day, thank you. Couldn't ask for more than your stream to... Oh man, that is such a wholesome, happy thing to say. Thank you for making me happier. I'm glad also you're having a good day. Yeah, the thing is, I mean, usually, like, most of the people I know think that I am constantly only having a good day, you know? And like, definitely some people think, like, I'm, like, crazy, stupidly positive all the time, you know? What? Oh, he's also overcharged, yeah. I used one potion. I don't think he used any potions. I'm not sure, but I feel like he still has both. I can just wait for my Inferno and let him come to me. Anyone who was asking about who was asking about Great Hammer? This is your answer on screen. I'm not playing some sort of meta build, right? For most weapons, you know, you expect if you play a spear or carving, you might not be like a full brawl weapon, but you expect that if you get on top of a frost, okay. I am playing a brawly build, but still, I think this fight also kind of shows the limitations of Great Hammer if he cannot even like destroy me, you know? Not saying that there wasn't like so there was room and it was close, but he was tier 7 overcharged, right? And I'm also tier 7 overcharged. I don't have specs in my weapon, but the IP difference is way higher than I would ever expect. I'm kind of curious now. Okay, my boots are lower. Anyway, I'm happy to have taken that fight. Nice. Yeah, indeed. Yo, guys, this is let's see. We need a celebration for this. So, and it's not just about taking your spears out, but in honor of Dark Runner Hurricane, who is, by the way, welcome, all the new subscribers. Thank you for gifting 5 subs. I appreciate you very much. Spears out 100%. Yes, Grinder, what's up, man? Spears out once again. I know, you know, at this point, it's just easier to keep your spear out the whole time, just like Zippy was saying earlier, because we are getting into a good rhythm. Raise your spears. I'm gonna raise my water. By the way, if you've been here earlier, you've heard me mention this already. I think my prediction is by the end of the year, I will have an actual spear. And I'm not saying this like I've planned and I've ordered the spear or something. No, I'm gonna procrastinate it as far as possible. But my prediction is by the end of the year, I'm gonna actually have a real life spear that I can use. You know, so we will actually be able to see it. Will be like somewhere in the background, and whenever we have new subs, I will take it out. So yeah, but this is a nice answer because on Great Hammer, I don't know that you have any matchups that you are happy about. On a meta weapon, this wouldn't happen. Not that I made a lot of like clear mistakes, you know, I played it generally pretty well, but still, you know, if a Daybreaker gets on top of me the way that he was able to get on top of me, this fight, like I'm not winning this fight. I disapprove his IP rate. What does that mean? Is this a nude beach or why you keep spear out all the time? How are you? What's up, man? I'm doing well. I am finally Grinder. Yesterday, chat pushed me to be a better man. So it's today finally after like 2.5 months of being a potato at home. I finally got out and went to the gym, and it's just. Like, I mean, you know, because, you know, you work out a lot, so you probably know what I'm talking about as well, but maybe you're more used to it. But you know that, like, when you're not in a good workout rhythm, every workout, it's like the whole day is just happy, you know? Like, it's just, like, my kind of, not anymore, actually, you know? But I did push muscles, and for a while, like, you know, the body is just shaking and you're just happy. So my day has been kind of like that for most of it. But now, once again, I've said this before, if you're in chat, anyone who's in chat right now, you have to occasionally come back and ask me, like, every now and again, every couple of days, like, ask me, like, did you go to the gym, you know? Because the social pressure definitely helps me get back into the... I've had times in my life where I have, like, very good discipline about this, but the social pressure will help me, so don't forget to do that. Yesterday, Sparkly was definitely a big part of that as well. By the way, welcome, new subs. Everyone that got a sub from Dark Runner. I see Derek, I see Skliam, I see Trollololololo. That's the name of the guy. I have to every time specify. I see Firelord Zuko and Kawhi Rodriguez. Welcome to the sub club. You need 1,500 channel point redeem. Show biceps. In a couple months, maybe. Yeah, that's actually... But the problem is, yeah, I will need to have actually, you know, something to show. I don't think I'm... I am not shy about my face, but I'm not also confident to properly flex yet. But yeah. Can I be Daybreaker? It is... yeah. It is a day of discovering frost staffs today for us all. And a new Q spell. And if you were not here yesterday or today, then and you want the TLDR, if you click the stream to see what the hell is happening in solo PvP, I will give you a quick TLDR. This the new Q1, the way it works, sucks. Unless you are a genius and you hit every Q, which I am not, at least not the last 2 days. It feels like it sucks. So that's a short recap of what I've learned. You didn't have to call rest of potato too. Wait, what do you mean? I mean I didn't have to call everyone else potato, or what? You don't, I mean, it depends, you know, streaming has definitely made me more of a potato, because when I play Albion without stream, you know I don't do it, but when I used to, my rhythm of playing Albion was always go into the mist, have a couple fights, play a little bit, see what happens, and then go out and do something else for half an hour, and then come back, and you know, I was just kept myself logged in like somewhere in Brazilian and just do some other things, sometimes change tabs to do some work, sometimes go outside. During streaming, obviously, I don't take like breaks all the time. Maybe in the future it will be a thing, but for now, I'm more sedentary as a streamer than I would be just as a hardcore gamer. Serotonin levels through the roof after good workout. Yeah. But I mean, tomorrow will be difficult, but yeah, it's definitely, I can feel it. But yeah, it's always. I've always been addicted to the feeling, both working out and also the feeling after. It's very easy for me. I know some people that have to force themselves to actually. It's very easy for me. For me, the difficult part is getting my actual ass to the gym. You know, like putting the clothes together, going outside, 15 minutes of walking to the gym, which is like the place I go to. That is the part that I struggle mostly. Killed 7484, Max 2 and Bloodletter with 6-3 spear and Bloodletter. Oof. Okay, you had like you already like this the emotional roller coaster, Vitus. First of all, big congrats. That is today the whole day I am missing a spear or a daybreaker in order to at least try some of those fights. But 7484 is fucking amazing. That is not just a good kill. That is how to say, a happening, or no, not a happening. Something to celebrate. So that is amazing. I hope that you have a clip that we will be able to see one day. By the way, okay, it's been like a couple of weeks actually since we watched clips, so we should probably watch them soon again, the clips in channel. But I hope you're gonna share it, Vitus. I think a lot of people want to know what did you do, and specifically since you did it on Spear, it's like an extra benefit, extra argument, you know, for everyone to be really curious to see. Oh no, mister. Okay. Well, I guess I am dead. I don't think... I mean, I'm probably dead anyway. He has good mobility, but it depends on what he has. He doesn't have actually cooldown reduction. Okay. No. I'm so close. Nah, he has E again. I should have potioned a bit earlier. I'm dead anyway, doesn't matter, but... But hey. This is life. Yeah, this doesn't matter what I am wearing. I'm not... probably. Like, in any sort... Like, earlier I said, like, oh, I wish I had Daybreaker, you know, to fight back here. Nah, here it doesn't matter, even if I'm... I mean, if I'm tier 7 at least. Daybreaker or not, it's gonna be the same. Have we seen this guy before today? Not yet. We've seen the other 8-4s several times. Do you also do watching clips of your fans and teaching them? Yeah, Grinder. We've done it once, and it was like a 4.5 hours of doing it. We had a lot of good clips. Actually, one guy, we saw a clip that he shared. We talked about it was Spear versus Scarring, so pretty basic like matchup. And then he came back like 4 hours later, back to the stream and said, "Yo, I just applied what I learned and I just got a kill." And then he shared a clip where he played differently and won, which was like fantastic highlight. But yeah, we definitely do occasionally watch clips. Which, by the way, everyone else who didn't know about this, join Discord. The Discord is in. It's now also in YouTube. If you're watching the stream on YouTube, it's in the description of the stream. On Twitch, it's under the thing. On Discord, there's a lot of discussions. We talk about Albion, we discuss stuff. But there's also a channel for VOD reviews where you can post a VOD, whether you want to show off the amazing kill or you just want to get advice. You can actually put it there. Nope, turned off my OBS, was about to exit the mist and got ganked by that guy the moment. Oh no, Vitus, what? How? No. Go back in time and turn it on. What the hell? This is a lesson for you. Really? And you don't have like this what's it called? The G game mode, whatever, Windows recording thing. You don't have that, Vitus? Only like, yeah, I don't even, maybe I don't have it either actually. Yeah, I don't know if I have it. Okay. My disappointment is immeasurable, but my day is not ruined. Is it time? Okay, it's time to do one more. Let's do one more run of... although I'm clearly more and more interested in chat than actual fight. Let's do one more run. Great Frost actually felt pretty good. I mean, it felt good because of, you know, at least in some fights I felt pretty good. This doesn't matter, that whatever Frost I have. Although, okay, admittedly with the Duskriver helmet, like I was playing Chillhowl, and in Chillhowl in general, I have at least some chance to get away, but not really. Is there anything else? That was the first death on Great Frost actually as well. Vitus should use Shadow Play. I don't know, man. Vitus should just never turn off his OBS before he's done with the mist. Wait, let's just buy lost equipment. If you want to be efficient with your silver, then do as I say and not as I do. I keep repeating this. Buying lost equipment usually is a bad idea, because you're gonna get random shit quality where you could get something better for almost the same price. I don't want a Tome of Spells, give me energy. And we're gonna do one more run of Great Frost, and then we're gonna call it a day, but you know, it's I'm streaming a lot. And if you by the way, on Discord you can also, if you're ever wondering, if you're like, damn, you know, I need some more of that cool guy in my life on my screen, you know, I need some more of that. So if you're ever wondering, like, when am I streaming, I usually post the schedule. There's some changes here and there because life comes in the way, but I post it like a week ahead usually. So there's also a channel like the same where the announcements come. So if you're wondering, like, for example, tomorrow there will be a stream. But on Saturday, we will all together go and touch grass outside. Just like I did last week. I am still kind of recovering from last week's grass touching, to be honest. But I think I'm ready. I'm ready to get hurt again. Oh no. I am sad now, because I really wanted... There is... just like we are all enjoying, you know, a good underdog story. I mean, Vita's not in my book is not an underdog, but I would have loved to see you kill the 8.4, just to see, to enjoy it together. Some of the 8.4 kills that Hamster has shared, you know, that we watched together, is just an enjoyment. Of course, part of the enjoyment is, as I've said, like one of my ways of learning is looking also at better players and just analyzing, okay, what is the decision making? Like, why do people play like this or like that? But part of the enjoyment is just seeing an 8.4 die. Hi, I'm Grass. Yeah. That is a powerful pickup line you have there. Do you also get wet in the morning, Grinder, yeah? That's what I discovered about grass recently. Okay, actually, no, I know. When I was a kid, I spent a lot of time outside, so I kind of knew that. But as an adult who lives in an apartment, I'm close enough to the center where it feels like there isn't much grass, I kind of forgot that grass gets wet in the morning if you go out with your bare feet. When are you playing Spear? Maybe tomorrow, actually. That's a good question, Dr. Golek. I know that a lot of us here, like, what brought us together is not just love for the game and for the sort of philosophy of taking risks, which I hope like is the Spear mentality, but also specifically love for Spear. I am kind of itching to play Daybreaker because I know, like you saw that... Wait, what happened here? Someone is fighting. Oh shit! We have a tier 8 Strider of the Sky. Is there any chance for me to not just get instantly destroyed here? Tier 8. I don't think I'm winning this. It's kind of annoying that he's like... Oh, hello. That he, like, from this range, it's kind of annoying that I'm all on full defensives. Because at least I should use my helmet. But my Inferno, I have to wait for him to E. But if you fight like this, he's almost never gonna E, right? He's just winning the fight from far. I'll see. Only when I remember how sun shines, same way as our heads. You know, there's a clip, there's like one of the biggest old school RuneScape streamer who has the same haircut as me and DewGrinder. He's one of the like subscriber clips or something is him saying I'm flashing, and then he puts like his head like this, you know, like he's flashing, like oh, you understand what it means, yeah? Like when you suddenly put your whole screen, if I open Opera on a white page like I did the other day. So you be careful, especially those watching from your phone, you know? I could absolutely flash. You know, you wanted the 1v1 and you're... Oh, come on. You're saying kill rats, take 1v1, and then he's trying to take advantage of my cooldown. What a rat. Yeah, Oda block. Yeah, exactly. Oda from RuneScape, man. By the way, the rat is still... The actual rat is also still here. Should we... I don't want to explain. I hope he understands. I hope he feels shame for what he's doing. You outbrawl him with Frostlands, no? Maybe this is the time to try. I am very much interested in playing some Frostlands on this. But the problem is Otherworldly is... He has no pressure to get close to me. Frostlands is not bad, but we're gonna trade damage from far. Hopefully I Inferno his E, and then he just Frost shots away, and that's it. There's no way I catch and kill him. Against a melee weapon, I can sacrifice some of my mobility, because if they make them, like they come close to me, I start winning the brawl, and as they start running away, I finish them off, you know? So I can sacrifice my mobility because I have enough time after the brawl, while they are trying to get away, to actually finish the kill. Against a ranged weapon, if I sacrifice my mobility, the moment they turn around, I'm just looking at them like, please come back, you know? I miss you, Sky Strider, I want to kill you. So I'd rather be a worse brawler but have a chance to actually catch him. I thought flashing is showing your spear. Well, that's a different kind of flashing, yeah. I can confirm, Vic is really good at finishing. You heard it. You heard it from the man. Wait, that sounds weird. Can you say something that doesn't sound weird? There's a challenge. Wait, actually, we have Hamster in chat. So we have like double the weirdness. I'm even surprised. Hamster, you have been pretty reserved today. I'm surprised that all of this discussion has not brought out the master of innuendo. Okay. We have some wordplay. Going on in chat. Okay, wait. Maybe the bro actually will fight. So yeah, I should have gone for the wisp. But chat is too much fun. Let's see if I can go finish the bow. But yeah. So, essentially, what I'm saying indeed is that with Frostlands, I will have a problem finishing. It's much easier with the other thing. Holy shit! There is fun being had here. They're having fun without me. Holy shit. Oh! What is his Q? Oh, he's on... he doesn't have mobility W, actually. Predicted that. Who is this? Dual swords. With regular boots and no purge. He's gonna E away. I'm gonna struggle with mobility against him. Unfortunately, the slow is not gonna be enough. Am I actually dead here? I might be. Oh, he got scared. I only have one potion now, and I'm also, my W is still on cooldown. I kind of need my W. It's a very good matchup for me, but I need to dodge his E. Nah, he's not gonna catch me. I'm not in combat. Unfortunate. Well, still fun, you know? At least I got some part of the fun. But another double-bladed. Man, what is it with double-bladeds and... the one day, okay, not the one day, but one of the days where I'm not playing Daybreaker, all these tasty guys are out there, and I am not fishing them. Instead, I'm stuck. Okay, well, the gloves fight was cool though, but still. Oof. By the way, did Mog actually lost it? Every time I see him talk about anything, I lose more and more respect, and I honestly don't know whether he's changed or whether I don't know how he got to be like, why people like him and have so much. I understand he must be like an amazing entertainer to make up for everything else, but I don't think he lost it, Grinder. I think he just stopped streaming and he's just trying to make a little bit of money from AFK, like fake giveaway streams, to at least, you know, make some income from this. But I think he stopped streaming and he's trying to make money without Albion. I don't know. I don't actually know. And honestly, don't care too much, but I'm just surprised. I'm just surprised because I heard so much good stuff about him as a creator before I even became like an Albion player, even now. A lot of practice polishing spears. So back to the question about tomorrow. I think tomorrow is actually either spear day or Daybreaker day. Today I'm itching. Every fight I'm itching to just have a spear instead of Frost staff. Even though Frost is very fun thing to to kind of change to. For a while, like to enjoy for a couple days. For how long are you playing Albion? You're literally Albion's encyclopedia. Thanks, man. I don't feel like an encyclopedia, but I'm very happy. You know, I don't think I'm amazing at playing Albion, but I am amazing at learning stuff. Maybe, I don't know. I learned so much from videos. Very happy to hear that, Alex. But I've been discussing this, and I think it's fair to say I have about 2,500 hours, something like that. I'm definitely not like a veteran from the beginning, like some of the guys are. But I've played for a couple of years, here and there. Like I take a lot of breaks usually, and I've accumulated at least I would say at least 2,500 hours. Maybe, you know, my tracking skills are wrong, and maybe it's a bit more, but I'm not sure. What is happening with this carving? I'm confused. I'm confused. Is he just changing spells? Is that it? I don't know. But I have a bit of an one thing that since I played a lot of other games before, I have a bit of an advantage psychologically when I started Albion. A lot of the hurdles, obviously I'm still human, and I even now, if I go 8.3, I'm going to be nervous and I'm going to feel a bit anxious. Not because I care about the money, but because I care a bit about the pride, you know, like I'm going to lose. Like full loot PvP affects me also. But I had a bit of an advantage, I think, when I started Albion, of having so much other competitive gaming like that I've done earlier. So it was a bit easier, you know. Like I've said this before, but all my days of being actually tilted in video games, being angry at the game, being angry at other people, all of that, I already experienced that in like thousands of hours of Dota 2 and other competitive games, you know. So in Albion, I could already kind of start feeling decent. So let's see, how much can I... Come on, use your helmet. Use your helmet, Mister. Mister. Come on, let's fight. Do I use my boots and just send it? He's tier 8. This is not a joke. Okay, let's go. Come on, Mister. No, I can't use both of my mobility. I mean, this fight is always going to start by me hitting my E's, right? Nothing is going to change for him, right? I mean, he's hoping for a better start. Oh, okay, he changed to parry strike. Okay, that's awesome. Interesting prediction. My expectation is that I hit one E and then he will parry after that. That's very cool though. But that means he cannot catch me. Like, what? How is he going to get on top of me? With helmet. And then I blink. Okay, I guess it's not the worst. But my E cooldown is better. Never mind, it's not better. Okay, I take it back. Parry strike, actually awesome. I love seeing this sort of innovation. He also still has Inferno. I'm hoping to surprise him a little bit. Just like with the hammer, I'm hoping to surprise him a little bit that I'm actually a better brawler than you would expect. Because of my shield, because of my jacket. Interesting that I can't bait out. Can I just miss an E on purpose? Okay, well, I tried to miss, but I hit it somehow. The nervousness is the best part. That's true. Like, I do have this feeling. Just like I envy, like, if you haven't played games like Mass Effect or Outer Wilds, you know, I envy some people because I cannot experience those for the first time, you know, just as examples of some games I really liked, which were single-player games. I have a little bit of envy for someone just starting Albion who has this excitement and nervousness about the game that it's difficult for me to get. I kind of wish I could be in that state again. Can we fight or not? Okay, you hit... Okay, and then what? Okay, I'm just gonna deliver the Wisp. This is a waste of time. Unfortunately. I mean, he's tier 8. I'm still overcharged? Yeah, I'm overcharged. So I'm same tier. I don't want to be afraid. I kind of like... I'm not expecting to, you know, to have like a 1 bar advantage over him. I'm not expecting to have a 1 bar advantage over him to start the fight, but I feel like he's making, like, it's kind of the Death Giver's problem again. Like, he's making sure that the fight must already be won before it starts. Maybe I misunderstand this matchup a little bit, but I don't know. He also has cooldown. No, he doesn't have cooldown reduction. Okay, I feel like his boots are like, he has a good cooldown reduction on his boots. Oh, I predicted that E. Oh, sir, I read your mind. And now we're running away again. Now he doesn't have cape, so he will never fight me, yeah? I also don't have cape, by the way. He's very good at parrying my E. I don't know if it's the animation or how does he... Like, it feels like he's really good at figuring out when exactly am I going to E. I think I have to just full disengage here, but we'll see. Man, does he actually have time to react to it? I feel very bad about him winning because of the way he played. His E is almost ready. How much until helmet? I mean, helmet is before... Yeah, he's on top of me. Yeah. I feel bad about him winning this because of the way he played. But holy shit, he can actually react. You see, we are learning new stuff. This is something we wouldn't learn if we didn't take the fight. I could have just walked away. This whole time he insists on only playing the fight if he already has a big advantage. At the end of the day, I can just deliver the Wisp. But is it actually possible? Like, he can actually react just to my spell. That's very good to know. That's also good to know for Spear, because deflecting spin, I mean, if he can react with that, I could react with deflecting spin as well. But I'm surprised because I don't think the animation, like, I've never tried to properly react to it, so I didn't realize the animation would be long enough on Great Frost. But hey, don't really see that weapon that often. So at least, you know, we're not, this time was not wasted. We learned something new. Scripting confirmed. No, well, yeah. Coming back step by step. Soon my PS will go for rest, and then Albion will come back to my life. Okay. Yeah, it's very normal to take breaks. But wait. Oh, what you wrote before, Alex? You wrote that I haven't been playing for like 6 months. Yeah, I take breaks like that as well. Last game I had almost broke my mouse. Wife suggested to have a rest, but it's typical. Oh, you mean you broke your mouse like out of anger? Yeah, I don't have that in Albion anymore. I've lived through my angry days already. He was biggest hater of Goldenium, so he probably just gave up and gave in. Yeah, something like that. But you know, like, I think anyone, like Grinder, like, I know, like, you went to Delta Force, right? So for you, like, you had transitioned and you continue to make content. By the way, I mean, you know what I think about your content in Delta Force, yeah? It's amazing. By the way, if someone here only watches Albion, like, Grinder's Delta Force is like, come, like, taking off like that. Anyway, it makes sense. Like, if you imagine that you just couldn't stream anymore, or like anyone who makes content, like real content creators, I'm not talking about AFK guys, if we at some point decide I can't stream anymore, I can't do this for whatever reason, like, there's zero chance that I would end up like making some sort of AFK stream to try to trick people, you know, like even doing things like putting giveaway in title when there's actually, like, he's not doing giveaways, you know, just trying to kind of abuse the system and try to get a bit of it, like a couple. It's like playing Mists, you know, on a double bladed, to try to like squeeze out a little bit of extra silver to kill that 4.1 without dying, you know? It's that sort of mentality about life. Like any real like content creators, none of us would, even if we quit, we take a break, right? I mean, I'm new, so maybe I don't understand it as well, but I don't think anyone would ever like use their platform to contribute to this whole AFK bullshit that is going on. Okay, anyway, rant over. I'm just surprised, you know, because I've heard so many good things. It's easy to parry. Okay. And Hamster also said react, no problem. Okay, that's very good to know. My great, like, most usually when I play against Great Frost, I did not realize that I can do that. Obviously not with parry. I haven't played this matchup, this specific matchup, but with Spear, usually I feel that I'm limited to just reflecting his second E, which is kind of fine usually, but you know, it's not as good. Okay, this is very good to learn. So we learned that about Great Frost altogether today as well. I think it was Macro. Froggy Grinder and Vic in one place. I came. Yes, guys. Broccoli, put your spear back down. Clip it and bookmark it forever. You can hold this against him when he sells out. 100%. Yo, there is zero doubt in my mind, you know? That is, if you ever see some sort of AFK farming whatever stream with me or my name, you know it's not me. It's like there's zero chance. I will go and work at. I've done this. You know, you know some of my travel stories. Those who have been here more, and you know I step by step divulge some of the crazy things I've been up to at some point in my life. I've lived like with odd jobs, you know, like for. When I try to help at, like, I try to find a place where I can help at the warehouse for a couple days, you know. I would go and do that for money. I will not run an AFK stream. For the same reason that I did not betray the dual swords today, you know, because I want to be the change I want to see and to kind of contribute to what the world to be like. I definitely want zero kind of make zero contributions for the whole AFK streaming bullshit that is happening. Because, I mean, okay, I don't want to rant. This is one of those topics that it's easy to get riled up. Even though I'm so new to streaming, it doesn't really affect me. But hey, you know, I know that the emotions are connected. So yeah, if I ever do AFK stream, 100%, it's not me. Bovis, you can already know now. Or as you said, hold it against me. Okay. I said it was the last one, but it was not. It didn't end with a satisfying finish, you know. I feel kind of like this was like... I was left hanging a little bit there. Because I'm not happy that I died. I'm very happy that he reflected my E and now I learned this interaction. That was very, very, very satisfying to know. Now, I mean, Vitus and Hamster said, yeah, this is obvious. For me, this was absolutely not obvious that he can reliably parry my E, that the cast is enough. Actually, we can look at the cast as well. Yeah, I mean, the circle appears a bit earlier, right? So he's not necessarily reacting just to my animation, but potentially to the circle as well. Okay. Anyway, Otherwise, that fight was not satisfying because, you know, for this whole time, his approach to the fight was that unless he's already has enough of an advantage, where he's just full-on slamming all of his keys into me to kill me, unless he gets that sort of advantage, he's not even gonna fight, as you saw. Like, he wasn't willing to use 1E to get close to me and stuff like that, even after I used my blink, for example. So I kind of feel like I need a better fight, you know? I need a fight where win or lose, but where we get a spear mentality, hopefully tier 7. I sense more spear there. One more gamer mentality. Yeah, it is, man, it is. I have this a lot. With streaming, it has come back, definitely. That's also one of the biggest problems with sleep, you know? Going to sleep at a reasonable time is a bit more difficult. At least when you're single. I know that in a relationship you kind of you lose. I mean, at some point, at least in my experience, at some point you lose a bit of that control of when you go to sleep. At least I did. But right now I'm doing solo PvP also in real life. So at this point in my life, I can kind of it depends on me, and that means that this one more turn, one more game mentality can sometimes feel it in the morning. You know, in the morning sometimes wake up and feel like I wish I played one less game. But that's not gonna stop us here today. Come on, give me one last good fight. And the carving had a helmet as well, right? So it's even more in his favor than he realizes than a regular carving. Oh shit, somebody opened this. Who are you? Oh, are you? He's gonna fight me. He's gonna fight me. I need my E. Yeah, this is fucked. I need to reset with my not my E, but I need to change my helmet, and I need to reset. Unfortunately, I didn't realize my W is on cooldown. I hope he comes after me though. Yeah, he's coming. Okay. And then we'll take a proper fight again. Nice, nice. I like life curse is awesome. Oh, come on, bro. No, this Ray is pointless because he knows he can't catch me, right? There is zero chance in his mind that he will actually catch up to me because I have W. So, at this point, he's just delaying the fight. He showed that he's instantly ready to purge my my Inferno. So that's the thing. I don't know if I need to reset here or not. I'm not sure that I need to reset there, but who knows. Like, his W is very annoying, but I think my E range is not that much worse than his W. Unfortunately, I just hit one E there. What is he on? He's on Snapper, so I have also Boots cooldown advantage. But if he gets on top of me, I'm just dead. I need to hit some of these Qs. Yeah. I still have 2 potions. Oh, this was a mistake, Mr. Dual Swords. I mean, maybe not, but I think so. Okay, I'll mount up because of Dual Swords. His W is still on cooldown on the curse, and the Duels has still like 10 seconds. So. Let's see if we get the fight again. Another one. I have no idea how this matchup should go, but it's interesting to find out. You lose jack shit. I'd be telling my girlfriend good morning and good night at 6 AM. Okay, well, you come around at some point, Dr. Golik, you know? At some point when you've been in a relationship long enough, you kind of come around. You come full circle, yeah? But I don't know. That has not been my experience. I'm not saying this like, oh my god, I lost my freedom. No, I was like willingly, like I wanted, you know, to be a better man. It's more like that. But the actual long relationships that I've had, I've definitely, for me, didn't feel like Like gaming felt like it's much more difficult to fit in there for me. Maybe in the future, maybe it's just the specific women are like, obviously every woman is different, huh? So maybe in the future I will have like a relationship which fits more like this, or more of this one more game and nightly gaming stuff, but who knows. Thanks for following, by the way, 7 Setzi. I don't know what we have to change. His W makes it annoying. Because of his W, I kind of... I lose a lot, even when I'm fighting from far. Can I just full brawl him? I can't, right? Because of his helmet, I can't just full brawl him. What if I use... What is this, a rat? I mean, it's a tier 5, but yeah. Just harpoon some e-girl from Elfian. I cannot imagine that. Like, legit, I was talking to Megs, you know, the like Megs and Azori, you know, they're like, they're a family, and they're streaming. And I was also, we had a discussion when she was on stream, like, some weeks ago. And it's for me, like, in my brain, it's just like, it's always been completely opposite two different parts of my life. Like, women and gaming. It's always been, like completely, like, not unreconcilable. Obviously, I was still gaming when I was in a relationship. If you weren't here before, you might not know that I was even married for a while. But anyway, like, I was still gaming, but it was always kind of like two completely different parts of life. Like, completely. So maybe I just, yeah, maybe that's right. Maybe I just need to find an e-girl, you know? Who knows? In fact, maybe this guy is actually a girl. No. I think this quarterstaff guy is actually a girl. Maybe if I kill him really hard... Oh, sorry. Maybe if I kill her really hard, she's going to want to... you know, to get my, to give me her number. I mean, she's wearing an invis. Oh, maybe that's the way to not. I mean, I'm not worried about enemies, but that's one way to kind of assert dominance. Maybe I should refer to all mysterious strangers as girls. Yo, especially like double-bladed players. Oh, I should definitely. I'm gonna start calling double-bladed players like hers. You know, when they come on my screen, I'm gonna say like, she's coming and she's attacking and stuff like that. Well, that sounded a bit wrong, but... yeah, I don't know what kind of start I'm expecting, to be honest. I don't know what I'm expecting to happen. At this point, it just seems like no matter how the fight starts, I don't feel good. Oh, I do want to fight this guy. I don't even need to be full HP. I just need my W for his E, and he's on Gale Dance, okay. So he doesn't have like crazy mobility. So Jacket of Tenacity with Inferno, why this one and not something cheaper? It is the cheapest. If you divide, let's say, if you look at the jackets that give you, I want jacket that gives me 30% damage, you know? Not all leather jackets. Some give 20, some give 25. There's 4 jackets that give you 30% extra damage. And those are Tenacity, Mistwalker, Assassin, and Spectre. Assassin, Tenacity, Mistwalker, and Spectre. So I have to choose one of those if I want this. And between those 4 jackets, this is the cheapest IP per silver, you know? Because Tenacity jacket crafted with the artifact, like this is essentially the base IP here starts one tier higher than, for example, Assassin jacket, right? So if you are going to use Inferno anyway, Jacket of Tenacity is at least currently on EU server Brazilian. This might be server dependent. When I played on West, I often use Spectre jacket for same reason. But right now on EU Brazilian, it's pretty much it's cheaper. So essentially, if I was wearing tier 7 Assassin jacket, it would be much cheaper, but I would have essentially 1 tier lower chest armor. I don't know what I'm expecting to happen against that curse. I am using my Guardian, so maybe if I just change to Lance, is that him? No, it's some other dude. Okay, let's go. Actually, no, I don't want to go Blue Mist because there won't be PvP there, and I would like my last run to be PvP and not finding an AFK gatherer again. Got it, thank you, Vic. And what about dynamic defense? Is it good? Yeah, it's situationally good. It is good primarily when your enemy has a purge. Like, for example, against this life curse, I could use it decently. Because you saw that whenever I Inferno, he purges it. Some enemies, of course, will have a purge on their helmet. So, if your enemy is anyway going to purge your Inferno, almost certainly, then you can instead use this. And it will... you know, it will be more difficult because it essentially It's like a lower cooldown, lower effectiveness spell. So your enemy will... Come on. Are you not actually seeing me? What is happening? I hope it's the same guy that tried to rat the fight. Because otherwise I'm getting minus karma for this kill. Is he gonna E into me or not? Probably not, no. Man, the range is actually much longer than I thought before. I just realized I can use it from so much longer. This is also very nice for the bow matchup. Well, next time I have E, I think he's dead, yeah. I hope it's the same guy that tried to rat the fight earlier, because otherwise I'm definitely getting a minus karma for this kill. This guy clearing camp. But if it's the same guy that dismounted earlier in the middle of the fight, then, I mean, then I can feel good about him deserving this. Do you think new first Q and Frost will be super strong? No. No, Jean-Baptiste, not at all. I've played it now for almost 2 days, and I can report the opposite. The new Q, the stun, is not super strong at all. I played even Chillhal with... Mistcaller, so, you know, one offhand Mistcaller, so good cooldown reduction with Omelette. And the window in which you have to hit 3 Qs is so short that it's very difficult to actually use the stun proc. The damage seems overall just better for me. But in some, like, if you have a good cooldown reduction... Wait, who is this? Oh, shit. If you have good cooldown reduction... This is not the build I really want for this, but hey. Okay, he's going again, like, full no mobility bullshit. But he will be able to probably stay on top of me for a while. Okay, that guy's gonna kill both of us anyway. The Chillhal build definitely was a million times stronger against this. I disagree, I think stun is very strong. It's so difficult to proc it, Hamster. It's essentially... first of all, you need Giga cooldown reduction, but even with very good cooldown reduction, you can pretty much... Like, if you miss 1 Q, it's almost impossible for you to proc it. If you miss one of the four, like, if you hit 2 Qs, then you miss one. If you're just spamming Q, you can still freeze. You can hit 3 out of 4. But if you miss 1 Q and you are using other spells, you are moving around, you know, like you often are in a fight. You're trying to space closer or away from your enemy. You won't proc the stun. It's just the window is a little bit too short for this thing to time out. This 2.5 seconds. So it might be like, when I was reading the patch, I thought this would be like a very strong. That's also what made me want to try it. But in reality, I don't think it's very strong. This guy is 100% gonna use the fact that I'm dismounted. I can already feel it. I can see it in his face that if I dismount to 5 seconds, he's just gonna try to murder me for free. He still has Geekpot, but I still have my Inferno. Damn, that's the same guy. Yeah, I shouldn't have eat. I was still a little bit... I should have just waited a bit. Just again, today it's like number 3. Just need to be a bit more patient with this, essentially. But in the end, yeah, just going too close. The one thing I'm learning is the Assassin Shoes to feel this range a little bit better. I don't need to go close enough for Assassin Shoes. I can just peacefully wait for my W. This time, however, on Chillhal, this fight, like, every time when I died, it was because it was already a 1 fight, and I just got way too aggressive, right? This time, it was much more difficult, because I'm not playing Omelette, and I'm not playing Duskweaver, so I don't have the kite. And you know, like his whole build is just giga damage, you know? He doesn't care about the fact that he doesn't have any reasonable mobility. He just wants to get like essentially a free kill if he can. Also, I just realizing his tier 8, but I think it doesn't matter that he's tier 8. If I just wait a couple seconds before I go close to him, just wait for my W again. Then I think it doesn't even matter that he's tier 8. I still slowly whittle him down. I could just also drink a potion, you know. The problem is, I'm pretty sure like he will just, you know, walk away. You know, the way he was dancing with the horse, if I drink a potion, he's just gonna walk away. But I think I can still do that, yeah. Anyway, I think it's kind of enough. We had a lot of, like, there's so many of Deathgivers. I fought like 6, 7 of them. And they also make me, even though Frost is good against this, potentially, all of the Frosts with the W against this great, like, this is ruin. Like, this is big mistake. He should be on Shadow Edge, but I'm not punishing it. So even though the matchup is good, I kind of also, against Deathgivers, I'm also missing to play some comfort weapon to, you know, to potentially kill all of these Deathgivers. Unfortunately today, I was mostly feeding them. But I learned a lot of good things about Frosts. I hope so did you. Did you notice the new healing pot effects when you drink it? What? I mean, this is the first build when I'm using healing potions today, so no, Vitus, I didn't notice it at all. I was using tornadoes the whole day. But let me check, Could be good if you could refresh the debuff versus by auto attack. That would get it, that would make it, okay, let's see. Oh, the little pluses, yeah, that's very cute. Yeah, you're right, actually. I didn't pay attention to it enough. Yeah, you're right. Oh, that's awesome. I love that. That makes it feel pretty happy. I have a long cooldown now, so I can't show again. But these little pluses, I mean, now that you mention it and I saw it, I feel like, oh yeah, that's right. I've seen something like this, but I didn't pay attention to it enough during fights. That's cool. So yeah, I think they need to change the Q to be a little bit more, to actually be able to hit it a little bit more reliably, the Q stun. To make up for the loss of damage, because we are talking about, like, as you saw, whenever you're further than right next to your enemy, you're gonna miss Qs. Like, yeah, okay, part of it is maybe me missing because, you know, me bad or something, but I think a lot of it is just that this Q takes a while to travel and everyone is expecting you to shoot it, so people zigzag, so you can't guarantee that you're gonna reliably hit all 3 in a row. And if you want to hit 3 out of 4, then it's very difficult to do it while you're walking away, while you're trying to dodge stuff like maybe shadow edges and stuff like that. Because the moment you waste any amount of time, then 3 out of 4 is no longer enough. How about Heron Spears? Ask Zippy Trope ability to stun looks very strong, but according to Killboard, it's not the best weapon. I mean, stun. Yeah, Heron Spear doesn't have enough mobility. It's a very fun weapon. I love it. I love playing it in solo PvP, but it doesn't have enough mobility to really contest like meta builds, unfortunately. And it does not make up for its lack of mobility with some amazing giga damage. Yes, the damage is good. The stun is very impactful if you hit it, but it is, by the way, difficult to hit as well. But if you compare it to something like Brawler Gloves also play without mobility, but they have such amazing damage that they make up for it by occasionally surprising and being able to kill unsuspecting people, to get good kills. So let's look at the healing potion effect again. This is without sound. Wait. Ta-da! Look at those little pluses. I'm healing. This is cute. I love it. I don't know how much this helps, honestly. I mean, the previous effect was also kind of clear, but, you know, I think it's mostly the pluses that you notice, but maybe this does make it a bit more clear. Unsex. Maybe first slows 20, second 50, and third stun. Like, that's a bit too much. With those specific numbers, 20% slow on the first Q hit is way too strong. But, I don't know. Why? Maybe just make it instead of 2.5 seconds. Oh, wait, where is my? Instead of 2.5 seconds, make this make this last for 3 seconds, you know? That's already enough of a window or something like that. But, I mean, overall, I'm not, like, I was playing Frost and I was happy. I'm not saying that something is wrong. At the end of the day, you know, the overall balance of the Frost staffs that are meaningfully, like, viable for solo PvP is good, you know? W is already powerful. Oh, you mean the Q is already powerful, doesn't need buffs. Yeah. I mean, overall, nothing is wrong. What I was saying is that I think this is overall a nerf to this Q. I feel like losing the little damage buff which you can also apply to your E, losing that is a bigger deal than gaining this potential stun, which is so difficult to hit. That's my point. I'm not saying that you need to change something. Absolutely. Frosts seem in a good place to me overall right now, based on today. Obviously, I was playing different Frosts, and changing around. But Frost stuff to me seem like they're in a good place. I don't see a problem that needs to be solved fast. But I do think that this change, based on my 2 days of playing, feel like primarily a nerf, and very, very situationally the stun can be useful. But usually the situations where you can't reliably proc the stun are also the situations where you least need it. The stun is always fun, but the situations where you're proccing the stun are often the situations where you are just brawling the enemy and you're kind of already accepted your fate, that you're on top of them, which is when the stun is a bit less impactful, because it's difficult to use it to create space when you're already on top of your enemy. But it's like a small thing. I just feel like if I could stun people as they're walking towards me from 15-meter range, that would be really powerful. But from that range, I have not been able to hit enough Qs fast enough to actually proc it. Maybe once or twice in the whole day. I mean, whole 2 days. Okay. Is there anything else that we have not discussed? Something important before we continue this party? Let's see who is going to host the after party today. By the way, thanks for being here. I've said this many times. Yes, I appreciate and I love the fact that we're doing that you are here with me. And I just, on top of just having fun and being able to stream, I don't know how clear it is, but for me it's super clear how much more I'm enjoying Albion because of this. It's like I can play solo, but also play it socially. And secondly, I'm learning more because all these fights, it would take me more mistakes. Sure, I am a bit distracted, so I might end up making more mistakes also, but it would take me longer time to maybe learn the same things if I'm not forced to talk about this. So your presence is very much helping me have fun with Albion. I hope this is a symbiotic relationship. Let's see what is available. What is Albion Online category offering us today? So yeah, if you're on Twitch, then stick around for the raid. We're gonna quickly decide if someone is streaming that you think we should raid. Pew Pew is online. I don't know how long he's been online. We're looking for someone who speaks primarily in English. Streams in English. I know some Spanish and French speaking streams that I would love to watch or to send you to, but we're not gonna do that. We're not gonna change languages. Paul is actually Goldaniums. I've heard he's a good streamer. I wonder if anyone has ever raided Goldaniums. That would have been an interesting troll moment. Yeah. Paul started like 40 minutes ago. That seems awesome. Scribble is just about to wrap up. He said only 4 hours a day now. Other than that, we have Nomad is playing something else. I don't know. The reason I also ask, because, from the top of the category that they offer, the guys that I see when I look around, obviously we're going to raid some of those. And some of those, like Dante, we're going to come back to raiding him every now and again anyway. But the reason I ask if you know someone to raid, because I'm not going to scroll down to someone who doesn't have a lot of viewers, right? Who I might not notice, but I actually would love to, to raid someone who maybe is also new like me, or is streaming with fewer viewers, but also doing PvP. But I might not know them, you might know. That's why I always ask. So if your suggestion is just going to be, let's raid one who is the biggest streamer, then sure, okay, whatever. But if your suggestion is someone I might not know, that's going to be very valuable. But we're going to go for Paul. It looks like they're doing Hellgates, so we'll see. I have no idea if Hellgates are live. Based on what I'm seeing on Paul's screen, it looks like maybe they are, but they're running giveaways. He's running giveaways, so stay for the raid. If you're on YouTube, then this is goodbye for today. See you again tomorrow. Tomorrow is stream. Saturday is not stream. Tomorrow is going to be Spear or Daybreaker. I've been playing too much other stuff. I am my whole body is waiting for Spear. I don't know if that's a good sentence to end it on. See ya.